poetry, and the lust for power. The hunger of subcultural superorganisms disguises itself in strange and mysterious ways. For an example, let's return to modern medicine, which we normally think of as an objective science above the mere vagaries of political motivations. Like any picture of the invisible world, medicine wears the austere mantle of objective truth. But, in reality, today's medical beliefs were once an ideology one group used to seize power from another. Homeopathy was developed by a German physician named Samuel Hahnemann in the early 1800s. Hahnemann, who had studied traditional medicine at Leipzig, Vienna, and Erlangen, believed in giving patients highly diluted dosages of what he called remedies. These were a vast array of substances that actually produced low levels of the symptoms they were designed to cure. Hahnemann was using a principle similar to one employed today by clinical ecologists, medical specialists who treat allergies to food, pesticides, plastics, and other substances by giving minuscule quantities of the substance to which the patient is allergic. These microdoses seem to help the body fight off the allergen's negative effects. Treatments of this nature have been demonstrated in recent years to reduce symptoms ranging from depression and uncontrollable rages to backache and skin irritation. It is not surprising, then, that Hahnemann claimed to be able to treat a tremendous variety of human diseases. His methods were so successful that by 1900 there were homeopathic medical schools and hospitals all across America. What's more, homeopathy seemed to work. In the yellow fever epidemic of 1878, the mortality rate of patients treated by traditional methods was 16%. The rate of death for the patients who had been fortunate enough to find a homeopathic doctor, on the other hand, was less than half that. But merely being able to produce cures isn't enough to establish a medical discipline. A new scientific order is a social organism, a collection of humans welded together by a common belief. And freshly hatched superorganisms are often extremely vulnerable. Older social clusters would prefer to kill such youngsters before they can grow. In 19th century medicine, the entrenched and hostile social beast was another professional clique, a coterie that had labored for generations to establish its authority. Homeopathy's rival was allopathy. Allopaths, with their dogmatic belief in bleedings, mercury, and opium, waged a pitiless war to discredit the newcomers. They founded the American Medical Association to purge the medical profession of their rivals, and through government manipulation and a public smear campaign, they succeeded, hounding the homeopaths out of the medical schools, out of the medical societies, and out of access to the carefully cultivated image of medical infallibility. At first glance, this was a battle between two scientific truths, two systems of belief. But under the surface, it was a struggle between superorganisms over the lucrative proceeds of the medical trade. The allopaths won. As we've mentioned before, today's doctors, the heirs of the allopaths, are only able to deal effectively with about 50% of the complaints brought to them. They haughtily dismiss the other 50% as representing non-existent ills. Yet many of the symptoms they overlook may be produced by the very same problems the homeopaths claim to have dealt with successfully. The result is that you and I are saddled with a medical community whose knowledge is the result of a battle between subcultures. Because we are in the hands of the winners, a set of cures that could heal us has almost disappeared. Even a wisp of imagination as fragile as poetry can be used in the squabble between subcultures over who will get the goods. In the 1st century A.D., high-born citizens of the Roman Empire were obsessed with ambition. Many drove themselves night and day to win honors in the eyes of their countrymen and to rise in the hierarchy of the state. They entered what was called the cursus honorum, the race course of honors. The system was simple. If you were just starting out, you competed with other young men to win a government position reserved for neophytes. Once you landed the prized new post, you were able to work your tail off and clamber to the next position up the ladder. You showed your worthiness for advancement through a variety of means: diligence, splendid speeches in the forum, donations of warships and monuments to the state, and presentations, at your own expense, of massive public spectacles. If the crowds and those in power liked what you had done, you moved step by step upward on the stairway of honors. And finally, if you had labored long and hard enough, you might attain the ultimate prize, becoming one of the two consuls, the highest officers in the land and the supreme commanders of the army. The cursus honorum was a splendid motivator. It impelled Rome's best and brightest to dedicate nearly all their energies to the betterment of their society. But the Roman poet Horace wrote loftily that the struggle for political power was vain and meaningless. True beauty and happiness, according to his poems, were to be found in the quiet moments of a private life in the countryside, isolated from the tension and bustle of teeming Rome. How elevated, how inspired, how ethereal Horace's delicate verses and their sentiments seemed. But were they indeed so far from the low rumblings of ambition? The Roman cursus honorum was open strictly to men of noble birth. Horace was not an aristocrat. In fact, he was the grandson of a slave. Horace's father had been a freedman who had done well enough to send Horace to school with the upper crust. After graduation, Horace had continued to hobnob with the elite. Nevertheless, he wasn't one of them and could not participate in the traditional race for power. He could, however, spend time on the farm a wealthy patron had given him. There he could quietly write his heart out. Curiously enough, Horace's poetry said in subtle ways that the men who strove for state honors were not very important after all. They were grasping for something mean and low. They deserved far less respect than one might think. The men on whom all eyes should be fixed, the men who truly merited respect, and by implication, the men who merited the prestige and power that follows where respect leads, were the artists who labored contemplatively in their cottages. And who was the king of the cottage artists? Who was the man to whom all the goods should fall? Well, Horace, of course. Over the generations that followed, Horace's ideal of meditative withdrawal would take an ever greater hold on the Roman spirit. Men who once had eagerly looked forward to their days on the racecourse of honors became ashamed of their earthly ambition. Instead, they went out to the country to contemplate their souls. The best men of Rome were no longer eager to participate in bettering their state, and Rome's vigor slowly slipped away. The frail ideas of Horace's poetry had masked his personal desire for power, and they had shifted the energies of the nation, reordering the Roman superorganism's values, resculpting its psychic metabolism. The sublime ideals of the poet had produced hard-nosed consequences in the real world. Poetic exhortation and medical debate are the lambent dance of the most insubstantial of all human phenomena: analysis, emotion, and imagination. Poetry and medicine have produced blessings of sometimes awesome proportions. Yet the elevated and often incomprehensible colloquies in which doctors and poets indulge are sometimes far more than at first they seem. They hide the greed of superorganisms. When memes collide. The pecking order of nations. Nature's way of testing any self-replicating device is competition. For over 3.5 billion years, she has set the products of the genetic system in a race to see who can corner the good things of this life. Like a driver strapping himself into his machine at Le Mans, each string of genes has hunkered down into the creature it constructed and driven up to the starting line. The winners of the moment are still here. The losers have retired from the track. Homo habilis, Australopithecus, and Peking and Cro-Magnon men all had their moment in the sun and are gone. Bodies are usually the genes' racing machine, but memes have driven a radically different kind of device onto the field. Their contraptions of choice are extended social groups. These superorganismic vehicles are big and complex, but their advantages are awesome: speed, maneuverability, and incalculable horsepower. The Le Mans of superorganisms has a set of very simple rules. To understand how they work, let's take a quick look at some of the strange battles between beings of a smaller size: chickens, monkeys, you and me. Just after the First World War, a Norwegian naturalist named Thorleif Schjelderup Ebb decided to spend some time on his parents' farm watching the quaint ways of chickens. Schjelderup Ebb's study uncovered a subtle form of competition disguised as barnyard peace. When the hens were fed, they approached the trough with extraordinary decorum. Though all were hungry, none ran up and grabbed whatever she could. First, a rather regal-looking hen stepped up to the container of grain and proceeded to dine. The others simply watched. Then another came forward to partake of the meal and eventually stepped aside. Yet another marched up to take her turn. Schjelderup Ebb took careful notes. When he reviewed them, he realized something surprising. The order in which the feathered diners took their turns at the trough was not arbitrary. Far from it. Every day, the same bird went first, the same went second, and so on down the line. When Schjelderup Ebb tossed a strange chicken into the yard, he made another discovery. The normally peaceful birds quarreled like barroom brawlers. It seemed that the stranger was trying to establish a place in her new society. That meant she'd have to shove some of the other birds below her. And the already established fowls were not going to tolerate the humiliation of being moved to a subservient position without a struggle. They fought against downward mobility for all they were worth. Schjelderup Ebb wasn't content to simply watch the feathers fly. He kept note of exactly who was attacking whom, and he counted every vicious peck. When the naturalist toted up the numbers, lo and behold, another strange phenomenon occurred. Some birds had received hardly any jabs at all. No one dared touch them. Others were pecked beyond endurance. They were easy targets, and nearly everyone wanted to get in a lick. The birds no one laid a beak on were distinguished by more than just their invulnerability. They also happened to be the creatures who stepped up first to enjoy a meal, and the birds who ended up with many a hole in their feathered coats had their own unique dining distinction. They were always among the last in line. Schjelderup Ebb had discovered that in the world of chickens there is a social hierarchy, a division into aristocrats and commoners, a lower, middle, and upper class. The alert researcher called the phenomenon a pecking order. It wasn't long before naturalists were discovering similar social orders in a bewildering variety of species. Research on pecking orders, known technically as dominance hierarchies, has gone on now for roughly 70 years and has yielded some startling revelations. Position in the pecking order determines far more than just how many feathers you lose. It readjusts your lifestyle, your chances of survival, your sex life, and your physiology. The pecking order can determine whether you live or die. According to the father of sociobiology, E.O. Wilson, the highest wood pigeons in a pecking order go to bed at night with a full stomach. The birds on the bottom frequently don't. The lower-class pigeons perch on the evening roost with a meager meal working its way through their gut, just enough fuel to carry them through the night. If the weather grows unusually cold, or if they don't find food the next day, some of those birds on the underside of the heap may not survive. On the other hand, the comfortable birds on the top of the tree nearly always manage in even the most troubled times. Their right to all the best food and lodging makes sure of that fact. Pecking order privileges include sex. 3 male and 3 female rats were left alone in a cage to battle out their social system and sleep with whomever they liked. 2 males lost out in the struggle for top position. They apparently also ended up with an empty dating calendar. When the females gave birth and their pups were examined, it turned out that all of them had been sired by the one dominant male. The experiment was run another 21 times with different rodent participants on each occasion. The final result was that the dominant rats managed to father a walloping 92% of the young. Where you end up in the pecking order can even change your physical makeup. A dominant male monkey has a higher sperm count, more visible testicles, and a far more regal posture. The monkeys who don't make it to the top skulk around stoop-shouldered and less sexually potent. But if some meddling researcher kidnaps the ruling simian and leaves his lordly spot vacant, the round-shouldered subordinates will grab for the empty throne. The monkey who ends up on top will undergo a change. His testicles will drop, his sperm count will climb, and his hunched posture will melt away, replaced by an authoritative, upright strut. The new king of the castle goes through a biological transformation simply because he's moved up on the hierarchical ladder. For a monkey's physiology, position in the pecking order is everything. Humans not only undergo the same changes when they're under society's heel, but their blood pressure goes up and stays there. The result is an increase in the odds of heart attack and stroke, and a loss of mental swiftness. Blood and sperm are not the only bodily substances to shift their concentration in response to pecking order changes. In monkeys and humans, when groups fight, the winners snag a hormonal prize. Their testosterone level rises. Testosterone, the male hormone, inspires confidence and aggression. A fresh jolt of it in the blood invigorates the victors. For the losers, it's a different story. Testosterone level plummets. The body shifts into resignation. Low baboons on the totem pole carry additional consequences in their bloodstream. Their circulation is flooded with glucocorticoids, stress hormones that constitute a slow internal poison. The baboons on top do not suffer this chemical corrosion because their bloodstreams are relatively glucocorticoid-free. Once again, position in the pecking order reshapes physiology. After a while, top or bottom position in the pecking order gets to be a habit. Numerous studies show that a creature who has won a fight is more likely to win the next one. An animal who has lost barely shuffles through his next contest. The odds are high he'll lose again. This may explain a phenomenon that crops up in Julius Caesar's battle narratives. Caesar frequently confronted tribesmen bred from birth to fight, men who prided themselves on their ferocity. But when the Roman legions won a decisive victory, the proud barbarian warriors sometimes bowed their heads and marched meekly into slavery. The barbarian women, who had once been equally defiant, held up their children to the Romans and begged to be spared. Then they gave themselves up, caving in to a subservient fate. The humiliation of defeat changed these fierce fighters into beaten men. A quick slide from the pecking order's top to its bottom seemed to radically alter their personalities and even their physiques, apparently by tilting the captive's internal chemical balance. Biochemical resignation explains why barnyards are not a perpetual battlefield. Chickens seldom get into major brawls. True, when a stranger steps onto the scene, the intrusion triggers a riot, but when the dust dies down, the feathered ladies settled into a stable order. The dominant female once again luxuriates in her prerogatives, and the lowliest pullet endures her ignominious lot in life. The pecking order's hormonal shifts help ensure this peace. Those who win are flush with internal chemicals of pride, and those who lose are numbed by glandular drugs that lull them into submission. The irony is that even the chickens on the bottom gain an advantage from the endogenous chemical brew that leaves them too lethargic to fight over their fate. If pecking order positions were up for constant grabs, each creature in the yard would have to spend her time in attacks and self-defense. The non-stop battle would waste every bird's energy and time. Well-fed chickens would grow scrawny watching out for ambush instead of scratching in the dirt for food. And some would do worse than merely lose weight. They'd actually die from their wounds. A long-term truce has its benefits, even if it leaves you under everybody's heel. At least it lets you live your life in quiet, freeing up your time to poke around for grubs and worms. In the last analysis, the cocky aristocrats, the status-conscious crones in the middle, and even the picked-on runts have a solid reason to go with the status quo. The struggle for position in a pecking order is not restricted to individuals. It also hits social groups. There is a form of pecking order Sheldrup Ebb never studied, the pecking order of superorganisms. On the outskirts of an Indian village lived two tribes of langurs, lanky, curious monkeys. It was easy to see which group had made it to the top of the pecking order. One langur clan had staked out a territory in the center of town. This group lived the life of Riley. Its members hung around the bazaar, waiting for a small boy to toss aside a half-eaten fruit or for a passerby to drop a crust of bread. They picked through the garbage for gourmet treats, wilted vegetables or melon rinds. When the rains came, these pampered langurs stretched out under the overhangs of roofs. When it was sunny, they turned those roofs into a playground. Getting along from day to day was a breeze. The second crew of langurs lived in the hills just outside of town. Life for them was anything but easy. They were forced to comb the ground for edible shoots. They stripped the greenery off the trees for dinner, and they dug the occasional insect out of a rotting log for a protein treat. When it rained, they huddled miserably under the dripping leaves. In the pecking order of local groups, their superorganism was on the bottom. Every once in a while, the monkeys from the hills became fed up with their gritty lot in life. They came down to the village where the pickings were easy. The monkeys of the bazaar, however, were not particularly interested in opening their neighborhood to these intruders from the wrong side of the tracks. The privileged lady langurs who lived in town got together and chased their underprivileged cousins back to the woods from which they'd come. But no social group's position in the pecking order is written in stone. One day the male leader of the bazaar langurs was fooling around with a sidekick in the middle of the town road. The hill langurs stood at the edge of their territory, grudgingly watching the fun. Suddenly a car came hurtling down the tarmac. The lordly male of the elite group looked up startled, but too late. The car sideswiped him and sped away. The leader of the bazaar troop was dead. Sensing a sudden shift in the balance of power, the chief of the hill tribe sauntered over to the aristocratic ladies of the ever-so-snobbish bazaar set, the same supercilious aristocrats who had chased him and his companions away an endless number of times. The hill langur leader donned the simian symbols of authority, an upright, arrogant posture, and a self-confident stride. He swaggered straight to the queen of the bazaar clan and mounted her. Knowing that with their old leader dead, she and her companions had just slid down the pecking order, the formerly snooty matron gritted her teeth but gave in. Her face was screwed up with conflict, but even as he copulated with her, the new master of the high-class neighborhood looked around him with an expression that seemed to radiate a casual contempt. The troop of langurs from the hills, the group that had always been treated by its bazaar-dwelling cousins as second class, had taken a giant stride up the ladder of status. The luxurious real estate of the town market now belonged to them. The troop from the neighborhood at the center of the town, on the other hand, had taken a dive toward the bottom. Human superorganisms also have their pecking orders. The Soviet Union and the United States struggled for generations over who was number one. Tanzania and Chad are painfully aware of their positions on the bottom of the heap. They belong to a bloc whose pecking order position is indicated by its very name, the Third World. There's good reason for a group to want to climb as high in the pecking order as it can. The superorganism at the summit has the best territory, the best food, the best of everything. That's why some ant species go to war. The ant colonies that win increase their territory and build insect empires. The larger the size of an ant society's territory, the better each ant citizen is fed, and the bigger each worker is able to grow. When it comes to sex, the winning colony scores an extra bonus. During the mating season, it is able to produce more winged, sexually active queens and males. As a result, even its chances to start fresh offshoots is greater than those of its less successful neighbors. There are other good reasons for wanting your group to reach the top of the pecking order. Remember Jane Goodall's tribe of chimps? After many years, the clan split in half. One gang stuck with the old home territory, while the other wandered off to start life in a fresh new place. Between them, they established a pecking order of groups. The tribe that stayed home had the largest membership and the choicest land. It was clearly on top. Eventually, this favored clan began to pick on the troop that had pulled up stakes. At first, the privileged group merely advertised its superiority by harassing the gang on the bottom. Later, the mood of the dominant clan grew ugly, and the top tribe wiped out its rivals. Being on the bottom of this pecking order turned out to be fatal. No wonder human groups so often try to move up by manipulating ideas or by making war. The Helvetians in the days of Julius Caesar were one of those superorganisms driven by the lure of pecking order glory. As Caesar tells the story in his conquest of Gaul, the Helvetians lived in a state of considerable size parked roughly where Switzerland is today. But the Helvetians wanted more land, more slaves, and above all, more power. In fact, they wanted to rule over every tribe in sight. The Helvetians did not just grumble about their pecking order aspirations. They did something about it. They laid out a methodical plan of conquest. They planted and harvested for 2 full years to lay in a store of supplies. They bought up all the oxen and wagons for hundreds of miles around. Then, in the 3rd year of the grand plan, they packed all their earthly possessions, got together their wives and families, burned their 12 major towns and their 400 villages, and set off on the glorious campaign. Caesar swears that over 250,000 Helvetians marched out to seek their fortune. There were so many of them that it took 21 days just to get the entire group from one side of the River Rhone to the other by boat and raft. As the Helvetians marched, they pillaged and plundered, enslaving inhabitants of the territories on their route. They were doing just fine until they met the armies of another superorganism with an equally blind ambition to climb the pecking order. That rival social cluster was the clump of humanity known as Rome. Caesar put superior engineering to work. He built an instant bridge. In one brief day, he crossed the river that had held up the Helvetians for nearly a month. His men were better disciplined and infinitely better organized. They outmaneuvered and outfought Helvetia's massive force of warriors. When it was all over, the Helvetians begged for peace. Caesar was relatively kind. He sent the rebels back to the territory from which they'd come and ordered them to rebuild the homes they'd burned. The Helvetians had gambled mightily and lost. Of the 368,000 who had left to conquer Europe, only 110,000 remained. Like Helvetia, the Roman superorganism had once sent its citizens out in military swarms to descend upon their neighbors. The Helvetians had failed to achieve their dreams of pecking order triumph. Rome, on the other hand, had not. She took over the entire European barnyard. A strange thing happens to the memes of the superorganism that mounts the pecking order's peak. They spread as rapidly as the germs of plague, exultantly leaping from mind to conquered mind. Today, most of the populations of Europe, South America, and North America speak languages rich in Roman words. They do their public business in buildings adorned with the flourishes of Roman architecture. They read and write the Roman alphabet. And they look to the days of Rome's glories as those in which their own civilizations were forged. For the meme of Rome gambled on driving its superorganism up the hierarchical ladder of nations. It placed its bets on making its host the first chicken at the trough. And the meme of Rome hit the jackpot. Superior chickens make friends. There is one more advantage to moving up the superorganismic pecking order. Friends. A group high on the ladder of nations has them. A group at the bottom doesn't. That simple fact is vital to the spread of memes. In 814 BC, Phoenician merchants from the coast of what is Lebanon today sailed halfway across the Mediterranean and set up a trading colony on the northern shores of Africa. They called the new encampment Kart Hadasht, Newtown. Europeans mispronounced the Semitic name, and in the mouths of these Westerners it came out as Carthage. The seagoing traders of Carthage did very well for themselves. They built ships to carry rare goods from one country to another, explored the coasts, and looked for barbarian towns whose craftsmen made strange objects. Carthaginian trading vessels showed up as far away as the Baltic, the Cameroons, and even an unheard-of island we know today as Britain. After all, you never knew when some backwoods trinket might fetch a steep price back in the centers of sophisticated civilization, Babylon, Nineveh, Memphis, or Thebes. Occasionally, the shipboard entrepreneurs' hunt for new commodities turned up raw materials of considerable value. For example, in Spain, the Carthaginians discovered they could buy tin that had been trekked across seas and mountains all the way from Cornwall. Business for the Carthaginians was brisk. Back home, they dug an extra harbor and enlarged the size of their merchant fleet. To protect their seafaring commercialists from pirates, they constructed a sizable navy. Carthaginian warships were miracles of technology, swift, narrow galleys driven by sail and oar that could accelerate like a jackrabbit and ram an enemy vessel hard enough to snap it in half. The Carthaginians soon started colonies, planting settlements straight across Africa's northern lip and bringing distant Spain into the Carthaginian sphere of influence. In the barnyard of Europe's Central Sea, the Carthaginian superorganism was soon at the top of the pecking order. Though the population of Carthage was small, its power was vast. Why? On those rare occasions when the Carthaginians went to war, their armies were accompanied by mobs of foreign troops. Their astonishingly flexible cavalry came from one North African tribe, the Numidians. Their slingers, slingshot-wielding equivalents of today's sharpshooters, came from yet another North African nation, the Balearics. And their infantry was supplied by the peoples of Libya. Since the Carthaginians were on top of the heap, everyone wanted to share in their good fortune. Then a tribe that had been in diapers when Carthagash's first buildings went up decided to challenge Carthage's supremacy. At first the idea seemed like a joke. The Carthaginians were the most skillful sailors in the world. The upstarts, on the other hand, had no idea of how to rig a sail or work an oar. In fact, they didn't even know how to build a ship. All that soon changed. The shore-bound challengers were Romans. What they didn't know, they were more than willing to learn. In 260 BC, the enterprising citizens of the Italian city-state managed to find a wreck of a Carthaginian warship that had run aground. Roman military engineers pored over the battered vessel, examining every detail. They took it apart and noted each trick of the boat's construction, then built a copy of their own. When the Roman technicians tested their warship, it worked as well as the original. So the Romans rapidly hammered together an entire fleet, turning out 220 ships in only 3 months. These traditional landlubbers were now the proud possessors of a navy. The soldiers of the seven-hilled city set out on the seas for conquest. Rome attacked Carthage's central base for Mediterranean trade, Sicily. The Carthaginian merchants could not hold out against Latin ferocity, and the island became a Roman possession. As part of the peace settlement, Rome also demanded, and got, every island that dotted the sea between Sicily and the African coast. Then Rome broke the treaty under which she had been granted this windfall and seized Carthaginian-controlled Sardinia and Corsica as well. With these enemy outposts in the middle of their sea lanes, the Carthaginians were in trouble. Their merchants could no longer sail in safety from one market to another. Every Carthaginian trading vessel was in danger of Roman naval attack. But a Carthaginian general named Hamilcar Barca had an idea. He wanted to put the Romans on the defensive, and he was determined to open new sources of supply to replace those the Romans were cutting off. Hamilcar Barca's plan was to outflank Roman might by turning one of the old Carthaginian trading partners into a massive province. That territory was Spain. Its conquest would allow the Carthaginians to monopolize Spanish goods, carrying them by land if necessary back to Carthage's customers in the east. What's more, a massive Carthaginian domain to the west of the Roman sphere of influence might make the toga wearers feel less secure about their Mediterranean rampage. To put his plan in motion, Hamilcar Barca kissed his wife and most of his children goodbye, took one 9-year-old son as a companion, mobilized his soldiers, and marched well over 1,000 miles to the Spanish coast. There his troops demonstrated just who was on top of the local pecking order. During 9 years, they won a steady stream of battles against the native troops. Spanish tribes eventually flocked to the Carthaginian side. A small mob of Iberian, Celtiberian, Tartessian, and Gallic chiefs offered to ally their men with the Carthaginian military machine. Barca not only enlarged his army, but he enriched the Carthaginian treasury depleted by Roman trade obstructions, pumping shiploads of silver, timber, and tin from the hills of Spain into the Carthaginian commercial pipeline. Watching Hamilcar Barca's every move was his son, Hannibal. Despite Hamilcar Barca's brilliant maneuvers, things in Carthage were going from bad to worse. Roman leaders cooked up phony stories of Carthaginian evildoings, spread the propaganda to the Roman population, then declared one just war after another to avenge the manufactured slights. Carthage, which thrived on trade, not war, was being hammered into bankruptcy. Eventually, Hamilcar Barca died, but his son Hannibal was determined to carry on. The 29-year-old came up with a daring scheme to save the Carthaginian homeland. He would stamp the Roman infection out at its source. Leaving his younger brother behind to hold Spain, Hannibal would gather up his army of allies and spring a surprise attack on Rome itself. He'd do it by approaching the city from a route no one could possibly anticipate. He'd take his forces, elephants and all, through the treacherous mountain passes far to Rome's north. The strategy seemed foolproof. For years the Romans had been certain that no army of any size could cross the mountain slopes alive. Since invasion from the north was clearly ludicrous, the generals of Rome left their northern flank virtually undefended. Crossing the Alps with nearly 70,000 men, horses, and elephants was no easy matter. Pack animals and battle steeds plunged off the sides of thigh-wide mountain trails to their death. Men bogged down in the snow, exhausted and starving, then gave up on their lives. And the primitive folk who made the mountains home inflicted damage with surprise attacks. But in the end, Hannibal and his followers accomplished the impossible. They clambered down from the treacherous mountain slopes to the impregnable northern Italian plains. When Hannibal's troops descended from the alpine forests, the Romans were astonished and totally unprepared. Hannibal pulled off stunning victories against the armies Rome sent north to meet him. At the Battle of Cannae, for example, the Carthaginians wiped out a Roman army that outnumbered them 2-1. Between 50,000 and 70,000 Romans died, including 80 senators and 29 military tribunes. Hannibal shrewdly took advantage of the old pecking order rule. Friends flocked to the beast on the top. They abandoned the beast on the bottom. Whenever the Carthaginian triumphed, he reduced his Roman prisoners to slavery. Since the Romans had been bolstered by armies of allies, troops from the conquered tribes of the Italian boot, the savvy commander sent his non-Roman prisoners back to their native towns unharmed. All he asked was that they carry a simple message. Carthage had nothing against the non-Roman Italians. The gesture worked. As Hannibal demonstrated his strength, one Italian tribe after another deserted Rome and threw its lot in with Carthage. After all, it looked like the city of the Seven Hills was slipping down the pecking order fast. The Greek historian Polybius says that, at his peak, Hannibal managed to hold together an army of extraordinary diversity. He had Libyans, Iberians, Ligurians, Celts, Phoenicians, Italians, and Greeks who had naturally nothing in common with each other. It was the Carthaginians' seemingly unstoppable winning streak that kept them all together. Hannibal outfoxed the Roman forces every time they met. He stormed across the Italian peninsula, taking towns and overwhelming garrisons almost at will. Soon panic seized the Roman populace. They imagined the Semite from North Africa showing up outside the walls of their city any day or night. But Hannibal was in no position to attack the center of Roman strength. Marching over the mountain passes, he had been unable to carry the siege equipment that would allow him to defeat the city's heavy fortifications. Hannibal waited for that vital hardware to be sent by sea. He charged back and forth across Italy during 13 long years, hoping for the ships that would deliver these vital armaments. Unfortunately, they never came. The city council of Carthage sent out ship after ship to aid Hannibal, but not one boat ever made it. The Romans may have been doing poorly on land, but they still controlled the Mediterranean. Eventually, the Romans ordered an up-and-coming young citizen from a distinguished military family, Scipio Africanus, to confront Hannibal's brother, Hasdrubal, back in Spain. You may recall Scipio from an earlier episode in this book. He was the general who marched into the Roman Senate toward the end of his life and tore up his account books, outraged that he'd been accused of corruption. Scipio was as good at defeating Hannibal's brother as Hannibal was at trouncing Romans. When Hasdrubal lost, he moved down the pecking order, and as the defeated Carthaginians' feathers grew unkempt, his Spanish allies, one by one, deserted him. In fact, they threw their lot in with the new master of the Spanish barnyard, the Romans. The rule that pecking order victories bring you friends had boosted Carthage's strength for years. Now it was beginning to work against her. Hearing of the Carthaginian defeats in Spain, Hannibal's Italian allies, too, trickled away. Carthage was sinking on the hierarchical ladder, and none of the tribes wanted to go down with her. Finally, Scipio secured all Spain for Rome and turned his attention toward the Carthaginian mother city. In 2003 BC, Hannibal, who had held Roman citizens in terror for over a decade, was forced to flee for home to take over his native city's defense. He went, with scarcely an ally left. When the conflict was over, Carthage was beaten. Her trading empire was gone, and her colonies were in Roman hands. The North African and Spanish troops, which had long been the mainstay of her military power, turned their backs on her, and Hannibal, who had built an army of allies to corner Rome, became a fugitive. The town that had ruled the Mediterranean roost was friendless and alone. The final result was that the Carthaginian meme died out, replaced by that of Rome. Carthage's language disappeared. Her religion was forgotten. Aside from Hannibal, her great men became historical obscurities. Even one of her most glorious trading colonies in Spain, Gader, lost her Carthaginian name. Henceforth, the city would be known as Cadiz. The pecking order phenomenon is not restricted to ancient times. Humans in the modern era are still motivated by its primordial rule. Friends flock to the bird on top. They shun and even abuse the bird on the bottom. This simple principle has cropped up in the recent history of America. When the Soviets launched Sputnik in 1957, the achievement made two statements. It broadcast Russia's growing military power. The rocket was an adaptation of an intercontinental ballistic missile, something the United States didn't have at the time. Suddenly, the Soviets were in a position to annihilate North American cities with nuclear weapons. The launch of Sputnik also announced that America was no longer the undisputed master of world technology. Militarily and scientifically, the Soviet Union had taken a massive leap up the hierarchical ladder, and America had been nudged a small step down. The result in the Third World was electrifying. Minor nations rapidly fled from the country they felt was slipping and stampeded to the side of the superorganism shinning up the pole. Third World newspapers broadcast their hatred of America and gloated over her humiliation. "Russians rip American face," screamed a headline in Bangkok's Satrapab. A professor in Beirut, Lebanon, said his students were so jubilant, you would have thought they launched it themselves. In Third World minds, the Soviet triumph was helping the downtrodden nations vicariously trounce the beast on top, the United States. Sputnik was not the only event of that era to telegraph a Soviet rise. In 1949, a group of Marxist-Leninists were cheered on by the Soviets as they took control of the most populous country on the planet, China. In 1956, Moscow ordered its tanks into Hungary, and the United States didn't dare come to that country's defense. And in 1960, an island nation just a speedboat ride from Miami declared its right to throw its lot in with the Soviet bloc. As the Russians rose in the pecking order, their pool of friends increased, and as we sank, the number of our faithful companions declined. The cumulative result was a dramatic increase in the number of Soviet allies and a drastic shrinkage in ours. During the early 50s, our friends in the United Nations were so numerous that any issue submitted to a vote went resoundingly our way. By the mid-60s, frequently, almost every nation voted against us. For a superorganism, slippage in the pecking order can produce catastrophe. The Yanomamo, the fierce people of the jungles around South America's Orinoco River, pride themselves on constant warfare. Fighting is their way of life, and to make war, you need allies. The tribe on the top of the pecking order gets the most allies, and the tribe on the bottom gets the least. Like the chicken at the bottom of the pecking order, everyone takes advantage of a defeated tribe's helplessness. Rival groups raid the low-ranking clan over and over again. Enemies lay in wait by its gardens. Knowing this, the Shan tribe is forced to hide out in the jungle, where it can't get decent food. Succulent yams lie in the soil of their garden plot, but these harassed people cannot dig them up. They know they'll be setting themselves up for ambush. Stronger tribes attack the group on the bottom to steal its women. Knowing this, the men of the friendless clan remain perpetually on alert. Slowly, the tribesmen without allies grow more starved and exhausted. Sometimes, in the end, they no longer have the strength to survive. Deprived of friends, the tribe at the pecking order's foot may finally disappear, its most desirable members and goods absorbed by its rivals. The superorganism that once was strong simply ceases to be. It's lonely at the bottom. No wonder most creatures prefer to be on top. World views as the welding torch of the hierarchical chain. Philosophers are men hired by the well-to-do to prove that everything is all right. Brooks Adams, brother of Henry Adams, to Judge Oliver Wendell Holmes. Poetry, science, ideology, and religion, the blind men's canes with which we feel out the invisible world, the glue that binds us together as a collective creature whose cells are individual souls, help stir the social beast to a pecking order-inspired cannibalism. And once the battle is over, the meal is complete, and the rival society is no more, poetry, ideology, and religion may serve a new purpose. They often become the torch that welds the citizens of the swallowed loser into a new pecking order. They help turn captive chunks of the vanquished group into parts of the newly enlarged superorganism. For example, Hinduism has seemed to its admirers in the West a profoundly spiritual view of the world. It rejects materialism, lays aside earthly desires, tells its adherents to go with the flow, to accept the world as it is, to build up a positive karma, and to strive for nirvana in a selfless world. What could possibly be more benign? Under the surface, however, the Hindu religion is not what it seems. In fact, it was the device with which one conquering group managed to validate its theft of power, prestige, and goods from a rival superorganism. In approximately 1500 BC, a cluster of Aryans drove their herds of cattle from Iran to northern India through the Hindu Kush mountains. These were men whose lives centered around two things: their cows and their fighting. So inextricably were the two woven together that the Aryan word, gavishti, had two meanings: the first, to search for cows; the second, to fight. On the Indian side of the mountains, these violence-prone Iranian cattle herders found a people far more sophisticated than they were. The Iranian intruders could neither read nor write. The people native to India, however, excelled at both. The Iranians had never seen a building more complex than a temporary hut. The Indians had lived for over 1,000 years in elaborate cities. But apparently the Iranians had something that the Indian inhabitants lacked: an eagerness to fight. During the next few hundred years, the Iranians relentlessly attacked the indigenous Indian population and brutally beat the unfortunate locals into submission. It was a pecking order triumph par excellence. The Iranian invaders reduced the Indians to the shameful role of a conquered people and declared themselves the lords of the land. But where does a lofty and otherworldly religion fit into all of this? Hinduism was the picture of the invisible world, crafted over the following centuries by the priests of the Iranians' descendants. At Hinduism's heart was a simple notion. There were several classes of human beings, as distinct from one another as worms are distinct from lions. First, there were the twice-born, men favored by the gods with all their holy blessings. Then there were the Shudras and the outcasts, loathsome people so beneath the contempt of the heavenly deities that the gods refused to accept their prayers. The deities had ordained it thus. They had declared in their infinite power that the twice-born were to ride forever on the shoulders of the dirtier and humbler classes of men. For the twice-born were close to divinity. The lower castes were not. And who were these exalted twice-born mortals? The descendants of the Iranians. This pious self-aggrandizement of a conquering barbarian tribe led to the Indian caste system. The top three castes were exclusively reserved for the twice-born Iranians. One of these privileged orders, Kshatriyas, contained the Iranian warriors and aristocrats. The second, Brahmins, included the Iranian priests, those wonderful folks who had come up with the system to begin with. And the third caste housed the Iranian landholders and merchants, Vaishyas. Down at the bottom of society, squirming like insects beneath the Iranian heel, were the original Indian natives, the occupied peoples. They became the loathed Shudras and outcasts. The defeated Indian Shudras were promptly put to work. They were sent into the fields to raise the crops upon which the wealth of the Iranian nobles, priests, and merchants would soon be based. The Iranian overlords were fair-skinned. The natives who had been placed in a state of permanent humiliation were dark in hue. That complexion difference was embedded permanently in the name of the social structure. The newly initiated hierarchical layers were called varnas, castes, the Iranian word for color. Under the Hindu system, the descendants of the Iranians were born with all the privileges that Hitler's Nazis would someday dream of. Take, for example, the prerogatives of the Iranian priests, the Brahmins. Anyone from a lower caste who jostled a Brahmin on the street committed a sin. If he bumped the Brahmin with his arm, the arm was cut off. If he touched the Brahmin with his foot, the foot was surgically removed. If he sat in a Brahmin's chair, he had a 10-inch red-hot rod rammed up his nether parts. If he complained to the Brahmin about this treatment, he had the same smoking piece of metal shoved down his throat. Anyone of lower class who sipped water from a pool at which a Brahmin was contemplating a drink polluted it. A Brahmin could make whatever accusation he wanted against a person of lower caste, and the accused would be punished. But the lower caste citizen could make no complaint against the Brahmin. Once a Brahmin had married at least one woman of his own superior caste, he could go into the street during festivals, roam about searching for some nice-looking girl from the lower strata, marry her if it pleased him, and discard her when he tired of her charms. But no man of lower social position could marry a Brahmin girl. The members of the Iranian race were treated as Übermenschen, literally overmen. Why does the Hindu religion tell its adherents to go with the flow, to abhor the things of this world, to set aside earthly desires, to hope only for the improvement of their lot after this life is over? Because Hinduism was designed to keep the conquered Shudras in their place. It told those trapped in the lower castes to be content with their humiliation and shun the appalling actions that might spring from desire and discontent. It instructed them never to overthrow their Iranian masters. A brilliant invention made the society work: specialization. An entire class of human beings was consigned to agriculture for a lifetime. Another class was given the lifelong specialty of warfare. Presumably, perpetual practice made each better at his craft. And of course, there were the specialists in religion who spent their time suppressing vanity and desire, the two things that could have torn the pecking order apart. For desire would have made those pinned in the lower orders hanker to move above their humble station. The armies of professional religionists, the priests and monks, seemed at first glance to serve no useful economic purpose, but in fact they were the keepers of an indispensable meme. They declared that if you had the patience to tolerate imprisonment in a lower caste during this life, you would be rewarded later by rebirth in the next caste up the ladder. If you held still long enough, you could actually become an Iranian. In fact, the Iranian overlords expressed themselves as if they knew that they were fashioning a new superorganism from the swallowed pieces of the society they'd overwhelmed. Their ancient scripture, the Rig Veda, written in the days when the conquerors were piecing together their new social system, put the argument for superorganism quite bluntly. The Brahmanic priests, said the Veda, were man's mouth. The warriors were his arms. His thighs were the Vaishya, the tradesmen and landowners, and the Shudras, the farmers, were his feet. The Brahmins were not the only folk to turn plunder into a permanent condition, grafting the conquered onto the underbelly of their own superbeast. The aristocrats in many civilizations are the fossils of earlier conquering hordes. Their position at society's apex is the residue of robbery. In England, the titled classes, the folks who hold their noses in the air, are the descendants of Saxon, Viking, and Norman soldiers who pillaged, slaughtered, and raped in successive waves from roughly AD 470 to 1066. In Japan, the aristocracy, which has sat securely in place for nearly 1,800 years, is the remnant of a population of nomadic Mongoloid horsemen who came across the sea from Korea in the 1st century AD, brutalizing the local population into submission with long iron swords. Yet we still gush with excitement over princes and princesses who show off at elaborate parties and are featured in fashionable magazines, not realizing that the virtue which distinguishes their families from ours was the greater willingness of their ancestors to use violence. In Japan and England, just as in India, religion, philosophy, poetry, and ideology have all been used to nail the conquered in their lowly place. For a view of the invisible world holds a very visible world together, the world of society. A web of memes justifies the subjugation of those on the bottom, upholds the power of those on top, and sometimes maintains the specialized roles that allow a static society to work. Even more, it clothes the power of those who rule with a sublime halo, disguising overlords as the chosen of God, or, in the case of Marxism, the inevitable heirs to the forces of history. It sanctifies the pecking order. Who are the next barbarians? The Barbarian Principle. 1,000 men who fear not for their lives are more to be dreaded than 10,000 who fear for their fortunes. Denis Diderot. A position at the top of the pecking order is not permanent. Far from it. Animals who make it to the peak know that simple fact. They see that yesterday's adolescents have become today's restless adults, and watch warily as these youthful challengers size up the odds of knocking their elders off the top of the heap. Dominant beasts remain vigilant, but a strange thing happens to nations at the pecking order's apogee. The dominant superorganism sometimes goes to sleep. It falls complacently into a fatal trap, assuming that its high position is God-given, that its fortunate lot in life will last forever, that its lofty status is carved in stone. It forgets that any pecking order is a temporary thing, and no longer remembers just how miserable life can be on the bottom. The results are often an unpleasant surprise. We all know that Rome was picked apart by peoples any respectable Roman could see were beneath his contempt. The barbarians didn't shave, they wore dirty clothes, they were almost always drunk, their living standard was one step above that of a mule, their technology was laughable, they usually couldn't read and write, and they certainly had no culture. What could these smelly primitives do? They could fight. Rome was not the first superpower toppled by the Third World rejects of its day. Egypt, land of the pharaohs and home of the Sphinx, had been the most imposing power of its time. When the other great dominion of the day, Sumer, was still only a disunited gaggle of embryonic city-states, Egypt united as a 600-mile-long kingdom under its first pharaoh, Menes. That was 5,000 years ago. Militarily, Egypt towered over its neighbors. Its public buildings were carved with solemn scenes of Egyptian warriors leading huge masses of conquered peoples off to slavery and beheading the unruly types who refused to go along with captivity. No one could challenge the mighty empire, not if he wanted to live to talk about it. Like ants in the colony with the biggest territory, Egyptians lived the good life. Consumer comforts were a dime a dozen. In one splurge downtown, you could stock up on cosmetics, perfumes, and an occasional statuette of a cat to decorate the living room. Bread, beer, and kitchenware were available at the local market in dizzying abundance. A nationwide irrigation system kept the fresh food coming, and a state-run system for storing agricultural surplus made sure that even in a bad season, everyone had plenty to eat. The government was stable. The system of pharaohs had worked like a charm for 1,300 years. Our constitutional democracy has only made it a skimpy 200-plus. The country's architects were building pyramids while most of Egypt's neighbors were still struggling to put up pup tents in the desert. And things seemed to be getting better all the time. Numerous tribes roamed like animals in the wastelands far beyond Egypt's boundaries. An Egyptian would have sneered at the notion that these wanderers could ever constitute a serious threat. Then a churlish mob no one had ever heard of swept down from the north. They were cultural nobodies, contemptible yahoos. Their lifestyle was fourth-rate. Aside from their lack of couth, they had only 3 distinguishing characteristics. They were excellent horsemen, they reveled in violence, and they had a knack for inventing military hardware. They were called the Hyksos, and they totally overwhelmed the smug Egyptians, chopping up the fine-tuned Egyptian army like chicken liver. Then they rode their chariots into Egypt's splendid cities and took over. They had the gall to plunk one of their own on the pharaoh's holy throne. Adding insult to injury, these gutter crawlers proceeded to rule Egypt for the next 107 years. Nearly 1,000 years later, another superpower would be overwhelmed by barbarians. This time, however, the tale would end in irony, for this superpower itself had begun as a barbarian horde. The Empire of Babylonia had racked up some astonishing accomplishments. 400 years before the Hyksos taught the Egyptians the drawbacks of overconfidence, Babylonia's King Hammurabi had concocted a political breakthrough that revolutionized government, the idea of writing down laws. While the rest of the world was mired in illiteracy, the Babylonians were using a script so simple that every corner merchant could keep lists of his inventory and send angry letters to tardy suppliers. Even humble miners were able to write graffiti on the walls of the pits in which they worked. The Babylonian military machine was a wonder to behold. With its unbeatable strategies, it hacked out a massive realm. By 600 BC, Babylonian territory stretched in a 1,000-mile arc from the Persian Gulf to the shores of the Mediterranean. The Babylonians were so confident in their power that when they ran into resistance from the Hebrews, they tried something no weaker nation would have dared. They transported almost the entire population of the Hebrew kingdom of Judah to Babylon and resettled the Jews in the bustling imperial capital, hoping that a few years of making a living in the Babylonian metropolis would turn this Bible-reading throng into nice middle-class idol worshippers. It didn't work. Once Babylonia had trounced every tribal people in sight, its major concerns became the other superpowers of the day, the Assyrians and Medes. Babylonia had good reason to worry. Each of these rivals was a mammoth empire famed for military prowess. For example, even the captive Hebrews had commented on the Assyrians' ability to overwhelm peaceful towns by a surprise attack, coming down like a wolf on the fold. What's worse, not long ago the Assyrians had reduced the Babylonians to a secondary power, and Babylon's politicians did not want to see that fate occur again. As for the threat from the Medes, the Babylonian queen Nitocris was so concerned that she underwrote a strategic defense initiative on the scale of Ronald Reagan's Star Wars anti-ballistic missile scheme. She literally had a new course dug for the Euphrates River, forcing the water to loop around in a confusing tangle that would presumably keep the Medes from mounting a surprise naval attack against her capital. In addition, she fortified the river's edge with huge embankments and, to slow the Euphrates current, dug a lake some 47 miles in circumference, reinforcing its banks with stone. With empires like those of the Medes and Assyrians threatening them, who needed to worry about rabble from the hills? But the rabble did indeed turn out to be the Babylonians' major problem. A tribe from the rocky Zagros Mountains of southwestern Iran decided it would like to rule the lush valleys where cities flourished and the wealthy wore fine apparel. That tribe was the Persians. The Persians were unlettered and uncouth, but they loved a good fight. It wasn't long before this hitherto unknown mob overwhelmed the Assyrians and the Medes, Babylon's two rival superpowers. Then the Persians turned on the isolated Babylonians and won. The irony came a few decades later. By now the victorious Persian rulers had turned from barbarians to urbane city dwellers. True, they still traveled up into the hills to eat and drink with the old folks for a few weeks, but then they went back to their estates, their servants, their armies of bureaucrats, and their imported luxuries. They took over the superpowers of the day one by one, finally subduing Egypt in 525 BC. The Persian superorganism was now the master of the international pecking order. Of course, there were still dangers, but the Persians knew exactly where to look for them, or so they thought. Like the Babylonians before them, the Persians were blind to the barbarians, and expected trouble only from nations celebrated for military might. They forgot that the real danger often comes from a people everyone has totally dismissed. So the great Persian leader Darius didn't bother with the scarcely civilized yokels who squabbled interminably on a bunch of islands and rocky coasts to the west, and who called themselves the Greeks. The western upstarts provoked a fight. When some of the cities under Persian rule revolted, the insignificant foreigners sent a fleet to help them out. Then these outlanders proceeded to burn down Sardis, capital of the western segment of Persia's empire. The Persians, determined to teach the impertinent nobodies a lesson, ordered a naval detachment to administer punishment. Like the group of helicopters once dispatched to rescue American hostages in Iran, the invincible Persian fleet ran into technical problems. It was wrecked in a storm. In 490 BC, the Persians tried again. This time they sailed off to the homeland of the upstarts and clobbered one of their pitifully backward towns into the turf. But the nobodies turned the tables. They sent the invading Persian troops running and destroyed 7 of the empire's momentarily victorious ships. The Persians had it. They were determined to make these half-baked rednecks from a land scarcely marked on the map rue the day they tangled with Persia. Emperor Xerxes gathered an armada of mind-boggling size, its ships numbering well over 1,000. What's more, according to Herodotus, the Persians put together an army of 1,700,000 men, including troops from every territory of the empire: Arabia, Bactria, Media, Assyria, Ethiopia, and Libya. Even the distant Indians contributed their heaviest transport vehicle, the war elephant. The resulting military force was so vast that it stretched farther than the eye could see. Provisioning it with food and equipment took 4 years and the resources of an entire continent. Whenever the Persian host marched to a fresh campsite, it literally ate every available bit of food and drank every potable drop of water in expanses dozens of square miles in size. Says Herodotus, "There was not a nation in Asia the Persians didn't take with them, and, save for the great rivers, there was not a stream their army drank from that was not drunk dry." The folks they were marching to conquer couldn't come anywhere near this logistic sophistication. But the barbarians the Persians considered beneath contempt won the war. In the years before the first major Persian-Greek war, when he was informed that the burning of Sardis had been pulled off by a landing party of Athenians, the exasperated Persian emperor Darius had been forced to ask, "Who are the Athenians?" Now, presumably, he knew. 150 years later, a Greek whom even his fellow Greeks called a barbarian would conquer the entire Persian Empire. His name was Alexander the Great. The whole thing was as unlikely as the Vietnamese turning around and conquering the U.S., but it happened. In fact, in history, it happens over and over again. It happened in 1870 when the French were forced to fight a country that just a few years earlier had been a disorganized clutter of ragtag mini-states ruled by comic opera princes. The land of Napoleon was rated by every armchair general as the mightiest military force on the continent. But France lost. Its army was chopped up like ground round. Its glorious capital, Paris, faced the humiliation of a foreign army marching down its streets. The upstart nation that had brought France to its knees was Germany. An equally surprising fate occurred to England when it trained its guns on the superpowers of its day in 2 world wars. After the smoke had cleared, 2 backward nations of Johnny-come-latelys ended up dominating the world. These countries, whose inhabitants had usually been regarded as just one small step above the primitive, were the United States and Russia. The lesson? Never forget the pecking order's surprises. Today's superpower is tomorrow's conquered state. Yesterday's overlooked mob is often the ruler of tomorrow. Never underestimate the Third World. Never be complacent about barbarians. Be complacent about barbarians. Are there killer cultures? Man's greatest good fortune is to chase and defeat his enemy, seize his total possessions, leave his married women weeping and wailing, ride his gelding, and use the bodies of his women as a nightshirt and support. Genghis Khan. He butchered 3 of them with an axe and decapitated them. In other words, instead of using a gun to kill them, he took a hatchet to chop their heads off. He struggled face to face with one of them, and throwing down his axe, managed to break his neck and devour his flesh in front of his comrades. I award him the Medal of the Republic. General Mustafa Tlas, Syria's Minister of Defense, praising a hero of the 1973 war with Israel before the Syrian National Assembly. Appeasing of governments which revel in slaughter is an invitation to worldwide catastrophe. Fin le jour. Some readers will be outraged by my presumption. How dare I regard any group as barbaric? What appalling ethnocentrism! There are no barbarians. There are simply cultures we haven't taken the time to understand. Cultures to whom we haven't given sufficient aid. Cultures in need of development. Beneath the skin, all men and women are the same. They have the same needs, the same emotions, and the same ideals. If you simply took those folks you speak of so contemptuously out for a cup of coffee, you would discover that they are just like you and me. But there are barbarians. People whose cultures glorify the act of murder and elevate violence to a holy deed. These cultures portray the extinction of other human beings as a validation of manliness, a heroic gesture in the name of truth, or simply a good way to get ahead in the world. Certain Islamic societies tend to be high on this list. On November 28, 1943, Franklin Roosevelt met secretly with Joseph Stalin and Winston Churchill in Iran. When Roosevelt returned home, he sent a telegram to the Shah thanking the Iranian ruler for his hospitality. The president explained that he'd noticed the hills in Iran were bare. American agronomists had learned to prevent soil erosion and enrich the landscape by planting trees on slopes like these. Roosevelt suggested an experimental tree planting program. The Iranian leader thanked FDR. But privately, the young potentate was highly insulted. According to Muslim standards, the gift demeaned his virility. Stalin was far more understanding of Mohammedan culture. He offered the Shah tanks and planes. Hafez al-Assad, current leader of Syria, worked hard to solidify his position as the country's undisputed ruler. He didn't do it by selling Syria's citizens on the values of his political platform. Instead, he slaughtered 20,000 Muslim fundamentalists who opposed him. According to the New York Times, in 1980, Yasser Arafat, the Palestinian leader, had a Lebanese imam, a holy man roughly equivalent to a pastor, shot in the head for refusing to preach the propaganda of the PLO. Then Arafat visited the imam's Lebanese home, took his 10-year-old son outside, explained to the little boy that his father had been murdered by the Israelis, handed the lad a gun and said, "When you grow up, use this to take revenge." Arafat wanted the boy to be a killer. Holiness, righteousness, and even day-to-day propriety in Islamic cultures are based on the example of Muhammad. Though Islamic literature praises Muhammad as a man of peace, he was also a military leader. In AD 624, the Prophet announced the concept of the jihad, the holy war. He said in the blessed book, the Quran, "I will instill terror into the hearts of the unbelievers, smite ye above their necks, and smite all their fingertips off them, and slay them wherever ye catch them." In the next 9 years, the man of peace ordered a minimum of 27 military campaigns. He personally led 9 of them. It is not surprising that Muslim jurists would later declare that there are 2 worlds, the world of Islam, Dar al-Islam, and the non-Islamic world, Dar al-Harb. These 2 territorial spheres, explain the Muslim scholars, are in a state of perpetual war. According to some Quranic interpreters, any leader who fails to make wide slaughter in the land of the infidel is committing a sin. A statesman is allowed the temporary expedient of peace only if his forces are not yet strong enough to win. This may explain why Elias Canetti, in his Nobel Prize-winning book Crowds and Power, calls Islam a killer religion, literally, a religion of war. In reality, Islam, like most other religions, has both its positive and its negative sides. It imposes a host of admirable responsibilities on its adherents. For example, zakat, the presentation of regular, substantial contributions to the poor. Allah also demands that his followers give glad tidings to those who believe and work righteousness. Cover not truth with falsehood, nor conceal the truth when ye know what it is, and treat with kindness your parents and kindred and orphans and those in need. However, Allah issues many a darker order as well, and the percentage of modern Islamic adherents who have focused on Allah's calls to combat is dismaying. Today, the descendants of the Persians who fought the Greeks in 480 BC are devout Muslims. In the 30s, one of them labored diligently to become an Islamic scholar. He pored over the Quran for years. As he demonstrated his superior knowledge of Allah's pronouncements, he rose in the ranks of Iranian holy men. Finally, he achieved the second highest title, Ayatollah, roughly equivalent to a Catholic cardinal. His name was Ruhollah Khomeini, and he wrote books and pamphlets and even taped and distributed his speeches to inspire the citizens of Iran with sacred virtue. The Ayatollah's words roused Iranians to overthrow the Shah and usher in a government based on strict Islamic doctrine. What did the Ayatollah's pronouncements say? Among other things, that infidels are like dogs. Their existence is an affront to Allah. Here's how the Ayatollah himself put it. Muslims have no alternative to an armed holy war against profane governments. Holy war means the conquest of all non-Muslim territories. It will be the duty of every able-bodied adult male to volunteer for this war of conquest, the final aim of which is to put Quranic law in power from one end of the earth to the other. The leaders of the USSR and of England and the President of the United States are infidels. Every part of the body of a non-Muslim individual is impure, even the hair on his head and his body hair, his nails, and all the secretions of his body. Any man or woman who denies the existence of God or believes in his partners, the Christian Trinity, or else does not believe in his Prophet Muhammad, is impure, in the same way as are excrement, urine, dog, and wine. Concluded the Ayatollah, Islam does not allow peace between a Muslim and an infidel. Though many of us imagine that the promotion of harmony is a prime objective of every major world faith, the Ayatollah disagreed. The leaders of our religion were all soldiers, commanders, and warriors, he wrote. They killed, and they were killed. The concept of a peaceful prophet was so alien to the Ayatollah that he was convinced Christ's message had been deliberately distorted by Westerners. Said Khomeini, "This idea of turning the other cheek has been wrongly attributed to Jesus, peace be unto him. It is those barbaric imperialists that have attributed it to him. Jesus was a prophet, and no prophet can be so illogical." Khomeini's dicta may seem irrelevant now that he has long been dead, but his words have gained in influence since his demise. Early in the 90s, Iraq's humiliation in the Gulf War undermined the credibility of the secular Muslim regimes, leaving a power vacuum into which fundamentalism leaped. There are currently roughly 100 million Islamic fundamentalists, rechristened Islamic revivalists by some scholars. Activists among them, employing the slogan, Africa for Islam, are making diligent and often violent efforts to seize power in numerous sub-Saharan states. They have gained sufficient favor with South Africa's ANC that Nelson Mandela, in a 1992 visit to Tehran, told the Iranians that Africa must be reshaped along the lines of the Iranian Revolution. Ironically, when South African leader Bishop Desmond Tutu gave a speech to a Palestinian crowd in 1989 lauding Palestinian interests, he failed to realize that the Arabic banners carried by his listeners read, "On Saturday we will kill the Jews, on Sunday we will kill the Christians." Khomeini-style fundamentalists have become vigorous political forces in areas like China's Xinjiang region, where, as of 1994, Beijing officials were seriously concerned that the area's inhabitants, influenced by propaganda from Iran, would attempt to break away and found a fundamentalist Islamic republic. Islamic fundamentalists have been involved in the Indian state of Kashmir's vicious civil war. They've been active in Malaysia, Thailand, where Muslim guerrilla forces were fighting in 1993, and the Sudan, where an Iranian-backed fundamentalist regime is engaged in a campaign to subjugate, exterminate, or, according to the United Nations International Labor Organization, literally enslave the black Christians and animists in the southern region of the country. Followers of Khomeini have been moving aggressively in Algeria, Jordan, Tunisia, Lebanon, Kuwait, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, where by 1992 posters and portraits of the Ayatollah had become a particularly strong sales item in local stores. France, and according to Greek Defense Minister Ioannis Varitziotis, and the University of Belgrade's Dragoljub R. Živojinović, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Yugoslavia. In many of these cases, fundamentalists are sweeping elections, manipulating generals, funding insurrections, sponsoring terrorism, or actually taking control. Islamic fundamentalists have poured money into America's black communities in an effort that has brought more than 1 million African Americans over to the one true faith. While most of these converts remain peaceful, Al-Fuqra, a predominantly African American Islamic group under the leadership of Pakistani Sheikh Mubarak Ali Jilani Hashimi, has declared a jihad in North America and, according to law enforcement agencies, has been involved in bombings, murders, and other forms of bloodshed in Colorado, Arizona, Pennsylvania, and Canada. It has been reported that Al-Fuqra also had a hand in the 1993 effort to blow up New York's United Nations building, the city's FBI headquarters, and its Holland and Lincoln tunnels. When the Iranians declared a death sentence on the British author Salman Rushdie, black American imams everywhere from Brooklyn to Los Angeles enthusiastically supported the move. So did the Muslim head of UCLA's Middle Eastern Studies Department. Even a loyal African-American Gulf War veteran, won over to Allah in 1991, stated after his change in faith that, "Soon it, Islam, will take over all of America, then the world." The U.S. African-American community is only a beachhead. Islamic forces have been attempting to gain control of U.S. media outlets in the hope of using them as propaganda tools for the Muslim point of view. The Saudis and America's Christian fundamentalists battled in the early 1990s for the right to purchase America's second-largest wire service, UPI. Ultimately, the Arabs won. In addition, Amal Adam, the former head of Saudi Arabia's equivalent of the CIA, was the primary backer of a British-based firm called Capcom, whose chief officers were the heads of TCI, Telecommunications Incorporated, America's largest player in the cable television game. In 1993, TCI made headlines when it came within a hair's breadth of merging with Bell Atlantic. Had the effort succeeded, it would have formed what financial analysts universally heralded as one of the giants of the coming interactive media revolution, giving the Saudis additional leverage for American media manipulation. The ground is ripe for worldwide Islamic fundamentalist expansion. Mohammedanism is currently the fastest-growing religion on the planet. There are 1 billion Muslims, as many as Jews and Christians combined, and that number is increasing daily. According to Cairo University's Professor Ali Dasuki, 50 countries are now Islamic. What's more, there are massive Mohammedan populations everywhere from Nigeria to Mongolia, the former Soviet Central Asian republics, Southeast Asia, and the Philippines. The countries with the world's largest Islamic bodies of citizenry are not even parts of the Arab world. They are Indonesia and China. To top it off, Islamic public opinion, if the Arabs, Iranians, and Pakistanis are an accurate barometer, is virulently anti-American. Today's Islam extremism is the perfect example of a meme grown ravenous. Saddam Hussein, in his 1990 drive for expansion, claimed to be following Allah's message. The late General Zia, former head of Pakistan, who masterminded the fundamentalist-led Afghan resistance efforts using U.S. funds, kept a map in his office with all of Iran, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Soviet Central Asia marked in green. It was the symbol of his ultimate ambition, unified Muslim rule extending through every green-marked territory. In 1990, one enthusiastic Turkish official, Minister of State Ercüment Konukman, noted the substantial Turkish populations in the former Soviet Union and China and looked forward to uniting them under the colors of the Turkish flag. A fundamentalist clergyman in Lebanon says, "Don't believe that we want an Islamic republic in Lebanon. What Hezbollah wants is a world Islamic republic." Cairo constitutional lawyer Dr. A.K. Abdul Magd adds, "I even venture sometimes to say that Islam was not meant to serve the early days of Islam, when life was primitive and when social institutions were still stable and working. It was meant to be put in a freezer and to be taken out when it will be really needed. And I believe that the time has come. The mission of Islam lies not in the past, but in the future." Dr. Abdul Sabur Shaheen of Cairo goes a step further and warns that Western civilization makes a big mistake when it thinks it will endlessly remain dominant. Even secular Muslim intellectuals teaching in the top universities of the United States and Europe have joined the expansionist bandwagon, calling for a leader who will pull world Islam together into an unstoppable force. "Islam will take over the world," said an Egyptian in Cairo in the late 80s to a crew from Britain's Granada TV. No isolated gray-haired zealot, he was one of a new breed of young university graduates, members of the middle class, and professionals, often among the highest achievers in their region. These religious devotees do not have a happy fate in store for those of us in the West, explained the young Egyptian. Islam is a tree that feeds on blood and grows on severed limbs. In the early and mid-90s, a spate of books and articles appeared proclaiming that, despite such rhetoric, Islam poses no geopolitical danger. Abul Aziz Said, of the School of International Service at American University, said point-blank that Islamic fundamentalism is not the enemy of the West. Islamic fundamentalism, he declared, is a defensive social and political movement, a reaction to westernization and modernization. It is, he insisted, an attempt to restore an old civilization, not create a new empire. Yet later in his article, Said said that ancient imperial triumphs were at the heart of the world influence fundamentalists were legitimately attempting to regain. And the veil slipped a bit from his true feelings when, zeroing in on his conclusion, he declared that imitative responses of Muslims to the challenge of the West evince identification with the enemy. John L. Esposito, former president of the Middle East Studies Association, criticized the creation of an imagined monolithic Islam, and contended that those apprehensive about fundamentalism fail to account for the diversity of Muslim practice. Palestinian-born Columbia University scholar Edward Said echoed the assertion that diversity renders the notion of an Islamic threat, in Said's word, phony. However, diversity within a cultural community does not necessarily halt its expansionist drive. The European West spread its often brutal control over every continent while so divided and diverse that it was engaged in an almost non-stop series of internecine wars, and early Islam conquered a territory almost equally vast while its leaders squabbled and fought and its religious sects were rent by schism. Esposito, like many other writers on the topic, justifies the ferocity of anti-Western Islamic sentiments by reminding us that many in the Arab and Muslim world view the history of Islam and of the Muslim world's dealings with the West as one of victimization and oppression at the hands of an expansive imperial power. There's no question he is right. However, the Islamic world held the upper hand in the struggle between the Occident and the Levant for over 1,100 years. The West managed to turn the tables briefly when the Crusaders established a short-lived Middle Eastern toehold, but the Crusader states were not planted on undisputed Muslim land. The heart of the Islamic Empire, the section bordering the Mediterranean Rim, was a deeply Christian area, a vital spiritual and economic core of a Western imperium which, for over 600 years before Muhammad's birth, had included the non-Arab provinces of Turkey, known then as Asia, Galatia, Bithynia, Pontus, and Cappadocia, where St. Paul established many of the first churches, Syria, whose city of Damascus was one of the earliest major Christian centers, Israel, homeland to the Jews since roughly 1200 BC, and, despite Roman efforts to expel the native population, still dotted with Hebrew villages when the Muslims arrived, sword in hand, Egypt, populated at the time by rabidly Christian descendants of the pyramid builders, along with significant numbers of Greeks and Jews, Libya, the former Cyrenaica, Tunisia, Carthage and its environs, where St. Augustine was born and eventually became Bishop of Hippo, and northern Algeria and Morocco, then called Mauritania. These were the countries that had produced the Bible, the Christian monastic movement, born in Egypt, St. Jerome's conversion, in what is now Turkey, St. John of Damascus, the famed early church historian Bishop Eusebius of Caesarea, Origen, St. Athanasius, the Arian heresy, and a significant number of fathers of the Roman Catholic faith and the Eastern Orthodox Creed. The Knights of the Cross did not retain their reconquered kingdoms long. They took Jerusalem in 1099 and were expelled by 1187. Nevertheless, according to historian Amin Maalouf, the author of the Crusades through Arab eyes, modern Arabs tend to see today's world events as a continuation of the Crusades. For 600 years after the fall of the Crusader states, Islamic forces returned to the attack, capturing Greece and chunks of Eastern Europe, raiding towns in Sicily and the Italian coasts for goods and slaves, preying on Mediterranean shipping, chaining Europeans like Miguel Cervantes to the oars of their galleys, and until 1826 forcing the Christian citizens of Yugoslavia and Albania to give up their children to Muslim overlords, who brought up the males on the Quran, then turned them into soldiers, known as janissaries. It wasn't until 1798 that Napoleon began to shift the balance between East and West again, when he briefly invaded Egypt, from which he was ignominiously expelled by the British and the Turks. But the heavy-handed Fertile Crescent imperialism, so resented by the Arabs, didn't begin until after the First World War, and it lasted less than 40 years. Southern Spain remained under the Moslem yoke for 781 years, and Greece for 381. And pieces of long-time Christian terrain like St. Augustine's North African homeland and the religious and secular capital that eventually eclipsed Rome in power and splendor, Byzantium, are still in Muslim hands today. Syria, on the other hand, was only under Western control for 21 years, Egypt for 67, and Iraq a mere 15. If one accepts Esposito's reasoning, Westerners, who were bludgeoned by an expansive imperial Islam for well over a millennium, have more right to fear an Islamic revival than Muslims have to hate the West. More to the point, Phoebe Marr of the National Defense University's Institute for Strategic Studies contends that militant extremist groups dedicated to violence and an absolute rejection of the West are small. In addition, she claims, the radicals do not have a broad base of popular support. Even in Lebanon, however, where such groups flourish, a poll of university students taken in 1987 indicated that more than 90% disapproved of assassinations, hostage-taking, and sabotage of government installations. On the other hand, Marr admits that there may be only a thin line between the open mainstream movements and their clandestine, violent counterparts. She concludes that the Islamic revival is not only here to stay, but is likely to be a leading domestic political force shaping the Mediterranean region during the coming decades. Despite political vicissitudes, the various movements loosely connected under the rubric of Islamic fundamentalism have shown a staying power that indicates they have achieved both breadth and depth in their indigenous societies. Like Marr, Abbas Hamdani, professor of Middle Eastern history at the University of Wisconsin, asserts that to propose a monolithic view of Islam and then equate it with fundamentalism would be wrong. Except for mass followings in Algeria and Tunisia, fundamentalists represent a small segment, although a popular, vocal, and highly motivated one, of the total population. Hamdani overlooks the Sudan and Afghanistan, both of which, at this writing, were in fundamentalist hands. Even in Iran, which appears to be totally convulsed in fundamentalism, it is a small minority that has monopolized power. As the case of Iran demonstrates, it only takes a minority to seize control of a country, especially if that minority is enthusiastic about using violence. In Germany's July 1932 elections, 63% of the voters cast their ballots against the Nazis. By the November elections, the anti-Nazi vote was even larger. Yet Adolf Hitler was able to achieve dictatorial power only 4 months later on March 23, 1933, in part because his stormtroopers, like the militant gangs controlled by the fundamentalists, were willing to murder their opponents. Khomeini's works advocate vigorously converting or murdering all those who do not embrace Allah's holy meme. Then they urge a holy war on the nations of the West. The Ayatollah wrote, "Any non-religious, that is, non-Islamic power, whatever form or shape, is necessarily an atheistic power, the tool of Satan. It is part of our duty to stand in its path and to struggle against its effects. Such satanic power can engender nothing but corruption on earth, the supreme evil which must be pitilessly fought and rooted out. To achieve that end, we have no recourse other than to overthrow all governments that do not rest on pure Islamic principles, and are thus corrupt and corrupting, and to tear down the traitorous, rotten, unjust, and tyrannical administrative systems that serve them. If Islamic civilization had governed the West, we would no longer have to put up with these barbaric goings-on, unworthy even of wild animals. Western governments are using inhuman laws and inhuman political methods. Misdeeds must be punished by the law of retaliation. Cut off the hands of the thief. Kill the murderer instead of putting him in prison. Flog the adulterous woman or man. Your concerns, your humanitarian scruples, are more childish than reasonable. Khomeini had a prescription for such problems. All of humanity must strike these troublemakers, the governments of the West, with an iron hand. Islam has obliterated many tribes because they were sources of corruption, that is, sources of non-Islamic influence. Judging from the Ayatollah's rhetoric, the next tribes he would have liked to see obliterated were those in Europe and America. Allah is rapidly providing Khomeini's followers with a sword to carry out their master's wishes. He has offered Islam the fire in which the Quran says those who follow false faiths are destined to burn, nuclear weaponry. He has also provided the long-range missiles needed to use it. According to the late Imam's logic, there may be only one just and righteous thing to do: employ this technology to wipe out recalcitrant heathens like you and me. The modern growth of Islam is the coalescence of a superorganism drawn together by the magnetic attraction of a meme. But this meme has an advantage. The social body it is trying to pull together has existed as a unified social beast in the past. The old reflexes of solidarity are still there, waiting to be aroused. The meme of the new Islam is not laboring to generate a small and fragile embryo. It is simply attempting to awaken a sleeping giant. Violence in South America and Africa. The Islamic world is not the only place where violence is elevated to a virtue. Some Americans blame themselves for the bloodshed in Latin America, but violence was already endemic to these regions when this country had not yet become involved. In 1827, many years before the first platoon of American Marines set foot on Latin America's tropical soil, the German philosopher Hegel described the area's culture. In his lectures on world history, Hegel explained that Latin America was a deeply homicidal place. Revolutions were an almost daily occurrence. Armed violence was the standard method of changing a government or settling a difference of opinion. The situation was so bad that the Latin American revolutionary Simon Bolivar, the man who had freed Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Bolivia from colonial rule, gave up in disgust during 1830 and left South America for Europe. Bolivar said, "After fighting for 20 years, I have reached a few definite conclusions. Chief among them was that Latin America's addiction to butchery would inevitably cause the Central and South American states to fall into the hands of an unruly multitude and then into the rule of petty tyrants." American greed had nothing to do with the thirst for murder that dispirited Bolivar and Hegel. There were no massive multinational U.S. corporations in existence during the 1820s. Imperialist ambitions wouldn't infect American presidents for another 70 years. Due to reasons Hegel never described, some Latin American cultures seemed inherently brutal. Yet many African societies make the perpetual civil war of Latin America seem like languorous peace. For example, in the 1970s, President Francisco Macias Nguema of Equatorial Guinea felt genocide was the best way to consolidate his power. He established the domination of his tribal group, the Fang, by killing 50,000 of his countrymen. A third of the nation's population fled into exile. Many who stayed behind died in forced labor camps. Sékou Touré, president of Guinea, a country far to the north of Equatorial Guinea, once said, "Get rid of the vermin. There is no room for half measures." The vermin he wanted to exterminate were primarily members of the Fula tribe, especially those whose last names were Bari or Diallo. From January 1971, when Idi Amin, a black Muslim military leader, staged his coup, to 1981, between 100,000 and 300,000 black Ugandans were executed. The majority of those who died were members of the Acholi and Langi tribes who had supported Amin's predecessor, President Milton Obote. The heads of black Ugandans were beaten in with hammers, their legs were chopped off, and they were forced to eat the flesh of their fellow prisoners before they were put to death. To picture the nature of the event, imagine that when Bill Clinton won the presidency from George Bush in 1992, Clinton's followers had cemented their power by torturing and murdering registered Republicans. In an ominous echo of Adolf Hitler's genocidal rhetoric, a former Ugandan civil servant explained that President Amin was simply pursuing a final solution to the Acholi and Langi problem. But Idi Amin was not just one isolated madman in an otherwise peaceful country. When the bloodthirsty leader was deposed and Milton Obote returned to power, the newly restored president continued Amin's policy of slaughter. Obote killed 100,000 more black Ugandans. He simply did it with less press coverage. Africanist Ken C. Kotecha, in his book African Politics, calls the atrocities afflicting the continent a policy of annihilation. That policy was rampant during the 90s in countries from Liberia to Somalia, the Sudan, and Mozambique. Why did the political use of the mass grave sweep across Africa to begin with? When the former African colonies were granted their freedom, each new nation began life with a constitution that guaranteed civil rights to its minorities. Some of those minorities were white or Asian, but most were black. In the first few years of independence, the constitution of virtually every free country was altered to remove the guarantees of liberty to minorities, altered to put all power in the hands of one man at the top, altered to give unopposed authority to the party the chief executive ruled and to the friends and kinsmen among whom he divvied up the country's wealth and power. Needless to say, the minority populations who had been stripped of all rights often objected. Their protests were usually violent, and they were dealt with harshly. Burundi was typical. In 1962, the country won independence. In 1972, members of the Hutu tribe attempted to rebel against the government dominated by their rivals, the Tutsi. During the Hutu uprising, 2,000 people were killed. President Mikombero declared martial law, mobilized his army and his revolutionary youth brigades, then went on the attack against Hutu of any kind, whether they'd taken part in the rebellion or not. Mikombero's squads rounded up local administrators, chauffeurs, clerks, skilled workers, and, in the words of a Tutsi witness, almost all the Hutu intellectuals above the secondary school level, herded them into jail cells, and either shot them or beat them to death with clubs and rifle butts. 4,000 were killed in the town of Bujumbura alone. At the Université Officielle, the president's armed forces and youth squads showed up in classrooms, read off the names of Hutu students, and took them away to their deaths. A third of the school's students were slaughtered. Thousands of Protestant pastors, teachers, and school directors were murdered. When the killing was over, 150,000 had died. In 1993, when a Hutu was elected president, the Tutsis went on the rampage again. This time, 800,000 fled to neighboring countries in an effort to avoid what Foreign Minister Paul Munyambari called genocide. By 1994, that genocide had spilled over to Rwanda, where more than 500,000 Hutus and Tutsis were killed. The violence of Africa, of the Islamic world, and of Latin America is not a massive deviation from the human norm. It is a simple outbreak of something we all share. The citizens of these lands are in the grip of forces no human can escape, the animal brain and the battle between superorganisms. There are no righteous societies. There are simply different degrees of depravity. To establish the American Republic, our forefathers exterminated Native American tribes. Native Americans were no better. James Mooney, a pioneering ethnologist whom numerous Native Americans of the late 19th century regarded as a friend, said, "The career of every Indian has been the warpath. His proudest title has been that of warrior. His conversation by day and his dreams by night have been of bloody deeds upon the enemies of his tribe. His highest boast was in the number of his scalp trophies, and his chief delight at home was in the war dance and the scalp dance. The thirst for blood and massacre seemed inborn in every man, woman, and child of every tribe. Violent addictions still run like ramrods through our statements of ideals. We glorify the bloody war that gave us our independence. We sing a national anthem that invokes images of bombs bursting in air during battle. One of our favorite tunes for school children is the Battle Hymn of the Republic, a paean to bloodlust. In it, our God is pictured as a violence junkie who gets his kicks by trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. The Islamic world today does not see us as respecting human life. It views Westerners, and Americans in particular, as the ultimate destructive force, the civilization that indulged in 2 world wars and capped that carnage with the creation of the atomic bomb. In the minds of Muslims, only believers in Islam are true champions of peace and justice. To Muslims, we are the people whose hands are perpetually stained with blood. Like most of us, Muslims see only their better side, and like us, they imagine that their darker impulses do not really exist. Instead, they feel that the urge to destroy and conquer belongs only to their enemy. That's how the Muslim world justifies our imminent conquest, and how the Muslim superorganism excuses its hunger. What is the difference, then, between Americans, Africans, Latin Americans, and Muslims? Why do I claim that they, not we, are the barbarians? It's a question of degree. No American leader has ever followed the path of Syria's Assad and embarked on a mass extermination of political opponents to secure his position in office. No Yankee presidential candidate has emulated Equatorial Guinea's Francisco Nguema and wiped out 50,000 members of a rival ethnic group in some electoral ward that was rooting for his opponent. There is a little bit of the barbarian in all of us, but some are far more barbarous than others. There are cultures that idealize carnage. Others, we hope ours among them, put a premium on human life. Some cultures feel that debate is superior to battle, that discourse is preferable to the sword. These cultures stress conciliation, not violence, as a means of conflict resolution. They measure political manhood by the ability to produce voluntary consent. Their memes generate democracy and pluralism. Some of us in the West have a tendency to justify the pro-violence stance of third world countries. We turn our backs on African genocide or Syrian political killings as the good Germans turned away from the murder of 6 million Jews under the Nazis, or we find excuses for it. When we do, we become implicit accomplices in murder. Many of those who romanticize homicidal peoples have gone a step further. They have striven to replace the melting pot's leashed hostilities with multicultural enclaves roused to permanent anger by the dogmatic language of ethnic struggle. It is important that the societies which cherish pluralism survive. It is critical that they spread their values. It is vital that they not mistakenly imagine all other societies to be equal and their own to be inferior. It is imperative that they not allow their position in the pecking order of nations to slip, and that they not cave in to the onrush of barbarians. The importance of hugging. Why do some cultures seem abnormally prone to revel in violence? One possible answer comes from the patriarch of American psychology, William James, who said that civilized life makes it possible for large numbers of people to pass from the cradle to grave without ever having had a pang of genuine fear. James implies that without the omnipresent sense that at any moment they may lose their lives, the beneficiaries of civilization feel far less of the savage animosity, the fierce hatreds, and the deep desires to mutilate and kill that terror inspires. James's notion is intriguing, but let's not forget that we, too, have our hatreds and our violent moments. Another explanation may be found in a survey of 49 primitive cultures conducted by James W. Prescott, founder of the National Institute of Child Health and Human Development's Developmental Biology program. Some of the cultures Prescott studied took great pleasure in killing, torturing, or mutilating the enemy. Others did not. What was the difference? Says Prescott, physical affection, touching, holding, and carrying. The societies that hugged their kids were relatively peaceful. The cultures that treated their children coldly produced brutal adults. Or, to put it more technically, a low score on the infant physical affection scale correlated with a high rate of adult physical violence. You can see elements of Prescott's infant physical affection factor at work in Islamic society. Islamic mothers tend to be warm and nurturing, but Islamic fathers treat their children harshly, acting cold, distant, and wrathful. Their justification is an old religious proverb: father's anger is part of God's anger. When he reaches puberty, an Arab boy is expelled from the loving world of his mother and sisters into the realm of men. Their hand-holding between males is still allowed, but physical affection between men and women is frowned upon. A vengeful masculinity stands in its place. The result? Violent adults. For an indirect glimpse at how the principle works, let's meander into the world of the Bedouin. Bedouin culture is the mother of all Islam. The Bedouin are desert wanderers who, until recently, traveled with tent and camel through the Middle East and across northern Africa, driving their flocks of sheep and goats and organizing caravans. The city children of Mecca, where Muhammad was born, were given out to Bedouin nurses to be suckled. Muhammad himself was nursed by one of these Bedouin foster mothers and spent his childhood years among the shepherds of the desert. The Bedouin also made up the bulk of the armies with which Muhammad's followers went out to conquer the world. The old Bedouin ways have by no means disappeared. In 1978, an American graduate student of anthropology went to study interpersonal relationships among the Bedouin of the West Egyptian desert. Her name was Laila Abu Lukhod, and she had a unique advantage in penetrating the most intimate aspects of Bedouin life. Abu Lukhod's father was an Arab. In fact, he accompanied his daughter to Egypt and introduced her to the head of the family she would study. For had Laila appeared outside the nomad's tent, pads in hand, explaining that she was a scientific researcher, her quest would have been over before it began. The Bedouin would have noted that she was a woman alone, which could only mean one of two things. Either her family cared nothing about her, in which case any man who ran across her could do with her as he willed, or she had committed a deed so immoral that her family had thrown her out, in which case any man who ran across her could also do anything with her that suited his fancy. With her father to make the introductions, however, Abu Lukhod was accepted as a good Arab girl and was taken into the household as a stepdaughter, living among the Bedouin women as one of them. In the process, she saw details of Arab society from which Westerners are ordinarily shut out. Abu Lukhod returned with some extremely revealing observations, including the manner in which Bedouin society outlaws close, warm relationships between men and women. Romantic love is immoral. Wives are expected to act aloof and uncaring about their husbands. A wife refers to the gentleman with whom she occasionally shares a bed simply as that one or the old man. When a husband brings in a new bride, the previous spouse is supposed to show no jealousy, no emotion, no sense of hurt. Husbands and wives are not to be seen together in public. Kissing or hugging openly is considered disgusting, indecent, almost inhuman. A couple who indulge in such a moment of warmth would be subject to contempt, fury, and hatred. Men spend very little time with their wives, and scarcely ever mention them. In relationships between the sexes, a display of caring is despicable. Anger is what wins respect. The new wife of Rashid, one of the young men in the village Lukhod was observing, ran away. Rashid was distraught, but among the Bedouin, a man is not allowed to reveal his emotional wounds, especially if they are inflicted by a woman. Rashid's pained reaction was considered weak and scornful. Even his relatives scolded him. Later, Rashid began to rage. Now, everyone approved. This was the manly thing to do. Then the abandoned husband demonstrated a response that the other members of the tribe could be proud of. He began to search for someone to blame. Rashid interrogated women and children to see if one of them had annoyed the runaway wife so badly that she had been impelled to depart. Finally, he concluded that the girl had fled because of sorcery. The one behind the evil deed? His senior wife. The furious Rashid cursed his first wife and punished her by refusing to talk or visit with her. With this act of retaliation, everyone was happy. Author Leon Uris, who who reviewed considerable anthropological research to compile his vision of Arab family life in The Hajj, believes that Arab village dwellers exhibit this same coldness toward their kids. Children, Uris claims, are seldom shown warmth, but they are frequently punished harshly. Hisham Sharabi, Omar al-Mukhtar, professor of Arab culture at Georgetown University, goes a step further and asserts that Arab children are repressed to an intolerable degree. Like the Bedouin, Middle Eastern city dwellers put a premium on violence, anger, and revenge. One young Palestinian discovered that his unmarried sister had become pregnant, irredeemably sullying the family honor. The virtuous young man wiped away the shame by killing the girl and cutting open her belly with a knife. According to French sociologist Juliette Mons, who has lived and researched extensively in the Middle East, incidents like this are extraordinarily common. No wonder the noted Arab social scientist Halim Barakat has blamed the plight of the Levant on the structure of its families. The Arab peasants who stumbled across the famous Nag Hammadi Gnostic Gospels in an Egyptian cave in 1945 were just a few weeks away from a far more important deed at the time. They were planning to avenge the death of their father. A few weeks after their accidental contribution to archaeology, Muhammad Ali and his brothers tracked down their father's killer, murdered him, cut off his arms and legs, then ripped out his heart and ate it. The cheerleader urging them on was none other than their mother, and it's quite likely that the man on whom these faithful sons were venting their rage had done away with their father out of obedience to the same ancient laws of vengeance. The British Orientalist Sir Charles Lyell sums up the Arab lust for violence with one blunt aphorism: "Who uses not roughness, him shall men wrong." Could the denial of warmth lie behind this Arab brutality? It wouldn't be the first time that a lack of physical affection has gone hand in hand with a love of inflicting pain. In 16th and 17th century England, the England of Shakespeare and Elizabeth I, displaying love to your kids was considered utterly inappropriate. Young humans, cursed by the original sin of Adam, still carried the devil within them. His satanic majesty could be chased away only with a good thrashing. Spare the rod and spoil the child was a deadly serious maxim. The youngsters of England in those days displayed a brutality the Bedouin would have understood. They tethered chickens in the yard, then pelted them with stones until the tortured creatures finally died. They burned cats alive and pitted animals against each other, encouraging the beasts to tear each other limb from limb. And all of this was considered good, healthy fun. Said one approving poet about cock-throwing, tying a bird to a stake or burying it up to its neck in the ground, then letting school children stone it to death, "'Tis the bravest game." When the 16th and 17th century British reached adulthood, they didn't outgrow their love of violence. Englishmen set dogs on bulls for sport. The dog would clamp its teeth on the bull's nose, tear off its ears, and shred its skin. In the end, either the dog would slash the bull's throat, ripping its jugular and killing it slowly but painfully, or the bull would gore the dog and trample it to paste. One way or the other, the crowd would be amused. The British didn't restrict their delight in pain to animals. They whipped and hung their criminals in public, and huge audiences showed up with picnic baskets to watch. But a few hundred years later, the British memes evolved into another form, and parents changed their mind about how children should be raised. They offered a bit more affection, and soon the scenes of brutality in English streets came to an end. In much of Arab society, the unmerciful approach of fathers to their children continues, and public warmth between men and women is still considered an evil. Perhaps this is why a disproportionate number of Arab adults, stripped of intimacy and thrust into a life into which vulnerable emotion is a sin, have joined extremist movements dedicated to wreaking havoc on the world. Wreaking havoc on the world. The puzzle of complacency. In a world where some cultures elevate violence to a virtue, the dream of peace can be fatal. It can make us forget that our enemies are real and can blind us to the dark imperatives of the superorganismic pecking order. For thousands of years, China was an empire of unbelievable size and stability. Its technology and wealth were the envy of its neighbors. In 221 BC, the Chinese laid out a standard length for the axles of carts. The result? A wagon could roll over tens of thousands of miles of highway, and its wheels would fit precisely in the ruts left by previous travelers. The Chinese had paper money and uniform standards of weights and measures, while Europe was still blundering through the Dark Ages. Chinese weaponry and military strategy were light years ahead of anything else around. While Roman emperors were still relying on mechanical catapults, Chinese generals were deploying gunpowder mortars. As early as the 4th century BC, Chinese princes were already sending armies of 500,000 men into battle, and those legions were equipped with hardware the Europeans of their time could not even imagine. They had trigger-operated crossbows, chain-mail armor, and swords and spears of a miracle metal, steel. But the Chinese were periodically blinded by their own power. Slipping into the cheerful conviction that they could simply wish warfare away, they overlooked the potential of barbarians. One of the first to make that mistake was Chinese Emperor Wu Di. In AD 280, Wu Di took a good look at the colossus over which he ruled and discovered that it was in economic trouble. Trade was in a shambles. The people were poor and burdened with unbearable taxation. When Wu Di examined the problem more carefully, he quickly found its root. China was being dragged into the pit by a burden that had grown like a cancer, her military budget. Taxes were sopped up by the needs of a massive army, and most of the country's coins had literally been melted down to make weapons, forcing merchants to abandon money and rely on primitive barter. There was so little cash available that even government bureaucrats had to be paid in grain and silks. But there was good news on the horizon. Wu Di's armies had just overcome the two great powers that had for years posed the empire's major military threat, the muscular kingdoms of Wei and Wu. Now the moment had arrived when China could discard her military burden, lighten the load on her people, and set her economy free. Reducing the military budget was a good idea, but the Chinese took it too far. In the year 280, Emperor Wu Di made a staggering announcement, one that must have gladdened the hearts of Chinese everywhere. He decreed a general disarmament. The anvils of the sword-makers and the armorers grew silent. Generals were commanded to decommission their troops. Soldiers were ordered to go back to civilian life. The government hoped that its former infantrymen would settle down as farmers and become tax-paying citizens, helping to replenish the drained coffers of the administration. It sounds like a prescription for utopia, doesn't it? But the blissful state of permanent peace never quite materialized. The Chinese had disregarded the Lucifer principle. Hovering outside the country's borders was a federation of nomadic tribes that lacked China's civilized refinements and gift for high-tech creativity. But its leaders had studied every nuance of Chinese art, administration, and weaponry. And they possessed one significant edge. They had no compunctions about killing. In fact, it was their favorite sport. This tribal constellation was called the Xiong Nu. We know them better as the Huns. At first glance, no one could possibly have thought that the Huns were a serious threat. Their army consisted of a mere 50,000 men. The recently disbanded Chinese legions had been as large as 1,000,000. But in AD 309, the relatively small Hun military machine descended on the Chinese capital, Luoyang. The Chinese defended themselves doggedly, but they were at a severe disadvantage. Having retooled for peace, they were no longer equipped for war. After 2 years of fighting, the Huns marched into the defeated city and took the Chinese emperor, the descendant of the mighty sun, the linchpin who held together the heavens and the earth, captive. And in 313, they killed him. Within 3 years, the alien forces had completed their mop-up operation and seized the entire western sector of the critical Chinese north. Chinese princes, generals, and wealthy landowners fled for their lives. The day belonged to the Huns. An empire bigger than all the European states combined had fallen, all because it ignored the danger of the barbarians. You'd think the Chinese would have learned from that mistake, but they didn't. The Hunnish rule of China lasted a generation, then in 329 it came to an end. For the next 200 years, the Chinese were ruled first by one barbarian group, then another. It took a long time before China was finally able to restore her ancient glory. But once she had regained power, she slipped a second time into the blissful complacency that shutters the eyes of those on top of the pecking order. And her second careless stumble carries even more lessons about the dangers ahead of us. In the 11th century, once again convinced that she could use her great strength to usher in an era of peace, China turned to diplomacy, and did so brilliantly. She discovered that it cost far less to pacify her enemies with tribute than it did to maintain an elephantine army, so she paid her enemies off. To keep these hulking powers from her throat, she worked insidiously behind the scenes to stir up trouble. Not trouble that would threaten her own security, but that would create squabbles among her neighbors. After all, the more they quarreled with each other, the less they'd bother the Chinese. The whole scheme worked like a charm. It worked so well that both the Chinese and their enemies were able to dismantle their military complexes and pour the savings into the domestic economy. That diverted treasure produced a burst of prosperity. As usual, the Chinese and their superpower enemies had blithely dismissed the significance of the unwashed rabble beyond their frontiers. In 1114, that rabble, the Tungusic Juchun, kicked themselves loose from the superpower sphere of influence and prepared for war. Those preparations took a full 11 years, but when they were over, it was time for the major powers to watch out. First, the Juchen attacked China's biggest enemy, the Khitan. The Chinese were delighted. The primitive Juchen had just removed their greatest international problem. But the emperor and his subjects rejoiced a bit too soon. The Juchen wheeled around, hungry for an even bigger conquest. In 1126, the backward people who only 16 years earlier had been the lowly puppets of a superpower fought their way into an unprepared Chinese capital and decided to stay. The Middle Kingdom had been undone by both diplomacy and disarmament because its inhabitants had forgotten about the barbarians. Behind the threat of barbarians is a simple fact. Social superorganisms itch to move up on the hierarchical ladder, and many of those who want to ascend would like to do so at our expense. The legitimate wish for peace often blinds us to this fact. But there is another impulse that also distracts us from the danger of barbarians, the itch to battle our fellow citizens. The Roman Emperor Constantine converted to Christianity in AD 324. 18 years later, he moved the capital of the empire to the old Greek colony of Byzantium. Constantine explained that he was acting on direct orders from his new god, Jesus, who presumably preferred to leave the city of pagan deities and Christian persecutions behind. At that moment, Byzantium, in what is today Turkey, became the administrative hub of Europe. By AD 600, Byzantium was the mistress of a territory that included the lands of modern Egypt, Palestine, Syria, Greece, Yugoslavia, and parts of Libya, Algeria, and Spain. She was rich beyond measure, and had signed a highly favorable peace treaty with her biggest superpower rival, Persia. But things were not as cheerful as they seemed at first glance. The Byzantines had a nasty habit of blaming everything in sight on each other, and of fighting, to the death, over every trivial detail on which they disagreed. The most famous of these conflicts were the battles between the Greens and the Blues, the conservatives and liberals of the day. The two groups were followers of different teams in the sporting matches at the local hippodrome, but they were also rivals for the soul of the city. One was led by aristocratic landowners, the other by merchants and industrialists. One supported orthodox religion, the other was drawn to unconventional spiritual notions. The Greens and Blues killed each other over petty issues like which words truly belonged in a prayer. They had pitched battles in the streets over economic policy, toppling statues and burning down public buildings as they went. They murdered each other during riots at sporting events, and they were not content with one or two accidental homicides during a heated melee. On one occasion, the Greens hid stones and daggers in baskets of fruit, showed up at a solemn festival, and massacred 3,000 of their Blue opponents. Eventually, the Greens and the Blues led a revolution in which they indulged their love for murdering their neighbors. They killed the sons of the emperor before his eyes, then slew him as well. The revolutionary factions installed their own imperial candidate, Phocas, on the throne. This reformer indulged in a political bloodbath of devastating proportions. Determined to return the state to moral and religious purity, he rubbed out anyone whose views were the least bit unconventional. With the Persian superpower out of the way, the Byzantine citizens thought that only their internal opponents mattered. They forgot that other enemies might exist somewhere outside the comfortable borders of their own land. While the Byzantines attacked each other in the streets over fine points of theology, a horde of Bedouins and backwater merchants rode out of the unfamiliar deserts to the southeast, roused to a frenzy by a new religion that made battle a holy deed. These armies of Islam snatched nearly everything the bickering Byzantines had. The Mohammedans took Syria, Palestine, Armenia, Mesopotamia, and Egypt in a mere 12 years. Then they gradually pried North Africa, Spain, Greece, Yugoslavia, and the rest from Byzantine hands. In 1453, even Byzantium itself would fall to become the new capital of an Islamic empire. The city's name, Constantinople, would disappear from the map, replaced by the Turkic label, Istanbul. Like the citizens of Constantine's capital, we would rather fight each other than acknowledge a simple reality, that there are people in the outside world who relish the opportunity to destroy us. Our 1980s anti-nuclear movements were not directed at makers of atomic bombs in Pakistan, Iran, Iraq, or North Korea, just at those in Washington. Our protesters against American meddling in El Salvador or Nicaragua didn't care about the deaths of millions in Cambodia, the murder of 20,000 in Syria, or genocide in Black Africa. They focused their attention solely on American misdeeds. Our internal fights often prevent us from even seeing external dangers. Under Ronald Reagan in 1983, the United States sent its Marines to Lebanon as a peacekeeping force in the hope of slowing the civil violence that was tearing Beirut apart. One day, a member of the Ayatollah-inspired Hezbollah drove a truck filled with explosives into the building where the Marines were encamped, killing over 200 men, most of them unarmed and sleeping. American politicians and reporters did not condemn the groups that had declared all Western infidels impure as excrement, fit only to be smashed with an iron hand. Governmental agencies did not search for the murderers and attempt to stop them from attacking Americans in the future. Instead, U.S. journalists and politicos kicked off an investigation to find an American villain, one of our own citizens who had failed to provide the base with adequate security. The tendency to bicker internally had totally obliterated our ability to look carefully at outside threats, and we will never be able to overcome threats we refuse to see. No one stays on top of the pecking order forever. This is a difficult lesson to learn. Debate is a necessity, but if it becomes irrational, violent, and blind to the menaces beyond our borders, it can doom us as surely as it did the Byzantines. Poverty with prestige is better than affluent disgrace. Gifts make slaves. Claude Lévi-Strauss. We Americans have attempted to use every one of the old Chinese techniques to establish peace. Since the 1890s, we have repeatedly toyed with disarmament. In the 1920s, we actually achieved disarmament in a limited form. The dramatic international scaling back of military forces helped set the stage for Hitler. We have extolled the virtues of diplomacy, and when it comes to our own barbarians, we have used the third weapon in the Chinese arsenal of pacification: tribute. We justify our payoffs to backward nations with a new philosophy, one that probably never occurred to the bureaucratic sages of the Chinese Empire. We explain that our gifts are development funds designed to bring peace by uprooting the very causes of discontent and war. We call our new form of tribute foreign aid. In many cultures, however, giving things to people is a way of humiliating them. It is a sneaky technique for drawing attention to the recipient's lowliness on the hierarchical ladder. Take, for example, the big men of Melanesia and New Guinea. In the days before traditional practices were supplanted by Western ways, A young New Guinean would work like a maniac to raise himself in the eyes of his peers. He would strain feverishly to boost his yield of pigs, yams, and coconuts. He would recruit his wives, children, and relatives to join in the frantic race for agricultural productivity. If all went well, he would take the profits and plow them into building a men's clubhouse. When the neighbors, pleased with the clubhouse food and entertainment, were sufficiently impressed, the struggling entrepreneur would ask them to join his growing army of pig, yam, and coconut growers. The grand climax of the young man's effort would come when he challenged a local big man, a high-placed figure revered for his powerful following. The contender would do it by inviting his older rival to attend a feast. At the grand dinner, the upstart would banquet the elder with a deluge of pork dishes, coconut pies, and sago almond puddings. The young man's followers and those of the guest would count every dish of food that hit the table. If the mountain of delectables the rookie offered was large enough, the big man knew he was in serious trouble. The elder would go home and spend the next year spurring his followers to new heights of productivity. Then he would invite the young challenger to a feast at his place. He, too, would heap the table with pies, roasts, and puddings, and once again the crowd would keep a breathless count, for if the older dignitary failed to lay on as rich a feast as the young man had the previous year, it would all be over. The venerable gentleman would be shamed. As he plunged down the ladder of prestige, his followers would desert him, and the callow whippersnapper who had mounted the challenge would leap dramatically upward in the pecking order. Now he would be the big man. In New Guinea, the man who could not give as much as he received earned only one reward: disgrace. The New Guineans were not alone in regarding the giveaway as a technique for inflicting humiliation. The Kwakiutl people of the Pacific Northwest were famed for their potlatches. In the potlatch, a Kwakiutl chief would invite a rival in his tribe over for a visit, then shower the guests with gifts. The greater the pile of presents, the more the guest would lose face, plummeting down the pecking order. Among the Kwakiutl, to give away goods is divine, but to accept them is less than human. Even our recent ancestors were aware of generosity's subversive power. Medieval European aristocrats threw an annual feast and invited the peasants in to stuff themselves. The ritual drove home the fact that the noble was on top and the peasants were on the bottom. The Anglo-Saxon word for someone at the crest of a social heap, lord, was a testament to the put-down power of the handout. The word's literal meaning, loaf-giver. The role of the giveaway as a hierarchical weapon goes back to our cousins, the chimpanzees. In an earlier chapter, there is a description of what happens when one of these meat gourmets is lucky enough to kill a young gazelle or a baby baboon. Females, children, and even his rivals crawl toward the hunter, lowering their eyes and stretching out their hands with palms upturned. They whimper, squirm, and cry. Such is the power of generosity to elevate the giver and cast down those who receive. No wonder those on whom we lavish aid are not particularly fond of us. Compassionate gestures have a purpose we seldom admit. They confirm our feeling of superiority, gratifying us with the certainty that those who receive our help are, indeed, below us. This makes the recipients loathe us. They gladly exchange the food and blankets we send for the opportunity to look down upon their benefactors. The fathers of our foreign policy feel that by alleviating hunger, poverty, and disease, we can pull the pins out from under the urge to shed blood and make the Third World love us. The philosophy hasn't worked. The abasement of the charity recipient is only one reason. Another, our official definitions of want bear little relationship to the reality of the human psyche. We assume that humans desire food, clothing, and shelter, but we forget that people crave something far more vital: status and prestige. They yearn to move up in the pecking order. Our relief agencies ship food and medicine to the poor of South America, but when allowed to buy what they prefer, women of South America's underclass purchase something they consider more vital than penicillin or protein-rich nutrient. They spend their precious funds on lipstick. Lipstick brings the admiring glances of men and the envy of women. To the shanty-dwelling women of South America, that pecking order bonanza is worth more than a well-balanced meal. We should know better than to think that the citizens of underdeveloped countries are motivated by the simple desire to escape poverty. We have the evidence right here in the United States. In Harlem, a hotbed of deprivation, the driving desire of teenagers is not for something of practical merit. It's for status symbols. According to Claude Brown, author of Man-Child in the Promised Land, adolescent boys above Manhattan's 125th Street feel compelled to wear a new pair of designer jeans twice a week, to show fly, to dress up, and to wear high-priced status brands like Fila and Adidas. One teenager told Brown, "It's embarrassing not to have a pair." In Harlem, prestige frequently means more than food, shelter, and clothing. Far more. Why shouldn't it? Exactly the same instinct works its will on the wealthy folk downtown. These resplendent souls will waste substantial sums of cash to purchase flimsy plastic luggage simply because it bears the logo of Vuitton. Claude Brown has an explanation for this. Teenage Harlem's preoccupation with prestige is the fault of a society afflicted by materialism. Brown fails to realize that virtually every tribe or nation ever studied has been obsessed by some sort of status symbol. Even naked, spear-carrying Pacific Islanders wore penis cones, whose decorations showed off their rank. All human cultures, including the classless societies engineered by Marxism in its prime, have been in the grip of the pecking order. So powerful is the pecking order impulse that pride has frequently meant more than survival to human beings. Pilots in the First World War refused to wear parachutes because safety devices were not manly. The flyers chose going down in flames over slipping a notch in the pecking order. So have many others. In AD 70, the Romans attacked Jerusalem. One group of Hebrews stubbornly marched to a desert fortress called Masada. For years they held out against the Roman legions. Then, when the Jews could resist the attackers no longer, the entire band committed suicide. These fighters preferred death to a fate as featherless chickens on the bottom of the imperial pecking order. No wonder the emotion that follows a disastrous hierarchical downfall is called mortification. The root of mortification is the Latin mortis, death. Disgrace is, to many humans, as dire a fate as physical extinction. Humiliation and the insidious force of the giveaway can trigger superorganismic cataclysm. Take the example of Iran. From the late 19th century until the Second World War, the Iranians felt the disgrace of living in the shadow of the superpowers. Iran was addicted to superpower help, ashamed of its dependency, and resentful of the resulting influence the major nations achieved over its affairs. In 1879, for example, the Shah asked the Russians to raise and train a police force in the north. The resulting Cossack brigade had Russian officers and Iranian non-commissioned officers. In 1907, the Shah grew impatient with the newly convened parliament, the Majlis. His solution was to call in the Russian-led police brigades, bombard the parliamentary building, and re-establish autocratic rule. Supporters of a constitutional democracy turned for help to Britain. 10,000 of them took refuge on the grounds of the English embassy. That same year, the British and the Russians put their heads together and carved Iran into 3 spheres of influence: a Russian sector in the north, a smaller British zone in the south, and a neutral territory in the middle. Playing politics with the great powers made the Iranians feel like a small dog running between the legs of giants, a dog in danger of being trampled. One Iranian-born writer said bluntly that Britain and Russia were quarreling over Iran's dead body. Then, during the Second World War, a new white knight, the United States, arrived to save the Iranians from the dishonor of superpower domination. Americans opened new oil fields and trained and equipped the Iranian military. American corporations started subsidiary operations in Tehran. The American government gave the Iranians money, helped place the country on the road to development, and propped up the Iranian ruler, the Shah, counseling him on every nuance of policy from internal security to the management of his image in the Iranian newspapers. Then American executives and advisors moved into luxury villas in walled-off Iranian suburbs, hired Iranian servants, and lived like kings. Some American actions were Machiavellian, others were generous. Both were destined to incur resentment. It wasn't long before the Iranians felt their old sense of humiliation and realized that they were still in the pecking order's lower depths. Even the Shah felt the Americans despised him. According to his occasional confidant, the Soviet ambassador, the Shah picked quarrels with the United States on minor issues to release his frustration, the frustration of a chicken who feels how low on the pecking order he has slid. In the 50s, one Iranian leader, Mohammad Mossadegh, championed a move that would shame the Americans and restore Iranian pride. As premier, he planned to snatch the oil fields from the British and Americans and to make them Iranian national property. When Mossadegh spoke of Islamic pride, he literally brought tears to the eyes of his fellow Iranians. Islamic extremists were willing to kill in Mossadegh's name, and kill they did. Among others, they assassinated the incorruptible Prime Minister Ali Razmara. Fear of Mossadegh's fanatical supporters was so great that no imam could be found to say prayers at Razmara's funeral. When one holy man was offered £3,000 to perform the services, he answered that he valued his life at a higher rate than this. Terrified by Mossadegh's growing power, the Shah fled the country. In 1951, the fiery premier began his nationalization of oil. The result was a disaster. At least it would have been a disaster if all the Iranians cared about was food, shelter, and clothing. Britain closed down the refineries, and vast numbers of British-Iranian Petroleum Company employees were thrown out of work. Tribal chiefs accustomed to living off of oil royalties went empty-handed. Mossadegh's administration was starved for lack of cash, and government employees went from week to week without pay. The Iranian economy became a basket case. But the Iranians did not complain. Why? The feeling of power was worth the price. Pecking order pleasure centers reveled in bringing down those on high. The Iranian euphoria was not to last. Both the United States and Britain were worried about the loss of this valuable piece of real estate. With British encouragement, the CIA arranged Mossadegh's overthrow. The Shah returned, more beholden to America than ever, and the oil fields went back to the foreigners. The Iranians, however, never forgot their moment of pecking order triumph. Iran did very well under American tutelage. Poverty plunged, education and health care spread through the land, women gained new freedoms, and the standard of living skyrocketed. American policymakers were proud of their accomplishments. By the measure of food, clothing, and shelter, the U.S. had helped Iran accomplish miracles. But both our State Department and the Shah had forgotten that pride, dignity, and dominance, the needs of the pecking order impulse, can be far more pressing than the demands of the body. In 1972, after 31 years in power, the Shah at last felt that his people had attained happiness. He decided to celebrate by throwing himself a party. The monarch invited 68 kings and heads of state, housed his guests in air-conditioned, silk-lined tents complete with living room, bedroom, and kitchen, and fed them mountains of caviar and food prepared by chefs flown in from the world's most expensive restaurants. He presided over a military parade in which his troops dressed in uniforms from an ancient time. The soldierly garb belonged to the era of Cyrus and Xerxes, history's great Iranian rulers. 2,500 years ago, these Persians had built an empire, and the Shah dreamed of doing the same. Though the country owed much of its progress to the Americans, a rabble-rousing clergyman said the Yankees had placed the Iranians in chains and robbed them of their self-respect. The cleric understood the needs of the pecking order far better than the Shah. Despite the increases in the standard of living, the Iranian people were seething with frustration, and, contrary to Western assumptions, it wasn't because of the political oppression. Savak, the secret police, was brutal, but the country offered far more freedom than any of its immediate neighbors. In 1978, when the man of God called for it, Iranians rioted. They ran through the streets by the hundreds of thousands. At first, the Shah's police and soldiers felt helpless to end the demonstrations. Finally, they joined the demonstrators. The Shah, who had given his people everything that American policy defines as happiness, was driven from the country, and the clergyman who understood the pecking order's hungers returned from exile to become Iran's new ruler. He was a man we've met before, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini. The Ayatollah pulled off a pecking order trick of astonishing proportions. He preached a view in which Iran was suddenly at the very peak of a new kind of hierarchy. In his rhetoric, Iranians were transformed from mere followers of America to leaders of an Islamic revolution that would soon sweep the world. The Iranians, said the Ayatollah, were morally superior to the infidel dogs, the inhuman Western devils who preferred their stereos to the words of Muhammad. The Iranians followed the words of Allah. The Americans did not. The Iranians championed the cause of Muhammad. The Americans did not. The Iranians followed the basic rules of decency. They kept their women in black, forbade kissing and hugging in public, and outlawed the nudity of bathing suits, while the Americans flung their shamelessness in the face of all mankind. The Iranians were the righteous men who would scourge the continents in the name of God. The Americans, on the other hand, were the contemptible followers of the great Satan. The Ayatollah had turned the pecking order upside down. The Americans, the children of the devil, were at the bottom, and the Iranians, the blessed of Allah, were on the top. What does this indicate about our foreign policy? Poverty is a relative term. The poor are simply those on the lowest rungs of the hierarchical ladder. Move everyone up, including the poor, and the impoverished will still be on the underside. The poor in the Shah's Tehran had things Iran's ancient emperors never dreamed of. Cyrus the Great might have offered half his kingdom for one slum-dwelling Iranian's transistor radio, or for the antibiotics given to a single poverty-stricken child. What made old Cyrus a god on earth was not his food, clothing, and shelter, but his position at the top of the pecking order. The nations of the Third World accept our handouts gladly and even ask for more, but they often hate us for our generosity. They resent us as bitterly as the New Guinean big man humbled by a flood of earthly goods, or the Kwakiutl chief shamed by his rival's largesse. Even if we eliminate starvation and disease, only one thing will allow Third World nations to overcome the emotional laceration of their pecking order fate: an upward move. Such is the nature of the hierarchical ladder, however, that whenever a creature moves up, someone else must be shoved down. Many would like the one stomped toward the bottom to be us. Why prosperity will not bring peace. Evils which are patiently endured when they seem inevitable become intolerable once the idea of escape from them is suggested. Alexis de Tocqueville. There's yet another flaw behind our belief that by eliminating hunger and elevating the income of the Third World, peace will descend upon the earth, and that by eradicating starvation and poverty at home, we will cause muggings and murders to melt away. History indicates a rising standard of living, and a bigger plate of food may be the very catalysts that unleash a storm of violence. Thanks to rising oil prices, per capita income in Libya went from $40 in 1951 to $8,170 in 1979. The increase was dizzying. Libya's citizens had once lived lives as desert nomads, barely finding enough grass in the sandy wastes to feed their sheep. Now they had trucks, houses, radios from Sony, and high-tech watches from Seiko. By 1979, in fact, the average Libyan pulled in a higher income than the typical Italian or Englishman. The increase in standard of living, however, did not create a more peaceful society. In fact, Libya's murder rate went up dramatically. Furthermore, under the leadership of Muammar el-Gaddafi and his revolutionary dreams of glory, Libya began exporting terror worldwide. Good times can be just as damaging to peace here in the United States. When the economy goes up, murders do not go down, they rise. The most startling fact revealed by a study of the relationship between American murder rates and the economy from 1929 to 1949 was that homicides actually plunged dramatically during the Great Depression. In addition, military historian Robert L. O'Connell contends that since the beginning of recorded time, periods of optimism and bursts of new weapons development have gone hand in hand. War and the dreams of conquest are fueled, it seems, less by poverty than by the heady whiff of new riches. In the 12th century, the Mongols were a nomadic people living on the plains of eastern Asia. Their economy was based on their horses. They drank mare's milk and made war on horseback. The Mongols supplemented their diet on long trips by pricking their horses' necks, drawing blood, mixing it with a bit of the millet meal they carried in a pouch at their side, and eating the ruddy paste while galloping across the countryside. In the late 12th and early 13th centuries, the Mongols were gifted with an economic boom. Good weather increased their supply of fodder, allowing a spectacular growth in the number of new colts. The Mongols, interpreting the boost in pasturage as a sign that God had granted them the entire world, took off on a rampage. Within less than 70 years, they had conquered a territory nearly twice the size of the Roman Empire. It included China, Russia, Persia, Syria, Iraq, and chunks of Eastern Europe. That empire was not won with gentle persuasion. One Mongol descendant, Tamerlane, was remembered for building 120 towers of severed heads in the opulent city of Baghdad. Needless to say, the skulls had all been parted from their supporting vertebrae by Mongol swords. But why does carnage so frequently follow a boost in well-being? One clue may come from the following puzzle. Murder rates rise after a war. You'd think they'd go up the most in the losing nations, whose citizens are frustrated and gnashing their teeth over their misfortune, but they don't. Murders increase the most in the country that won. The same phenomenon has been observed in animals. When two groups of rhesus monkeys were squeezed into a territory smaller than what they were accustomed to, one pack aggressively asserted its right to lord it over the other and hogged the available real estate. As the winning gang beat its rivals into submission, a strange thing occurred. The members of the losing troop fought less among one another, but within the dominant group, which was in the process of acquiring new space, aggressive interactions increased. Why? The answer takes us back to the influence of the pecking order on testosterone. In studies of combative monkeys and of competing college wrestling teams, a simple fact has emerged. Testosterone levels go up in the winners and down in the losers. Testosterone makes winners restless, confident, and aggressive. The steroids taken by athletes, for example, are a synthetic variation of natural testosterone. These drugs can induce a boldness that borders on insanity. Psychiatrists Harrison G. Pope, Jr. and David L. Katz of McLean Hospital and the Harvard Medical School, respectively, interviewed 41 steroid-using bodybuilders and found, among other things, that one of these athletes was convinced he could jump from a third-floor window without harm. Another had bought 2 expensive sports cars, then cockily driven them at 40 miles per hour into a tree while a friend videotaped the feat. Testosterone is the very elixir of feistiness. Inject a young rooster with this remarkable hormone, and the bird struts away to look for a fight. What's more, he usually wins the battle and moves up in social stature. One reason may be indicated by the work of Turkish researcher Una Tan, who showed that testosterone can actually increase physical prowess. According to Edward O. Wilson, even hens given small doses of testosterone become more aggressive and move up in rank within the dominance hierarchies of the flock. In fact, injecting a few hens with testosterone propionate is a good way to trigger a barnyard revolt. A social group that has just had a stroke of good fortune is filled with men and women who've won in a big way. The leaders are on a testosterone high. No wonder the Mongols, flush with fresh prosperity, thundered across the Asian plains in search of battle. They were bursting with the hormones of aggression. But what is the logic behind this hormonal commotion? Surely, a stroke of good luck should make people more contented with life, not less. It should trigger a burst of gratitude, not a restless desire to gallop off and grab even more. But biology refuses to knuckle under to this common sense. The Arizona spade-foot toad lives in one of the driest deserts in the world. Its survival is a miracle. To live, the toad needs water, without which its cells would shrivel and die, and it needs whole puddles of the stuff in which to reproduce. Yet months go by in the southwestern desert without rain. Sometimes those months stretch into years. How does the spade-foot toad hold on to life? The beast follows a simple strategy. When times are tough, it saves its energy. As the desert grows dry and the sun becomes hot, the toad burrows under the sand and goes into hibernation, slowing its metabolic rate to a crawl and conserving every drop of water and fuel stored in its flesh. There the toad lies motionless, month after dreary month. If the amphibian were to emerge from this lethargic state too soon, its poorly timed outburst of optimism could be deadly. It might burn the water and nutrients it needs to see it through the coming months. Digging back under the sand could not save it, for the reserve supplies packed into its body would be gone. So in its days of impoverishment, when the desert floor is parched, the wise toad stays quietly underground. A sudden burst of prosperity brings the toad back to the surface. When a rare downpour soaks the Arizona land, the spade-foot toad is jolted awake by a hormonal surge. He shakes off his sluggishness, is seized with enthusiasm, and scrambles into the open air, searching madly for a puddle. When he finds one, he croaks for all he's worth, hoping to entice the ladies of his species to gather round. Within a short time, the puddle is a hotbed of social action. Males and females fling themselves into a sexual orgy. Within 24 hours, the spade-foot toad's paradisal puddle is filled with the results, a squirming horde of tadpoles. Poverty makes the spade-foot toad passive and inert, but the coming of prosperity whets a spirited desire to get even more out of life. The spade-foot toad is following a basic biological law. That same principle makes the rapid rise in good fortune among humans a dangerous thing indeed. Nature shuts down the expenditure of energy when resources disappear, but she unleashes energy when fresh resources arrive. She makes those who are deprived sit still and endure their fate. But when good fortune lifts the curtain of hopelessness, biology gives the lucky souls who've landed on an upward track a burst of manic zeal. The connection between the human supercharger testosterone and the hyperactive states of creatures like the toad is not merely metaphoric. Experiments indicate that testosterone is the hormone that jolts hibernating creatures out of their torpid metabolic state when environmental resources finally return. Testosterone has an equally impressive impact on creatures who do not sleep the tough seasons away. During the winter, when times are tough, the canary is a silent bird. But when spring comes, his body produces a testosterone surge that results in a sudden desire to sing. Testosterone produces this musical enthusiasm by, among other things, triggering a growth of neurons in the brain. You can see a similar biological conservation device at work in yourself. You sit down to a meal. A half hour or less after you've started eating, you begin to feel warm. The food you're chewing hasn't reached your bloodstream yet. In fact, it will take hours before it is digested. So where does the sudden spurt of fuel that warms you come from? The body has held energy in reserve, just as it does in the case of the spade-foot toad. Those stored calories are designed to tide you over in case you skip lunch or find yourself in the middle of a famine. Once the first bite of a new meal passes your lips, however, your metabolic regulators conclude that there's new food at hand and release some of the hoarded nutrients into your bloodstream. At least 3 times a day, your body uses the logic of the toad, holding its reserves until it senses the arrival of fresh resources. The body uses the same strategy when you go on a diet. It senses that the food supply is disappearing, assumes that you may be forced to make it through the next few months with almost nothing to eat, and slows your metabolism to build a stockpile. Since it holds on to the energy tucked away in your fatty tissue like a miser clutching his money, you have trouble losing weight. These food strategies are controlled by a part of the brain known as the hypothalamus. The hypothalamus also regulates anger and the urge to attack. Cats whose anterior hypothalamus is electrically stimulated will maul a rat. What's more, like Mongols setting off joyfully on a raid, these cats will learn to navigate a maze simply for the pleasure of pouncing on a rodent placed at the labyrinth's end. Like the spade-foot toad, human cultures in periods of hopelessness go into dormant passivity. The untouchables in India seldom attempted to overthrow the system that held them in miserable subjugation. They were resigned to their lot. But give a social group a jolt of resources, and suddenly it is infused with energy, optimism, and restlessness. Servants may feel ready to grab the knife with which they have been cutting the meat for the master and put it to the master's throat. Nations that have been wallowing passively in the slough of despond look for an opponent to bash in the hope of gaining fresh territory. The Arabs, for example, stayed dormant until oil wealth hit them in the early 70s. Then their terrorists assaulted the West. Their murderous exuberance was the product of a chemical cocktail, a biological potion dosed with testosterone. The lesson is simple. Defeat makes superorganisms sleepy. So does poverty. But a military win or a shower of new wealth rouses social energies, inspiring the pecking order instincts to lift their contentious heads. And when a society is aroused, watch out. Helping those less fortunate than ourselves is a moral necessity, but don't expect it to bring stability. And certainly, don't look for gratitude or peace. The secret meaning of freedom, peace, and justice. And let us bathe our hands in blood up to the elbows, and besmear our swords. Then we walk forth, even to the marketplace, and waving our red weapons o'er our heads, let's all cry, Peace, freedom, and liberty. Shakespeare, Julius Caesar. But what about freedom, justice, and equality? Isn't the goal to put all nations on an equal footing? Isn't that what peace should be about? Inequality of nations will never exist in our lifetime. Why? Because peace, freedom, and justice are deceptive concepts. Hidden beneath their surface are the instincts of the pecking order. The barnyard chickens studied by naturalist Sheldrup Ebb had their periods of peace, but they never had equality. No matter how quiet things were, there was always a dominant bird, and there was always some unfortunate chicken trampled to the bottom of the social ladder. This state of things is not restricted to fowl down on the farm. Chimpanzees, baboons, and apes, the animal relatives with whom we share the greatest number of social instincts, are all prisoners of deep-rooted hierarchical drives. Apparently, so are we. When we preach the ideals of freedom, peace, and justice, our intentions are less than honest. One man's freedom is all too often another man's oppression. That's true whether you're a comfortable citizen of a civilized society or a barbarian restless to bully your way up the ladder. For example, Julius Caesar's arch-opponent, Vercingetorix, used the promise of freedom to unify the Gallic tribes, leading them in many of their battles against the Romans. The Gauls were not tiny clusters of primitives in fur loincloths. Their leaders often read and wrote Greek and argued the philosophy of the cosmos. The Gallic population was divided into substantial nations, each of which had hundreds of thousands of citizens and was led by its own politicians. But the Gallic realms seldom saw eye to eye. Vercingetorix pulled these states together into an alliance that would face the Roman might by using the magic word freedom. He proclaimed passionately that the Gauls must unite to fight for liberty from Roman oppression. What Vercingetorix failed to explain was his precise idea of how that liberation would work. Freedom, as he saw it, would consist of unifying all the Gallic nations so that they could operate with one mind. Whose mind? Vercingetorix's, of course. To ensure solidarity, Vercingetorix tortured and killed those who disagreed with him. On occasion, he was more humane. He cut off the ears and put out the eyes of those who didn't share his views, then sent the mutilated back home as a warning to anyone else who might be tempted to entertain independent ideas. The freedom Vercingetorix offered the Gauls, in short, was the exchange of one tyranny for another. Peace is another word abused by those with hidden pecking order goals. It usually means, since I'm on top, let's keep the status quo, or, now that I've managed to climb on your back, would you please be kind enough to sit still? Justice is the term used by those on the bottom of the heap who are itching to move up. When these folks refer to the struggle for justice, they generally mean, let's keep fighting until I come out on top. Once the devotees of justice have seated themselves on the uppermost rung of the ladder, they too almost invariably become staunch defenders of peace. Stripped of their moral disguises, the slogans of freedom, peace, and justice are often weapons that those attempting to achieve hierarchical superiority use to stuff the rest of us into the lower ranks of the pecking order. This can be true when the slogans are uttered by individuals, and it can be true when these words are used to motivate superorganisms. During the early days of the Iranian Revolution in 1978, Americans were horrified to learn about the atrocities of the Shah's rule. We discovered that Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, our staunch ally since 1941, had employed a secret police to deal with his opponents. The Iranian covert police force, Savak, had carted Pahlavi's critics off to prison and treated them in the most appalling ways. Savak officers had stripped young women and burned their nipples with cigarettes. They had kept one elderly arthritic politician in a cell filled with water up to his waist. They had beaten a female college professor for reading political poetry at a public meeting, broken up gatherings of opposition groups with goon squads, bombed the homes and offices of civil rights lawyers, and shot, according to their own admission, 174 urban guerrillas after secret trials. To top it all off, they had been guided by American advisers. In 1978, when the Shah was forced to flee his country, the Ayatollah said the revolution was a passionate grab for justice. It was, Khomeini declared, a necessary movement to free Iran from tyranny. But when Khomeini flew from exile in Paris to take over the reins of the upheaval he had fomented, it became obvious just how deceptive the words freedom and justice can be. Over the course of the next year, Khomeini installed men like himself in power. They were Muslim clergymen who had spent their lives studying the Quran and teaching its ways. The power of these spiritual shepherds, roughly equivalent to our priests, ministers, and rabbis, was soon vast. In the name of a revolution declared to bring freedom, the Iranian holy men shut down 10 newspapers. Freedom of speech, they agreed, could lead people to criticize Islam, a sin that was not allowed. Real freedom meant the right to worship as you were told. When Khomeini took power, his revolutionary followers set up kangaroo courts and dragged one victim after another before the bench, executing a total of 10,000 criminals and counter-revolutionaries. The revolutionary tribunals met at midnight, carried on their proceedings in secrecy, refused to let the accused defend themselves, and often did away with victims because of some private grudge held by one of the self-appointed revolutionary judges. Iranian Prime Minister Mehdi Bazargan felt this was an outrage, but Khomeini defended the operation of the tribunals as true Islamic justice. According to Iranian historian and journalist Shaul Bakash, Khomeini took the view that the insistence on open trials, defense lawyers, and proper procedures was a reflection of the Western sickness among us, that those on trial were criminals, and criminals should not be tried, they should be killed. Khomeini's notion of justice, then, was our idea of despotism. The crimes for which people were exterminated under the Ayatollah's revolutionary courts ranged from membership in the wrong political party to corruption on earth. On July 3, 1980, 2 middle-aged women and 2 men were dressed in white robes in the town of Kerman, led to a plot of open ground, buried up to their necks, then stoned to death. The women were charged with prostitution, the men with sexual crimes. The judge who had passed sentence hurled the first stone. The country's chief prosecutor was wildly enthusiastic about the executions. Stoning appears in the Holy Book, and the exultant high official said, "We approve of anything in the Quran." Not everyone agreed that the state should be ruled by a gang of ecclesiastics, but the clerics vigorously enforced their dominance, organizing personal armies, encouraging the creation of revolutionary brigades armed with machine guns, and controlling the Hezbollah, gangs of Muslim zealots armed with clubs. If secular-minded groups tried to throw a rally, the Hezbollah would charge into the crowd, clubs in hand, break a few heads, and send the ralliers running. If the leaders of the opposition proved adamant, the holy men had them seized by Revolutionary Brigade members, arrested, tried by hand-picked revolutionary tribunals under the clergyman's direct control, and imprisoned or executed. Often the leaders shot or jailed had originally fought alongside the clerics to overthrow the hated Shah. The newly declared criminals had been under the impression that they were struggling for their freedom. Muslim clergymen, led by their Ayatollah, Islamized society, feeding their citizenry to a time-honored meme. Opposition to that meme was one of the worst crimes of all. When President Bani Sadr criticized the clergyman's rapidly growing ultra-religious political party, the holy men sent club-wielding gangs of Hezbollah to beat up Sadr's supporters. They arrested the president's staff members, shut down the newspaper in which he published his opinion, and rallied mobs under his window to chant, "Death to Bani Sadr." Incidentally, when the crowds grew tired of repeating Bani Sadr's name at the top of their lungs, the leaders signaled them to switch to another chorus, "Death to the United States." Finally, the clerics impeached Bani Sadr, who fled for his life. Other critics were less fortunate. Firing squads dispatched a 13-year-old girl and her sister for sympathizing with the Ayatollah's political opponents. They weren't the only youngsters to fall victim to Khomeini's freedom. When students at a Tehran high school complained because their teachers were being purged for political nonconformity, revolutionary officials taught the pupils a lesson. They paraded four of the instructors into the school courtyard, gathered the student body, and shot the pedagogues dead. These Tehran pupils were luckier than many. Of the thousands tortured and executed between June 1981 and September 1983, half were in secondary school or college. Meanwhile, Gasht-e-Ther Allah, mobile units of the wrath of God, rode through the streets of Tehran in cars hunting down citizens with suspicious faces. Gangs of revolutionary thugs broke into homes and sprayed the inhabitants with machine gun bullets. The new Iranian leaders called their harshness Islamic justice. Just a short time earlier, these same leaders had condemned far more humane behavior as tyranny. When the Ayatollah had cried out steadily for the Shah's ouster in the 60s and 70s, one of the inhumanities he'd denounced was the Shah's execution of Iranians on drug charges. And how many did the Shah put to death? A handful. Under the Ayatollah, on the other hand, 200 Iranians were killed for drug trafficking or drug use. Many of these were executed after trials in which the evidence was flimsy at best. When the Shah had done it, it was an atrocity. But when the Ayatollah did it, it was justice. Justice, then, can be a very relative term. 4 years into the Iranian Revolution, its first premier, Mehdi Bazargan, about the only man in Iran who could voice a complaint and live, said the government of Islamic clergymen had done nothing but create an atmosphere of terror, fear, revenge, and national disintegration. "What has the ruling elite done in nearly 4 years?" Bazargan asked, "besides bringing death and destruction, packing the prisons and the cemeteries in every city, creating long queues, shortages, high prices, unemployment, poverty, homeless people, repetitious slogans, and a dark future?" What the revolutionary government had done was simple. It had rearranged the Iranian pecking order, removing the dominant beast, the Shah, and replacing him with the Ayatollah. Along the way, Khomeini had moved the Islamic clergyman to the top of the hierarchical heap. As in the case of Vercingetorix, one man's freedom meant another's oppression. That principle applies not just to the pecking order within a country, but to the pecking order without. The Iranian clerics had wanted not only to move up in the domestic pecking order, but to climb in the international hierarchy, the pecking order of nations. In the days of the Shah, Iranian revolutionaries had lectured constantly about the evils of foreign domination. Once the revolution was over, however, these same freedom fighters tossed aside the idea that other countries also deserved to be free from foreign control. At Iran's Congress of Muslim Critics of the Constitution, shortly after the revolution, one faction argued that Islam knows no borders, and passionately insisted on the eventual creation of a unified state of all Muslim nations. The Iranians, of course, would hold the reins of this massive new superstate, directing it with a leaden grip. Another august debater at this Congress ridiculed the idea of self-determination for other countries. This speaker attacked the proposition that Iran would neither permit itself to be dominated nor seek to dominate others. Islamic governments, he declared, had a duty to spread Islam. Islamic culture and knowledge, he added, are by nature domineering. As a result, the preamble of the Iranian constitution established under the Ayatollah refers to the ideological mission of the army and the Revolutionary Guard to extend the sovereignty of Allah's law throughout the world. In other words, the day of peace would come only when we heathens have fallen to our knees and embraced the true faith, allowing ourselves to be tucked into the nether regions of a global Islamic order. This is a classic case of a meme driving a superorganism to expand. The Iranians took their responsibility to conquer the world seriously. They called for the overthrow of Iraq's Saddam Hussein and dreamed of turning Iraq into an Iranian satellite. When 100,000 had been killed in the Iraq-Iran war and 2 million had been turned to refugees, the Iranians refused to discuss peace. They were determined to fight until Hussein gave way to a revolutionary leader under the Ayatollah's thumb. By the time the Iran-Iraq War finally entered a ceasefire in August 1988, the conflict had killed 1 million. The Iranians stirred up revolutionary movements in the nations of the Persian Gulf. They became a major force in Lebanon, where they exerted considerable influence over the country's violence-prone Shiite population. They broadcast their revolutionary propaganda to the Muslim inhabitants of the Soviet Union. They financed the Palestinian Hamas, which called for the worldwide annihilation of Jews. They incited unrest among Muslim populations a continent away in Malaysia. They helped the Islamic Moro National Liberation Front seize control of 13 provinces in the largely Catholic Philippines. And by the mid-90s, they were backing African warlords like Somalia's Mohammed Farah Aidid in what pro-Islamic French journalist Thierry Lalivet called a vigorous strategy for encirclement of Africa and the Middle East. The Iranian Ayatollah and the Gallic Vercingetorix both fought for position at the feeding trough like chickens in a barnyard. Both gathered followers to their cause, and both pulled together a hungry superorganism driven by a meme. But these masters of oratory did not bring a lump to the throat and a tear to the eye by comparing themselves to farmyard beasts. Far from it. They rallied their supporters with 3 misleading words disguised by moral might: freedom, peace, and justice. Freedom, peace, and justice. The Rise and Fall of the American Empire. The Victorian Decline and the Fall of America. Whether a nation be today mighty and rich or not depends not on the abundance or security of its power or riches, but principally on whether its neighbors possess more or less of it. Philipp von Horneck, German mercantilist, circa 1690. Violence is not the only way a nation can be beaten in the hierarchical race. In Lewis Carroll's Through the Looking Glass, the Red Queen says that to stay in place you have to run very, very hard, and to get anywhere you have to run even harder. Stalin put it differently: those who lag behind are beaten. That is especially true for superorganisms. Victorian England forgot the Red Queen's wisdom. In the process, Britain lost her dominance of the world. The Victorians said that the sun never set on their empire, and the claim was quite literally true. Under Victoria's hand, the English dominated 25% of the land surface of the earth. They ruled more than 12 million square miles of territory and a quarter of the globe's population. They produced a massive 22.9% of all the world's goods. But that magnificent state of affairs was not to last forever. The empire that spanned a planet has disappeared. The British share of world productivity has slipped from almost 23% to 3%. What happened? More important, could the same fate be overtaking us? The foundations of Victorian power were laid over a generation before round-faced Queen Victoria was born. From 1790 to 1815, British exports skyrocketed. Britain had come up with some startling industrial innovations. Asians had long since figured out how to turn the fluff produced by a scrubby, low-hung bush into an expensive but extraordinarily comfortable cloth called cotton. But the Anglo-Saxons invented machines that could spit out this fabric at bargain basement costs, and the result sold like crazy. The English also perfected the art of mass-producing pig iron, another substance in worldwide demand. The British built an international marketing system on a scale that boggled the mind, with ships controlling the sea lanes of every major ocean and colonial footholds that helped them develop markets for their merchandise everywhere from India to South America. While this explosion in British trade was getting underway, a gentleman on the other side of the English Channel championed the short-sighted proposition that a nation's might depends on military strength. He made occasional disparaging remarks about the nation of shopkeepers back in the British Isles. At first, his military power did appear to demonstrate that weapons are more important than trade. The skeptic's name was Napoleon, and from 1796 to 1812 he humbled nearly every country he encountered: Spain, Holland, Prussia, Austria, and even Egypt. But somehow Napoleon couldn't bring the pesky British to their knees. Why? The English kept piling up profits from the worldwide export of their hot new goods, and were able to plow those profits into two things: increased industrial innovation and military resistance to Napoleon. Napoleon, with his military genius, sailed through one battlefield victory after another, but in the countries he conquered, he botched the job of setting industry on the path of innovation. The result, the economies from which he drew the funds for non-stop warfare stagnated. Workers and bosses, still mired in obsolete technologies, could ill afford to subsidize the little general's exorbitant armies. Overtaxed populations eventually grew resentful, so when the British nation of shopkeepers finally invaded French-held Spain, the Spanish population rose up in arms to support the liberators. Not long after, Napoleon was crushed. He had overlooked the fact that military might depends not just on guns and strategic brilliance, but on industrial innovation and marketing smarts. The next 59 years would be rosy ones for the British. As they were defeating Napoleon at Waterloo, a new set of technologies loomed on the horizon. One was the spread of mechanization beyond mere cotton mills. The second was steam. The British would be the masters of both. English citizens built the most advanced steam-driven ships, and sold them everywhere from South America to Russia. They virtually invented the railroad, then accepted contracts on the construction of millions of miles of railroad track in the unreachable wastes of nearly every continent. They did a spectacular business in the sale of railroad engines, railroad cars, and even motormen's caps. Back home, the British figured out how to use steam engines to make the goods that artisans had produced painfully by hand. The result? Productivity leaped, and costs came tumbling down. One machine-operating British worker could turn out as much cloth as 20 of her old-fashioned competitors. In Queen Victoria's day, 1837 to 1901, productivity per person in Britain rose 2.5 times. The British laborer benefited mightily, and wages rose an astonishing 80% in real dollars from 1850 to 1900. The world clamored to get its hands on inexpensive, high-tech British goods. China and India actually went through productivity declines as their citizens abandoned the expensive handmade items sold by old-fashioned craftsmen at the local bazaar. Instead, Chinese and Indians bought British cloth, pins, and other necessities. By 1860, the English, with a mere 2% of the world's population, were turning out a full quarter of the world's wares and a mind-boggling 40% of the items that came tumbling from modern industrial plants. The cornucopia of British products traveled across every sea in an armada of British ships. By the mid-1800s, the English controlled fully a third of the world's merchant marine. Transactions everywhere from Bombay to Bogota were financed by British banks and insured by British insurance companies. Raw materials from the most distant corners of the globe flowed to Britain, were processed in English factories, and were sent back to the bustling bazaars of Borneo and Beirut as finished goods. No wonder one economist in 1865 called Britain the trading center of the universe. In the beginning, the British knew how much their prosperity depended on the fact that they were ahead of any other country in the commercial utilization of technology. As early as 1781, they banned the export of high-tech fabric-making machines and any tool, press, paper, utensil, or implement, or any part thereof, which now is or hereafter may be used in the woolen, cotton, linen, or silk manufacture of the kingdom. But as they grew fat with prosperity, British industrialists overlooked three simple facts. A. Every technological breakthrough eventually grows old. B. New inventions arrive to replace it. And C. The country that dominates these new technologies often rules the world. The technologies that made steam look old-fashioned were developed, ironically, in Britain. But British industrialists, blinded by self-satisfaction, seldom tried to turn them into tempting new products. The result would be disastrous. One of the most important of these cutting-edge developments sprang from a dilemma England encountered in ruling its far-flung empire. Malaria was swatting down British troops stationed in India like flies. So serious was the epidemic that the average British soldier on Indian soil had only half the life expectancy of his compatriots stationed back in the home country. Illness posed an obstacle to Britain's colonial ambitions elsewhere. Africa was a continent every European power longed for a slice of, but white men who traveled a few miles inland from the African coasts almost invariably sickened and died. The key reason was, once again, malaria. Until the disease could be stopped, British entrepreneurs would have to camp out in African port cities, trading with the natives, collecting tales of the dark continent's unexploited resources, yet utterly helpless to go inland and tap those riches themselves. There was hope. The bark of a Peruvian plant, the cinchona, could be used to make a derivative called quinine, and quinine seemed to be the magic bullet against malarial fever. But British botanists had almost no luck in cultivating enough cinchona plants to make even the smallest amount of quinine, much less enough to serve entire armies. Meanwhile, the British had learned how to extract a vapor from coal and use this gas for lighting. But the extraction process produced a useless form of trash, coal tar. Though disposing of the stuff was a messy business, scientists poked around in the sludge to get a handle on its chemical properties. At London's Royal College of Chemistry, a German professor suggested to an assistant that the young man see if he could somehow create an artificial quinine from the goo. The assistant, William Perkin, tried hard but missed the mark. Instead of quinine, he came up with a liquid whose color was a tantalizing shade of mauve. Perkin tried the solution out as a cloth dye, and sure enough it worked. Realizing he had a hot property on his hands, the young man dropped his university assistantship, borrowed every penny his father had, and opened a small factory outside London. Not long after, even Queen Victoria was wearing gowns tinted with Perkin's mauve. The British may have invented the new synthetic dyes, but in the long run they were not the ones to profit from them. Despite Perkin's rapid rise to millionaire status, most British industrialists turned up their noses at his discovery. The Germans, however, did not. They worked like maniacs to find out what else they could extract from the grunge produced by coal. In 1863, one German researcher came up with a rich shade of green. When the Empress Eugenie wore it to the Paris Opera, it became the fashion rage. The most impressive theoretical chemical research was still going on in English laboratories. so German industrial firms offered huge amounts of money to German chemists working in Britain. Then they put the British-trained recruits to work making useful new substances in the fatherland. Among those the Germans lured back was the professor whose suggestion had stimulated young Perkin to attempt the synthesis of quinine to begin with. Perkin himself had made his fortune. At 36, he retired to pursue a life in pure science. The British dye industry shriveled in his absence, but the German dye business became the first step in a technology that would revolutionize the future. It was the foundation of the chemical industry. That industry would have far-reaching implications for every aspect of human life. One example is the use of chemical fertilizers, with which German farmers were soon able to produce more food per acre than any of the other great powers. England had invented, then discarded one of the keys to the coming age, while the Germans had enthusiastically scooped up what the British had tossed aside. Chemical products were not the only futuristic goods that would soon make English steam engines look old-fashioned. Laboring in British laboratories were some of the greatest physicists of the age, Michael Faraday and James Clerk Maxwell. These men, and a few others, were coming up with astonishing discoveries about the properties of a peculiar force that had puzzled men of science for 2 centuries, electricity. But British industrialists did not buzz around Faraday and Maxwell's labs, anxious to discover what practical uses they could find for the pair's groundbreaking discoveries. Those who did plunge into the electricity business with every scrap of ingenuity they could muster were Americans and Germans. The first electric generating plant in Britain to sell power to the ordinary householder was built by an unschooled Ohio go-getter named Thomas Alva Edison. And when the Englishman Sir Coutts Lindsay erected a power station to rival the American upstarts, the British aristocrat was forced to import his alternators from the German firm of Siemens. Siemens, in fact, had a good deal of the generating equipment market sewn up. British electric railways, for example, depended on Siemens machines. Meanwhile, Britain's Faraday had long since discovered the principle of the alternating current transformer, but hadn't bothered to turn it into anything of practical value. The man who championed AC's development was an American named Westinghouse. Faraday had also shown the principle of an alternating current electric motor in 1821, but it took a scientist working with Westinghouse in America to make this motor a practical product 67 years later. To top it off, Faraday's experiments inspired a Massachusetts painter to figure out a use for electrical power that would dramatically shrink the world: communication. In 1835, the Yankee portrait artist Samuel Finley Breeze Morse built the first telegraph. Even the French got into the act. They went whole hog for outdoor electric arc illumination. Paris became the city of light, while London, the beacon of Western civilization, was still in the dark. One consequence: in 1873, Britain went into an economic nosedive. The British called it the Great Depression. English businessman H.L. Beals wrote, "Everywhere there is a stagnation and a negation of hope. This is not a period like those which followed ordinary panics. It is more likely the beginning of a new era for ourselves and the world." Beals was right. A new era was beginning, and the British wouldn't like it. What was the Great Depression of the 1870s all about? Steam technology was petering out. Most of the countries interested in buying a railroad from Britain already had one. Most of the factories that could use a British steam engine had already installed a gaggle of them. Meanwhile, all those foreigners who had purchased British steam devices and factory equipment were putting the new contraptions to work. Now many nations were able to turn out the inexpensive fabrics that had once been an indispensable British export. As a consequence, the demand for British cloth was in a nosedive. There was an enthusiastic clamor for a whole new species of products, but these were not commodities Britain made. They were the tempting new goods churned out by Germany's chemical industry and the delightful electrical devices made by both the Germans and Americans. Britain, the great exporter, found her stores flooded with inexpensive goods from overseas. Native British industries, still clinging to old-fashioned products, were in decline. British authors raced to the presses with self-help books that told distressed English industrialists and managers how to reorganize their factories along foreign lines. One of these tomes bore a title that testified to just how ubiquitous the Teutonic imports had become: Made in Germany. Meanwhile, Germany's exports tripled from 1890 to 1913, and its share of world manufacturing grew so mighty that it finally passed that of England. By 1913, the German companies Siemens and AEG would dominate the European electrical industry, employing an awesome 142,000 workers. German chemical giants like Bayer and Hoechst would produce 90% of the world's industrial dyes. On the other side of the Atlantic, another power was rising. America was vigorously grasping the new technologies of electricity and steel. In 1902, just one American entrepreneur, Andrew Carnegie, produced more steel than all the factories of England combined. Until 1870, Britain had been without question the strongest nation on the earth, yet she had spent the least on military hardware. From 1815 to 1865, a minuscule 3% of her GNP had gone into military budgets. Her strength had come from the spinning jenny, the steam-driven loom, the Cunard steamship, and the railroad. But Britain forgot that industrial innovation was the key to her power. Floundering British industrial titans dreamed of holding on to their old position by force. From 1880 to 1900, Britain raised her warship tonnage by 64%, and she nearly doubled the number of men she kept in arms. In the last analysis, power comes from the vigor of minds. The English were blind to this fact. The Germans were not. Germany maintained the best school system in the world. By the 1890s, she had 2.5 times as many university students per unit of population as England. Victorian England, like today's United States, maintained the illusion of prosperity while that prosperity's foundations were being eaten away. In the late 1890s, Britain recovered from the Great Depression and looked prosperous and expansive. Plants were operating at capacity, and new industries were doing well. The upper classes were making money by the fistful. But appearances were deceiving. Big business was defending itself through counterproductive mergers and takeovers, and the gap between rich and poor was growing ever greater as England was slipping downward in the pecking order of nations. Meanwhile, Germany was moving up the hierarchical ladder, and the German leaders were gripped by the testosterone high that makes a nation belligerent. Friedrich Naumann was typical of those who gloated over Teutonic good fortune. He said, "The German race brings it. It brings army, navy, money, and power. Modern, gigantic instruments of power are possible only when an active people feels the springtime juices in its organs. Like the Arizona toad in a downpour, the German superorganism was waking up. And sudden prosperity, as we've seen, does not bring peace. The result was the First World War. Officially, Britain won the Great War, yet in the coming years she would lose her empire. She had already lost her prosperity. The British worker, once the highest paid in the world, would eventually become one of the lowest. The British factories, once the world's most productive, would enter the ranks of the world's most inefficient. Britain would go from the indisputable ruler of world affairs to a second-rate power. In military terms, the Germans would lose 2 world wars, yet Germany would become in 1987 the greatest exporting nation on the globe, overtaking even the Japanese. Economically, the Germans would win. Today, America seems to be following the path that led the British to their downfall. In 1945, the United States produced 40% of the world's goods. By the mid-'80s, our share was half of that. Until the early 70s, we were the biggest exporter in the world. Today, we are the biggest importer. Our federal deficits are soaring, and the amount of money we've borrowed from the citizens of foreign countries is so large that we are now the biggest debtors since the prehistoric invention of the loan. America's educational system has become one of the least effective in the industrial world. The average Taiwanese first grader spends over 8 hours a week doing homework. The average American first grader, an hour and 19 minutes. The American companies that should be making consumer products the whole world wants to buy, Westinghouse, Raytheon, and General Electric, have dramatically reduced their commitment to the manufacture of consumer goods. Instead, they dedicated themselves in the 70s and 80s to living off government welfare, turning out overpriced defense items that guaranteed a fat profit. When hot new innovations come out of American labs, no American company scoops them up and turns them into the gadgets of tomorrow. Bell Labs created the transistor in the 40s, but the people who made a fortune in the 60s and 70s selling us transistorized television sets and radios were Japanese. RCA and Ampex developed the videocassette recorder, but those who raked in over $6 billion a year selling VCRs to the world were, once again, the Japanese. Yet these sorry experiences did not teach us any lessons. American scientists were in the forefront of basic research on superconductors, the hot new technology of the 90s, but in 1988, most American companies were asleep at the wheel about applying superconductors in consumer products. The Japanese, on the other hand, were developing ways to use these futuristic materials to revolutionize everything from high-speed computer chips and power generators to simple electric wiring. We also invented, then abandoned, flat-panel video screens, an essential element in laptop computers, and amorphous crystal solar panels, the ones that show up on everything from calculators to watches. Meanwhile, throughout the 80s, our military budgets climbed dramatically. Like the English under Victoria, we were trying to fool ourselves with the notion that weapons are the real source of strength. In the 1800s, the British lost their preeminence. They did it by forgetting what counts the most in the pecking order of nations. To stay in place, you have to run. To get anywhere, you have to run even harder. Scapegoats and sexual hysteria. The social climb, or fall, of a superorganism radically redecorates the psychic interior of the individuals who form its constituent parts. Being bounced from one rung to another reshapes personal emotions, warps the lenses of perception, and twists the course of behavior. In the next few chapters, we'll dig into a few of the more peculiar consequences for the world in which we live today. When the pecking order status of a national superorganism slides, a frustrated populace looks for someone to blame, preferably a character located conveniently close to home. A declining Victorian England seized on Oscar Wilde, perhaps the most dazzling literary genius of his day. His plays, short stories, fairy tales, and essays scintillated. His wit was exquisite, his cynicism startling. The frenzy that led to Wilde's imprisonment all began with a book. It was 1893 when Max Nordau published Degeneration. England's Great Depression had been dragging on for 20 years. The island kingdom that had led the world into brave new technologies at the turn of the 19th century was becoming a technological and industrial backwater. The English knew they were in trouble, but they didn't know why. Then Max Nordau uncovered the real cause. The culprits behind Britain's fall were modern philosophy, modern art, and modern novels. As historian Barbara Tuchman puts it in The Proud Tower, through 600 pages of mounting hysteria, he, Max Nordau, traced the decay lurking impartially in the realism of Zola, the symbolism of Mallarmé, the mysticism of Maeterlinck, in Wagner's music, Ibsen's dramas, Manet's pictures, Tolstoy's novels, Nietzsche's philosophy, Dr. Jaeger's woolen clothing, in anarchism, socialism, women's dress, madness, suicide, nervous diseases, drug addiction, dancing, sexual license, all of which were combining to produce a society without self-control, discipline, or shame, which was marching to its certain ruin because it is too worn out and flaccid to perform great tasks. In the days before television and the compact disc, poetry, plays, and novels were the equivalent of today's electronic mass consumer fare. Nordau was indicting all of pop culture. One of the most visible popular artists of the day was Oscar Wilde. In 1895, his play, The Importance of Being Earnest, was a huge success. His books were widely read, and his humor was quoted everywhere. But Wilde's sexual habits were exactly the kind that all good citizens knew were destroying England. Oscar was a homosexual. When the flamboyant author filed a libel case against the Marquis of Queensberry, Wilde, rather than the Marquis, suddenly became the subject of scrutiny. A series of trials luridly pictured affairs with male prostitutes, a valet, a groom, and even a boat attendant. The newspapers flew into a fit of moral outrage. Cabbies and newsboys derided Oscar's sins. His books were removed from the stores. 2 young noblemen implicated in similar activities were quietly let off the hook, but Wilde was sent to prison for 2 years. The incarceration drained the life from him. A mere 36 months after his release from Reading jail, Oscar Wilde died. He was 46 years old. Oscar Wilde's imprisonment did not save England, nor did the publication of Nordau's irascible book, but both gave the English the comfortable illusion that they had some sort of control over their unpleasant fate, and both distracted Britain from that fate's actual causes. Since the early 1970s, America has experienced a decline similar to that which afflicted Victorian England. For decades, our exports exceeded our imports. That began to change in 1971. In 1973, we were victimized by an oil embargo that left normally confident American motorists stranded for hours in line waiting for a few gallons of gas. It was our first taste of helplessness. Presidential advisor Pat Caddell sent a memo to Jimmy Carter in 1979 saying that the United States was in a new, invisible kind of crisis, a crisis of confidence marked by a dwindling faith in the future, a crisis that threatens the political and social fabric of the nation. The year of Caddell's memo, 33% of Americans saw their lives going straight downhill. By 1987, things had gotten worse. According to pollster Lewis Harris, a full 60% felt a basic sense of powerlessness despite the apparent prosperity of the 1980s. Then an author came to the rescue. In 1987, America disgorged its own Max Nordau. He was an obscure professor from the University of Chicago named Alan Bloom. Like Nordau, Bloom knew exactly who to blame for America's decline. He did not level a bony finger at the industrialists who ignored the commercial possibilities of the flat-panel video and the VCR, but eerily echoed Nordau. Bloom fulminated against the set of dead German philosophers, Nietzsche, Freud, and Heidegger. And, like Nordau, he raged against popular culture. But instead of Oscar Wilde, Bloom attacked rock and roll. Sex, hate, and a smarmy, hypocritical version of brotherly love are the themes of rock, he declared dogmatically. Such polluted sources issue in a muddy stream where only monsters can swim. In MTV videos, Bloom pontificated, Hitler's image recurs frequently in exciting contexts. Nothing noble, sublime, profound, delicate, tasteful, or even decent can find a place in such tableau. He claimed that rock is a gutter phenomenon, obsessed with sex, violence, and drugs, ruining the imagination of young people, stealing their zest for learning, impoverishing their emotions, turning them into callow participants in a nation's decline. One of rock's primary crimes, Bloom claimed, was an overt celebration of sexuality. In Bloom's view, only when sex is driven underground can man create. The pent-up libido, Bloom claimed, is the driving force behind all ennobling accomplishments. The professor, by the way, was a bachelor. Bloom never cited a single fact that would justify his bizarre coupling of sexual gratification with creative sterility. What's more, his view of rock was absurd. Drug lyrics had practically disappeared from rock music over 15 years before Bloom wrote his book. Hate had never been a major rock theme, though it would later surface in a musical form Bloom was unaware of, rap. And at the time Bloom penned his work, Hitler's image simply had never appeared in an MTV video. 2 years after Bloom's screed hit the stands, Hitler finally showed up in one MTV clip. The Führer materialized in Michael Jackson's Man in the Mirror, a work that urged social responsibility and held up Hitler as an icon of evil. But Bloom's singling out of a scapegoat satisfied a deep hunger for someone to blame. His book was wildly successful, and its influence was everywhere. A December 8, 1987 editorial in the New Republic picked up the professor's theme. It pointed a prophetic finger at the prospect of decline that lurks in America, lamented that our cities have become centers of barbarism, and deplored the exacerbated cultural degradation of man and environment. The cause of all this? Rock music, with its numbing norms of random drugs, random sex, and random violence. The exaggerated and often false charges spurred a spate of legal actions. The FCC revised its policies on obscenity. The new doctrine was worded so murkily that almost anything could be deemed obscene. In response, the listener-supported Pacifica radio stations were forced to suspend their plans to read Allen Ginsberg's classic poem Howl on the air. But that was just the tip of the iceberg. A 19-year-old store clerk in Callaway, Florida, was arrested for selling a rap album that contained the word pussy. She was taken to jail, and the store she'd worked for was driven out of business. Police broke into the San Francisco home of political rock singer Jello Biafra and arrested him for selling material harmful to minors. The material in question was a poster by Academy Award-winning designer H.R. Geiger included in a Biafra album. Displayed in numerous galleries, the poster was a surrealistic landscape of penises and vaginas designed to criticize the standardization of mass consumer society. For nearly 2 years, Biafra was forced to abandon music and mount a legal defense. By the time he was acquitted, his rock group had disbanded. In Illinois, a law was introduced before the legislature that would have enabled officials to arbitrarily declare the goods of a bookstore, record store, or video store obscene. Armed with this charge, the government would have been empowered to seize the suspect's property, his store, inventory, bank accounts, and even his home, without a trial. A similar piece of legislation, the so-called Child Protection and Obscenity Enforcement Act, was introduced in Congress, though numerous congressmen and senators admitted privately that the bill was thoroughly unconstitutional. It passed both houses without a dissenting vote. The hysterical search for scapegoats had mounted to such a height that, innocent until proven guilty, was about to be suspended in the case of pop culture. The pattern was a common one in history. A slide down the ladder of nations brings a search for scapegoats and a rise in sexual hysteria. When Rome was under attack by Hannibal, its citizens looked for a solid, conservative dictator. The man they found pointed out that the traditional religious rituals had been either dropped or carried out with appalling carelessness. The new leader hurriedly restored the old-time worship of the gods. A year later, Hannibal was still ravaging the countryside, so Rome's brave citizens looked for a few humans to blame their troubles on. A diligent inquiry uncovered the fact that 2 of the Vestal virgins had been less than entirely virginal. To rid the city of its sins, the Romans buried one of the oversexed young women alive. The other saved her neighbors the trouble. She committed suicide. Just to be safe, the guardians of respectability interred a few visiting foreigners as well. The return to Rome's old moral shibboleths did not make Hannibal go away. In the history of our species, the interlocked phenomena of sexual hysteria and the search for scapegoats allow the social beast moving down the pecking order to ignore the forces shoving it toward the bottom. England used Oscar Wilde to seize pop culture by the scruff of the neck and give it a vicious shake. In doing so, Britain forgot the industrialists who had allowed the new chemical and electrical technologies to slip through their fingers. She overlooked the complacency that had eroded the international standing of her schools. She turned away from the siphoning of funds into damaging mergers and takeovers. Max Nordau's denunciation of pop culture did not stop the British economic slump. It did, however, divert England's energies from the tasks that could have saved her. Laboratory rats and the oil crisis. If a laboratory rat is confronted by an artificial beast larger than himself, he cowers. The mechanical bully can abuse the rat all at once, and the bludgeoned creature will not raise a paw to counterattack. But offer the victimized rodent a smaller rat as a companion, and a strange thing happens. The black and blue animal will not turn to his smaller companion for solace. Taking advantage of his new cage mate's diminutive size, he will turn on the beast and viciously assault it. Rats in groups are even worse than individuals. Put 7 or 8 of the rodents on an electrified floor, turn on the juice, and what happens? The gang will single out one of its members for punishment and attack him mercilessly. The rat is not alone in this kind of behavior. Jane Goodall says that one of the most common causes of brutality among chimpanzees is frustration that leads an individual who has been thwarted by one stronger to turn and vent his aggression on a smaller or weaker bystander. We humans, alas, are built with the same pusillanimous circuitry. When we are battered by forces beyond our control, we look around for someone smaller to punch. Yale University researchers John Dollard, Neil E. Miller, and a team of colleagues saw this mechanism at work in 1939 as they painstakingly assembled the evidence for their classic frustration-aggression hypothesis. The scholars reviewed figures on cotton prices in 14 southern states over a period of 48 years. When cotton prices dipped, the white farmers who depended on the crop for their living took a beating. These unfortunate country folk made up for pinched budgets, lowered status, and the humiliation of mounting debts by turning around and tormenting someone even more helpless than themselves, the local blacks. Whenever cotton prices plummeted, lynchings shot up. The Soviet Union long indulged in the habit of beating up the little guy to soothe its pain. In the late 60s, the Russian economy was in trouble, the country's agricultural system was bogged down, and frustration was running rampant. The best way for a leader to boost his popularity was to mount a foreign adventure, preferably against someone small and helpless. When the Czechoslovakian uprising came in 1968, it was a godsend. Russian leaders sent in the tanks, and the Soviet populace cheered wildly. More frequently, however, the victim is someone right at home. In the early 50s, the United States suffered seriously from pecking order problems. We had been humiliated in Europe, where the Soviets had grabbed 8 countries and walled them off behind what Winston Churchill called an Iron Curtain. China, the keystone of our plan for Asian security, had fallen to a Marxist revolution. We had lost nearly a quarter of the world's population to our adversaries in only a few short years. Americans were desperate for someone to blame. A slightly alcoholic senator from Wisconsin offered to satisfy their hunger. There had been communist infiltration of the government, but by the time the pixelated legislator showed up, President Truman had eliminated it. Nonetheless, the senator cooked up fantasies of a communist plot within the State Department. His claims were so filled with fraud that nearly every major American newspaper revealed their absurdity. But the public couldn't have cared less. They swept the tipsy senator up as a hero. During the next 4 years, Joseph McCarthy was one of the strongest men in Washington, able to make or break careers with a single word. Our problems, however, were not in Washington. They were overseas, where Mao Zedong had ousted our allies in China, and Soviet-sponsored Eastern European leaders had seized power in one state after another. A few years earlier, when the Second World War had ended, we disbanded most of our military forces, while the Soviets kept theirs at full strength. In what historian William Manchester calls a near mutiny, servicemen threw massive demonstrations demanding demobilization, and they got it. The result was that by 1950, the Soviets had 4 times as many soldiers as we did, and 30 tank divisions to our 1. Confronting the Russians would have been a painful experience, but picking on unarmed fellow Americans couldn't hurt at all. John F. Kennedy later called this witch hunt a supreme act of cowardice. He said of those who look for scapegoats, "They find treason in our churches, in our highest court, in our treatment of water. Unwilling to face up to the danger from without, they are convinced that the real danger is from within." Kennedy knew what he was talking about. He had just faced the threat of Soviet nuclear missiles in Cuba. The search for scapegoats impels us to act like the alcoholic who has trouble at work. The drunkard does not direct his anger at his boss or himself, nor does he decide to stop drinking. Instead, he beats his wife. In 1956, the Hungarians rebelled against the Soviets, and the Russians subdued the city with tanks and machine guns. We could no more aid the Hungarians than the alcoholic husband could confront the boss at work. Instead, we turned on our friends. Shortly before the Russians rolled into Budapest, Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser seized the Suez Canal from the French and English. The French had built this engineering wonder in the 19th century with over $80 million of European funds, a gargantuan sum at the time. The land for the project had been granted by Egypt's Khedive in exchange for nearly half of the action. Now Nasser's move threatened to cut off 80% of Europe's oil supply. The British and the French enticed Israel into helping them retake the crucial passageway. They massed troops for an assault, confident we wouldn't stop them. After all, when we had sent our soldiers into Guatemala and Korea, the British and French had backed us. But we had a collective psychological need to snap at someone. We needed to beat a wife back home. On the morning of Tuesday, November 6, 1956, the French took the Suez Canal's eastern bank. While Hungarians called on their radio stations for our aid, we turned our back on the Russian soldiers who by now were killing the citizens of Budapest. Instead, we scolded our allies for colonialist aggression and insisted that our international partners put a European-built canal back in Nasser's hands. By giving Nasser a victory, we lent tremendous prestige to the Arab revolutionary movement, a political tide that soon planted anti-American autocrats all through the Middle East. And eventually, with OPEC, those leaders found a way to twist our tail. The resulting rocket rise in the price of oil would give us our first negative international trade balances in the early 70s. It would create a decade of spiraling prices, and it would make a major contribution to the American decline. At its best, scapegoating is a nasty business. At its worst, it is a sluggish form of suicide. Battering our British allies in the Suez incident, we set the stage for a financial hemorrhage that would later overwhelm us. During the McCarthy era, we attacked talented people in government and the arts, eggheads, intellectuals, people with insight and brains. Ultimately, we were the ones deprived of the fruits of their talents. And in the late 80s, when conservative groups battered away at rock and roll, they were undermining one of the few American fields of endeavor that contributed massively to our economic well-being. In just the first half of 1988, we exported 3.65 million records and compact discs to our arch-trading rival Japan. That's one reason the entertainment industry in 1987 generated a $5.5 billion balance of payments surplus, a surplus second only to that created by U.S. aircraft manufacturers. When we run into pecking order problems, we look around for someone smaller to kick. And, in the end, the folks we kick the hardest are ourselves. Why nations pretend to be blind. Scapegoating is not the only consequence of pecking order slippage for the operations of the mind. A rise or fall in hierarchical position can radically rearrange the way we see the world. I own a very large German shepherd who is inordinately fond of pecking order games. When we walk through the park and he spots another canine, he's suddenly all playful eagerness. His ears go up and his eyes grow bright. He can't wait to run over to the stranger and make friends. One reason for the enthusiasm: in the game of chase and tumble that follows the first sniff greeting, my dog is certain he will come out on top. At least that's the way it goes most of the time. The dog that appears on the other side of the meadow is not always some little cocker spaniel or mid-sized mutt my shepherd can tower over. Now and then it's a mastiff or Great Dane, a hulking giant that makes my well-built pooch look like a fuzzy midget. When one of these really big dogs appears, a strange thing happens to my pet's enthusiasm. It disappears. Faced with a creature he knows will beat him soundly, my shepherd plays a perceptual game. He trots along staring resolutely ahead, feigning obliviousness to the massive monster in the distance. Ethologist Frans de Waal has noted the same behavior in chimpanzees. De Waal, who cropped up earlier in this book, spent 6 years carefully analyzing the nuances of social behavior among the chimps of the Burgers Zoo in Arnhem, Holland. There the animals live in a 2-acre outdoor compound that approximates as closely as possible the conditions of the wild. Each chimpanzee tribe, whether in the zoo or in the jungle, has its leader. According to Duvall's observations, this dominant male hasn't become king of the chimps by accident. He has waged a long, hard campaign to make it to the top of the pecking order. He's developed his physical strength, learned to make loud and frightening displays, and has become a master of the art of intimidation. What's more, he has become a primate politician, currying favor among the masses, the lower-ranking males and the powerful lady leaders of the female cliques, and carefully building alliances with other strong males. But chimpanzee leaders, like human power brokers, eventually grow old and weak. In their younger days, when a potential rival showed up to challenge them, they reared back on their hind legs and made a dramatic show of brawn and agility. But when strength and swiftness fade, the aging leaders use another tactic. Like my dog, they pretend they do not see. A rival may swagger toward the reigning monarch determined to assert his claims. The muscular youngster jumps up and down. He makes terrifying noises by pounding on any resonant object in sight. He swings huge branches intimidatingly through the air. But the weakened elder deals with this pecking order challenge in a strange way. He turns his head and pretends to be utterly absorbed in examining a banana peel. For a time, the aging leader who refuses to see his rivals retains his top position. His old system of alliances props him up. But if the youngster has played his cards right, he has quietly built up coalitions of his own and gained the favor of the populace. Then the challenger's public humiliations of his elder may one day prove decisive. Eventually, the older statesman will be forced to yield his position, and the young Turk will become the new head chimp. Human superorganisms go through similar pecking order confrontations. They gather allies. They curry support among the common people. They make theatrical shows of strength and power. And when they sense that they may lose, they follow the path of the chimp and the dog. They undergo perceptual shutdown. In 1931, the Japanese lunged toward a higher position in the hierarchy of nations. They invaded Manchuria, treating the local inhabitants in a manner that was bloody and barbaric, but no one tried to stop them. 6 years later, the Japanese made an even more ambitious move. They landed their soldiers in the most populous empire on earth, China. Their goal was to take the country by force. The United States was determined to avoid a fight. We were suffering from a devastating economic depression. What's worse, Japan was allied with Hitler's Germany. The Germans and Japanese had been building advanced planes, tanks, and warships for years. They had drafted young men in huge numbers and prepared them for battle. We Americans loved to tell each other tales of how we had won the First World War, but we hoped never to be embroiled in a massive conflict again. Our army had been pared down to a force smaller than that of Czechoslovakia, and our military equipment was obsolete. Our men could scarcely have withstood an assault by a determined group of Boy Scouts. At the end of 1937, the Japanese invaders arrived on the outskirts of the Chinese city of Nanking, which had a small contingent of American citizens. Moving up and down the nearby international waterway of the Yangtze River were American commercial ships. To protect both ships and citizens from the guerrilla bands who roamed the Chinese countryside, the Americans had stationed a small gunboat, the Panay, in the Yangtze's waters. Our government wanted to avoid damage to the gunboat in the brutal fighting between the Chinese and the Japanese. On December 1, 1937, the American ambassador in Tokyo told Japanese officials the gunboat's exact location, explained that it would abide by the terms of American neutrality, and informed the Japanese that the gunboat would be used to evacuate American citizens peacefully if that became necessary. On December 10th, evacuation became very necessary indeed. The fighting around Nanking had turned deadly. The crew of the Panay worked for 2 days and nights loading American journalists, photographers, businessmen, and embassy personnel on board. Then the ship steamed upriver to find a safe haven. The anchorage it chose was not safe enough. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Japanese warplanes came over the horizon and attacked, sinking the neutral USS Panay. When the Panay's passengers piled into lifeboats and headed for shore, Japanese planes returned to rake them with machine guns. 3 Americans were killed, and another 11 were gravely wounded. A court of inquiry in Shanghai eventually revealed that the attack had been deliberate. Historian William Manchester feels that the Japanese assault on the Panay was an attempt to see how willing America was to resist the Japanese in the struggle for hierarchical dominance. The United States responded like the reluctant dog and the intimidated chimp. We pretended we didn't see. Media scarcely covered the event. 2 months earlier, President Franklin Roosevelt had mentioned briefly during an out-of-the-way speech in Chicago that the epidemic of world lawlessness is spreading. Roosevelt had called on peace-loving nations to combine and stop the violence before it could travel further. The president's words were greeted by a howl of protest. Angry letters and newspaper editorials accused FDR of warmongering. Roosevelt learned his lesson and shut his mouth. When the Panay and her survivors were mauled, isolationist groups went even further. They tried to get footage of the attack banned from newsreels. News films, they said, would have the unquestioned effect of arousing the American temper. The ban wasn't necessary. Nobody really wanted to pay attention to the killings. Polls revealed that 70% of U.S. voters preferred to solve the problem by withdrawing all American citizens from the Far East. Instead of looking the Japanese in the eye and protesting their attack, we pretended we didn't see. But the Japanese did not melt into oblivion. Lack of opposition, in fact, fed their illusions of invincibility. 4 years later, they sank 18 American ships, wiped out 188 of our planes, and killed 3,400 U.S. citizens at Pearl Harbor. The nation slipping downward averts its eyes, but the country on the rise is often vigorously alert, looking for the tiniest opportunity to lunge toward the top. Instead of turning their backs and hoping for peace, superorganisms on the move often manufacture confrontations. For an example, let's revisit the days of Victorian England's decline. You'll recall that in the 1860s, as England was about to enter its slump, 2 other countries were on the verge of taking over the lead. One was the United States. The other was Germany. As I mentioned earlier, when German industry raked in the Deutsche Marks hand over fist, it didn't make the citizens of Hamburg and Berlin blissfully content. It made them hunger for more. A testosterone jolt roused Teutonic ambitions and the will to use violence to achieve them. The man who embodied his country's new mood was a 6-foot-tall Junker with flaming red hair, Otto von Bismarck. From his earliest years, Bismarck had loved bloodthirsty showdowns. During his university days, he turned seemingly harmless debates into ultimate tests of honor. In just his first 9 months at school, young Otto challenged 25 students who disagreed with him to duels, and he always emerged from these potentially fatal confrontations on top. In 1862, 11 years before England's downhill slide revealed itself in the Great Depression, Bismarck became Prussia's premier. Prussia had used its huge coal fields to fuel new iron and steel plants that put it in the forefront of the Industrial Revolution. The result was an age of plenty. Otto could sense opportunity in the air, and he wasn't the type to let a winning chance pass him by. The Prussian parliament was dedicated to peace, but Bismarck was not. He showed his contempt for mild-mannered solutions at a meeting of the Parliamentary Budget Commission in 1862. The great questions of the day will not be decided by speeches and majority resolutions, he declared in a statement that would be quoted for the next 100 years, but by iron and blood. So Bismarck circumvented Prussia's parliamentary delegates and furtively used illegal means to siphon money into a military buildup. Bismarck boosted the size of the Prussian standing army dramatically and made enormous investments in new weapons, including high-tech cannons from Krupp that could fire a shell twice as far as any other artillery piece known to man. Bismarck was not the only Prussian feeling the feistiness that comes to a nation moving up the hierarchical ladder. His policies had overwhelming grassroots support. One observer said that, before him, the people lay in the dust and adored. To guarantee adoration, Bismarck sidelined his opponents, made vigorous use of a secret police, and stifled complaining voices in the press. Once Bismarck was confident that his military buildup was complete, he did not flinch from confrontation. Far from it, he sought it out. Bismarck embarked on a plot to force France into war, but he wanted Prussia to look like the victim and France to appear as the aggressor. To achieve this, the Prussian leader worked out a scheme that would corner the French into making the first openly hostile move. Spain needed a king, and the Spaniards were searching for a European prince who could fill the throne. Bismarck's agents labored secretly in Madrid to make sure the prince the Spanish parliament chose would be a German. Otto knew that the idea of a German grab at the Spanish crown would panic France. If the Prussian move went through, the French would be surrounded by hostile states. Rubbing up against the northeastern Gallic border would be Germany, and crowding the country's southwestern flank would be a German puppet. The strategic vulnerability would be intolerable. If Prussia went ahead with the installation of its princeling on the Spanish throne, France said, it would mean war. "Princeling on the Spanish throne?" said Bismarck. "We have nothing to do with that. The choice is a strictly Spanish matter." The Prussian premier's profession of innocence was less than frank. The only man deciding which autocrat would be shoved into Spain's regal chambers was Bismarck himself. The French continued to bluster their discontents, and Bismarck swore he was the innocent victim of French threats. What's more, the world believed him. Finally, Bismarck was forced to go to war in sheer self-defense. The world saw this as a confrontation between a mighty nation with a strong military tradition, France, and a weak, unprepared principality, Prussia. Europeans and Englishmen were still bitter at France for its astonishing conquests under Napoleon 60 years before. France, they thought, had an army no one could beat. Bismarck knew better. He was quite aware that in the first weeks of a confrontation, France could only mobilize a few 100,000 men, but in that time Bismarck could call up well over 1 million. What's more, the Prussian knew that the French still hadn't figured out how to deploy many of the newly developed armaments on which they were counting for their defense. For example, the latest Gallic secret weapon was the mitrailleuse, an extremely rapid-fire machine gun. There was only one problem. French generals hadn't worked it into their strategies yet. As a consequence, when war came, they kept this potential battlefield terror in the rear, where it was of no earthly value. Bismarck also knew that his extraordinary high-tech artillery could wipe out French forces long before the French would even come within shooting range of Prussian soldiers. The result was the Franco-Prussian War of 1870. The world was utterly convinced that France would crush Prussia. Instead, Emperor Louis Napoleon was forced to surrender the bulk of his army within the first 3 weeks of the war. Less than 5 months later, Prussian squadrons were marching through the streets of Paris. Bismarck had never flinched or lowered his eyes at threats. In fact, he had been able to control every offensive move. Why? Like the larger of two dogs encountering each other in a field, Otto von Bismarck knew from the beginning just who was on top. In the 1960s, when we were at the peak of our power, we too were raring for confrontation. We entered the Vietnam War and lost. It was the second conflict we had failed to win since our participation in the defeat of Hitler's Third Reich. The first had been our police action in Korea during the early 50s. By the early 70s, military failures were not our only pecking order problems. We were showing signs of an unaccustomed financial vulnerability, and our willingness to look world events squarely in the eye altered as well. While we still fought in Vietnam, a guerrilla group called the Khmer Rouge waged war in Cambodia. Aided by the North Vietnamese, these Marxist freedom fighters struggled violently to gain control of what had once been a pleasant, peaceful land. 2 years after our departure from Vietnam, the Khmer Rouge finally achieved their goals. They ousted the old regime and installed communist zealot Pol Pot as prime minister. The 48-year-old idealist immediately set to work imposing his vision of freedom, peace, and justice. He executed those who didn't share his dedication to building a new society. He emptied entire cities at gunpoint. He sent his soldiers into hospitals, forcing the patients to pick up their beds and march to the fields. He ordered college professors, doctors, and civil servants into the countryside to help grow crops. He turned schools into torture and extermination centers. He had babies beaten to death, children's throats cut, old women nailed to the walls of their homes and burned alive, and pregnant women shot. Then he heaped the bodies of his countrymen in thousands of mass graves. By the time North Vietnamese invaders threw Pol Pot out in 1979, roughly 3 million Cambodians had been killed by bullets, forced labor, or famine. Nearly half the country's population had died. What was the American reaction? We didn't march in the streets, nor did our newspapers blare the tale in daily headlines. Our moral leaders, our priests and rabbis, failed to protest, and our university students did not demand that we cut off aid that might conceivably trickle into Pol Pot's hands. Instead, Newsweek went so far as to deny that there were any atrocities, as did the Sunday Times of London. When a Sunday Times correspondent turned in a story explaining just how bad the plight of the Cambodians really was, the paper refused to print it. And leading progressive intellectual Noam Chomsky declared that occasional rumors of unsavory doings were the results of a CIA plot. A Holocaust was in motion, and we turned our backs. We are doing the same today toward the ubiquitous genocide in Black Africa and the hatred aimed against us by a host of Islamic nations we insist on calling our friends. Why? For the same reason that one animal passing another it knows to be much bigger stares in another direction. Far from possessing the pugnacity of an Otto von Bismarck, we have taken our knocks in the pecking order, and we sense that we are moving down. Like the chimp who hopes he can cling to his preeminence by ignoring a rival, we toy with our equivalent to a banana peel. While events of grisly horror grind down humans by the millions, we simply turn away. We simply turn away. How the pecking order reshapes the mind. A rise or fall in the hierarchy of superorganisms has other profound effects on a society's collective psyche. It transforms the emotions and shared values of the human herd. The nation moving up embraces adventure. The country moving down abandons the strange and buries its head in the familiar. It tries to march backward in time. These shifts in attitude are the result of pre-wired natural strategies. One of the most basic biological mood loops in our animal brain dictates a simple set of alternatives. It makes us conservative in times of difficulty and exploratory when times are good. When birds are hungry and desperate for food, you might expect them to sample everything they run across that looks edible. After all, with starvation at hand, some peculiar-looking berry the feathered flyer has never noticed before could be the key to survival. But hungry birds do not methodically nibble every unusual item to see if it can be turned into a meal. They shy away from food that seems strange. Their fear of the unfamiliar renders them culinary conservatives. Birds benefiting from a bonanza in the food supply are a very different story. As these creatures strut around with full stomachs, you'd expect them to ignore any unfamiliar morsels they come across. They've already got more than enough to eat, so why try anything new? But well-fed birds are up for every potential adventure in dining. There is a logic behind this genetically ordained strategy. Exploring the unknown is a risk. A creature in genuine need can't take a chance on being immobilized a day or two by food poisoning. Those long hours with nothing to eat could kill him, but the bird who's already stored up his calories can afford to toy with novelty. Human superorganisms show the same pattern. In times of trouble, they tend to shun the new. When the Turkish Empire was crumbling in the 16th century, Ottoman authorities were sure that they could recapture former glories by returning to the traditions of the past. Europeans came up with improved methods for preventing plague, but the Turks refused to use them. Why? The foreign techniques departed from the customs that had once made Turkey great. Like hungry birds, the Ottomans sought their comfort in clinging to tradition. When plague did break out in the land, the Turks blamed it on the few foreign innovations they had failed to eradicate. To stop the ravaging illness in 1580, officials destroyed, of all things, an astronomical observatory. The newfangled installation, they were sure, had offended Allah and brought the curse of disease. Sounds like something that could never happen here, but Alan Bloom's The Closing of the American Mind seems to blame our problems on a departure from traditional values. He implies that our abandonment of the sexual and racial inequalities of the 40s and 50s has a great deal to do with our current plight. His prescription seems to be a return to the standards of our past. In fact, he wants to go very far back indeed, all the way to the values of ancient Greece. Others, like self-appointed science critic Jeremy Rifkin, want to head backward technologically. Rifkin has garnered great gobs of publicity by trying single-handedly to halt the progress of genetic engineering. This modern Luddite is just one of a new army of American public figures determined to move us resolutely in reverse. Religionists like Moral Majority Leader Jerry Falwell and presidential candidate religious broadcaster Pat Robertson want to turn back the clock and restore the lifestyle they knew when they were children. Even radical ecologists want to throw the gearbox into reverse. Their slogan, back to the Pleistocene. Though religious leaders and ultra-conservatives claim that we have strayed from old-fashioned values, the opposite is the case. Since the signs of America's decline first appeared in the late 70s and early 80s, our tendency has been to move toward the old, stable ways. You can see this rearrangement of the American psyche with particular clarity in the pop music of the mid-80s. In the late 60s, America benefited from one of the longest periods of peacetime prosperity in the history of the country, and simultaneously dominated the pecking order of nations. In those days, pop music was ruled by rock, the music of rebellion, the soundtrack of a generation bent on stepping beyond the boundaries of the traditional and tasting the forbidden. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young championed the rights of young men to grow long hair as a freedom flag against ensconced authority. The Beatles expressed views that flew in the face of established institutions and followed the Maharishi instead of a conventional church. John Lennon and Yoko Ono lay naked in a bed and threatened to stay there until the older generation ended the war in Vietnam. The Lennons and many of their fans wanted to wipe away the boundaries of custom. Like the birds with full bellies, they were determined to taste something new. The phenomenon of the well-fed, adventurous bird showed up in even more subtle ways. To succeed, a rock and roller had to be a young man on his own, totally free of parents and family, a rebel who had bailed out of his childhood home and become a vagabond, roaming the countryside in the company of other young men like himself, his band. The ideal rocker was a hero who had cut himself loose from the old smothering ways. There was one cardinal rule for rock interviews: never mention the existence of your father and mother. Admitting that you had once been tied to apron strings could instantly kill your appeal. Then in the early 80s, the pop world was seized by a phenomenon of such proportions that it staggered even the star makers. Up to that point, the biggest-selling LP of all time had come from rock guitarist and singer Peter Frampton, who in the late 70s sold an astounding 14 million copies of Frampton Comes Alive. But in 1983, another singer made Frampton's 14 million discs seem minuscule. With just one album, this crooning, dancing wonder sold over 39 million records. His name was Michael Jackson. At first glance, Jackson seemed an eccentric. Yet under the surface, he was anything but. For years, the subject of family ties had been taboo, but Michael Jackson was, in fact, the ultimate family figure. Jackson had worked with his brothers on stage since he was 5. He had been coached and managed by his father, and he actually lived in a bedroom in his parents' home. What triggered this about-face between the pop heroes of the 60s and those of the 80s? The Beatles' heyday had come when our stomachs were full, and we were curious to taste the strange. But Michael Jackson arrived when we were starving. In the mid-80s, we craved refuge in the familiar. Jackson, in his own eccentric way, brought us back to the values of our past. Signs that we were trying to wrap ourselves in the safety blanket of tradition showed up outside the world of pop as well. In the 60s, a widespread motto had said that you couldn't trust anyone over 30, especially parents. But a survey in 1986 showed that a new generation of students felt their ultimate heroes were their fathers and mothers. When author Lisa Birnbach went out to visit college campuses during the mid-80s for an article in Rolling Stone, she was shocked at what she saw. Gone were the long hair and rebellious attitudes she had known in her student days. Torn jeans had been replaced by jackets and ties. What's more, students had abandoned majors that would allow them to explore new territory in favor of those that would make them a safe living. They had tossed aside anthropology and comparative religion and raced to take accounting and finance. Abandoning the 60s holy grail of a psychedelic revolution, the collegians Birnbach saw had revived the attitudes that dominated college campuses in the 50s. Other backward-looking symptoms increased dramatically during the mid-80s. The number of college students who clung to Christian fundamentalism increased 43% from 1978 to 1985. In 1986, the number of American voters who labeled themselves conservatives shot up to an astonishing 39%. Political conservatism was particularly high among, of all people, the young. And in 1993, when some thought that the election of Bill Clinton had dampened the conservative trend, the New Republic's Fred Barnes declared that reaction against the Arkansas Democrat had actually revived the conservative movement beyond its wildest dreams. There was a reason. The mid-'80s generation of college kids had experienced the decline of America since they were toddlers. They were in their early days of grammar school when the United States suffered pecking order defeats in Vietnam and the Arab oil embargo of 1973. These students had spent their growing years in families battered by downward mobility. A huge percentage were latchkey children who had seen both of their parents go to work or had been raised by a single mother or father. From 1949 to 1973, American wages had moved upward in a seemingly unstoppable surge. But when the mid-'80s crop of college kids were still in daycare, all that started to change. In 1971, America experienced its first 2 months in a row of balance of payments deficits. In 1973, real wages began to fall. When the mid-'80s college kids entered junior high, the older students ahead of them were already showing the first response to the new American realities, an increase in suicide, alcoholism, and drug addiction. To make matters worse, by 1986, when the new collegians were still getting used to dormitory life, real U.S. wages had tumbled back to 1962 levels. And when the former students were beginning careers in 1991, salaries had shrunk even further, moving a full 20% below where they'd been 2 decades earlier. No wonder the youth of the 80s recreated the attitudes of the 50s, when college students were more interested in getting an MBA than exploring life and philosophy. No wonder even young bohemians returned to the traditions of the American ancients, dressing like Woodstock dropouts and reveling in the music of a quintessentially 60s band, the Grateful Dead. Like birds on an empty stomach, they were edging away from the unfamiliar and jettisoning the spirit of adventure. They were closing their eyes to the future and burying their heads in the past. Perceptual shutdown and the future of America. Progress is possible only when people believe in the possibilities of growth and change. Races or tribes die out not just when they are conquered and suppressed, but when they accept their defeated condition, become despairing, and lose their excitement about the future. Norman Cousins. Americans threatened by foreign terrorism, battered by ubiquitous crime, victimized by downward mobility, and menaced by the decline of American industry, are trying to fight back. The average breadwinner's work week has gone up from 41 hours to 49, and the run-of-the-mill family now has 2 working parents. Yet, despite these adaptations, somewhere deep in the back of their minds, Americans feel trapped. They sense they are being pummeled by forces over which they have no power. As we've seen earlier in this book, a strange thing happens when humans and other animals are cornered by the uncontrollable. Their perceptions shut down, their thoughts grow more clouded, and they have a harder time generating new solutions to their problems. The outlines of this perceptual shutdown were revealed by an extensive series of experiments we encountered a while back, experiments that have become recognized as classics. In a typical version, 2 rats are placed in cages next to each other. The cage floors can be electrified, producing a painful shock to the rodent's feet. In one cage is a bar the rat can press to turn off the floor's electrical shock. In the cage next door, there is no such convenient turn-off switch. Both floors, however, are on the same electrical circuit. When the electricity shuts off on the floor of one cage, it shuts off in the other as well. When the two rats are first put into the cages, they go about their business, scratching, preening, sniffing for food. Soon, the first shock hits. Both rats jump, startled. They race around their cages, searching for relief. Many shocks later, one of the rats discovers the bar that shuts down the current. Now, when a jolt of power hits the floor, he leaps to the switch and bangs it emphatically, giving both himself and his neighbor relief. The rat with the switch in his cage remains alert, doing well on tests of his ability to solve problems and learn. His neighbor, on the other hand, has no switch allowing him to turn off the source of his pain. This rat at first scrambles around his cage frantically when the charge sizzles his soles, looking for an escape. Eventually, his panic turns into resignation. He huddles in a corner, not moving when the shock arrives. If you open the cage door, he will not even try to escape. The rat who becomes the helpless victim goes through disturbing changes in the way he sees the world. Put him in an unfamiliar maze, and he will have tremendous difficulty learning its intricacies. Other observations indicate that he doesn't seem to focus on the facts around him clearly anymore. To protect him against pain, the rat's body has generated the internal anesthetic endorphin, which makes the stinging sensation of the electricity seem to melt away. But like its artificial equivalent, morphine, endorphin makes reality disappear as well, for this chemical of mercy soothes by blindfolding the senses. Like the rat, we have been hit with a random burst of punishments beyond our control. Could we be seeking relief by closing our eyes to the world around us? There's a clue that indeed we are. Our collective eyes and ears, our media, still often give us the impression that we are king of the international heap. It is a totally erroneous notion. France's advanced technological programs allowed it to create the smart card and the super train. Her Aerospatiale sells far more helicopters in Japan than we do. Germany's BMW holds the lead in developing recyclable auto parts and engines powered by alternative fuels. Europe's Airbus, already ahead of us in the commercialization of electronic controls for passenger planes, is planning a superjet that will make Boeing's 777 look like a minnow. While our space program is bogged down in a comedy of errors, the Japanese are planning to develop hotels and resorts on the moon. Japan has also overtaken us as the nation that files the greatest number of breakthrough patents, and is far outdistancing us in the introduction of products using such American inventions as fuzzy logic. More ominously, 45 countries are accumulating the necessary elements to manufacture nuclear weapons. 4 of the 7 nations that lead in building the bomb, Iran, Libya, North Korea, and Algeria, see America as their major enemy. 2 of the others, Taiwan and South Korea, regard us with a more tolerant eye. And ballistic missile delivery systems for these weapons are becoming nearly as easy to obtain or manufacture as .22 caliber pistols. There are other surprising areas in which we have also fallen behind. We think of ourselves as the healthiest nation in the world with the best quality of medical care, but the citizens of 11 other nations can expect to live longer lives than we can. And we often feel we have the highest standard of living, but that ceased to be the case quite a while ago. The citizens of at least 9 countries earn higher per capita incomes than we do, and those nations that tower over us in the personal affluence of their inhabitants include such minor powers as Brunei, Canada, Kuwait, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Nauru, Qatar, Switzerland, and the United Arab Emirates. We are blind to much of this, and, despite admirable exceptions like the coverage of our lag in education, our media frequently fails to report it. What's worse, as we saw a few pages ago, some groups want to fossilize us in a feather-headed recreation of a past we can never recover. Academic champions of multiculturalism idealize the backwardness of third-world cultures, and often bluster furiously to prevent a technologically driven movement into the future. Other self-proclaimed champions of the public interest are attempting to stop critical areas of scientific advancement. For roughly 12 years, fundamentalists eliminated the fetal tissue research that may cure patients of Parkinson's disease. Those claiming an expertise in scientific ethics labor daily to stop the use of biotechnologies designed to feed the starving. Animal rights activists bomb labs housing studies that could relieve the permanent impairments caused by head injuries. And African American interest groups have succeeded in virtually banning conclaves on new empirical approaches to violence. In many intellectual circles, even the concept of progress has been turned into a dirty word. Biologically produced endorphins anesthetize a helpless rat to his pain by disabling his senses. Like endorphins, ignorance would help us feel better, for a price. Other countries have attempted the strategy of perceptual shutdown and found it fatal. One of them is China. In 1405, China was geographically enormous, militarily powerful, and internally stable. Her advanced ways put the European world to shame. China experienced unity, while the European countries, each a tiny fraction of the size of China, were squabbling like children. Her cities had amenities like specialty restaurants and sidewalk snack vendors. Her citizens were blessed with immense iron, ceramics, and printing industries, cookbooks, encyclopedias, and medical texts, and widespread education. Her government had sponsored a massive and successful program of agricultural research and development that nearly doubled the country's production of rice. What's more, Chinese technology was amazing. Paddle-wheeled warships 360 feet long carrying 800 men moved up and down her major rivers. When her emperor stepped into the rooms of his palace, automatically operating doors and window blinds opened before him. The barbarians from the edge of the world, the Europeans, soon arrived with signs that they were catching up. These peculiar-looking people from insignificant lands had solved problems of the calendar that diligent Chinese sages found insoluble, possessed answers to astronomical enigmas that totally baffled the Chinese, and displayed miraculous devices like portable clocks. More ominously, though Chinese weapons specialists had a head start of 51 years over the West in the development of cannon, the Orientals were still making their artillery from iron, while Europeans had figured out how to craft a more powerful version using brass. In the 15th century, China regarded itself as literally the center of the world, the only country that counted. And the Chinese had an easy way to remain number one in their own minds. They walled themselves off. For 2 generations, the Chinese had built boats the size of apartment buildings with which they had plied the seas and exchanged information with the other countries of the Eastern world. The emperor's fleet of 317 giant vessels, staffed with a crew of 27,000, had shown up in the harbors of Vietnam, Cambodia, India, the Arab Middle East, and even Eastern Africa. But just before Europe could reach out for contact, China's bureaucrats ordered that all such ships be outlawed and that interchange with other countries be stopped. The functionaries actually forbade Chinese merchants from even dealing with outsiders on pain of death. The Chinese spurned Western knowledge, discouraged the spirit of inquiry in their own country, and buried their heads in their ancient texts. Said one scholar, "The truth has been made manifest to the world. No more writing is needed." In 1839, Lin Zexu wrote contemptuously to Britain's Queen Victoria, "Of all that China exports to foreign countries, there is not a single thing which is not beneficial to people. On the other hand, articles coming from outside China can only be used as toys." Despite the Manchu invasion of 1644, the Chinese maintained the illusion that they were untouchable, invincible, and above challenge. Then, in the 19th century, the Europeans returned with advanced gunboats, marched troops into China's cities, and showed just what the Chinese had accomplished by wallowing in illusion. In the late 1890s, the Europeans began, in their words, carving up the Chinese melon. The French took Guangzhou Bay, the Germans snatched the city of Qingdao, the Russians expropriated the Liaodong Peninsula, the British expanded their hold on Hong Kong and seized the port of Weihaiwei, and even the Japanese snatched their share of the fruit. Foreigners were capable of inflicting any form of atrocity they chose. Kaiser Wilhelm, in fact, claimed that he would deal with the Chinese so savagely that the lesson he taught them about their inferiority would last them 50 generations. Said Wilhelm to his troops when he sent them off in 1900 to attack the Chinese homeland, Even as 1,000 years ago the Huns under their king Attila made such a name for themselves as still resounds in terror through legend and fable, so may the name of Germany resound through Chinese history 1,000 years from now, so that never again will a Chinese dare to so much look askance at a German. By the early 20th century, the Chinese Empire had collapsed in chaos. If the Chinese had kept their eyes open to the dangers of the world around them in the 1500s when the Europeans had first shown up, if they had attempted to absorb the knowledge of the Westerners and outdo it, they might not have experienced this fate. But the Chinese were more interested in the opiate of illusion than the bitter draught of reality. Like the rat who cannot control his fate, they huddled in their corner of the world, indulging in the endorphin strategy, with its dulling of the senses and crippling of the intellect. Today, we are the ones desperately attempting to remain number one in our own minds. If we are not careful, we may be the next Chinese. The myth of stress. There is nothing better for men than that they should be happy in their work, for that is what they are here for. Ecclesiastes. How do we end our downward slide in the pecking order of nations? One helpful step would be to revise the popular misunderstanding that has created the medical myth of stress. Stress, we are told, is one of man's most implacable enemies. Stress causes headaches, back problems, divorce. What's worse, stress kills. And what produces stress? According to magazines and TV news reports, it's the urge to achieve, the desire to compete, the preoccupation with success. To protect ourselves from stress, we must relax. We try to shield our children from stress's deadly barbs by shunning competitiveness in our schools. We avoid making heavy academic demands, burden our students with only the lightest hint of homework, and banish the concepts of ambition and excellence from the classroom. We fear that if we drive our youngsters too hard, they, like us, will suffer from the demon disease. But our concept of stress is a fallacy based on a persistent misreading of the medical evidence. As Kenneth R. Pelletier of San Francisco's Langley Neuropsychiatric Institute says, both researchers and clinicians have misinterpreted the findings. Very few of the studies on so-called stress have dealt with achievement or work. They have centered in most cases on social loss, men who've recently lost their wives, people who've lost their jobs, and folks who've been recently divorced. Sure enough, those who've been sundered from a spouse by death or separation, or those who've been cut off from the vocation that gave their life meaning, have suffered a plethora of physical problems. But those problems have not been due to what lay people call stress. They have not been the product of hard work or the pursuit of excellence. They've been the result of three factors we discussed in the early pages of this book. Each of us is sewn by invisible threads into the superorganism. We are cells in the beast of family, company, and country. If those social ties are severed, we begin to shrivel and die. There's more. Hard work and the pursuit of challenge have seldom been demonstrated to hurt us, but we can be damaged powerfully by the lack of control, and without striving to achieve, we cannot control our lives. Position in the pecking order makes an additional contribution to many of the symptoms we blame on stress. With our dream of eliminating competition, we try to wish the pecking order away. But the fact is that we will continue to live in pecking order structures whether we like it or not. As we've seen, social hierarchies are not limited to capitalist or consumer societies. Not only do they exist among apes, birds, lizards, and lobsters, but pecking orders left their marks in the remains of our Ice Age ancestors, who thrived 15,000 years before the birth of agriculture and nearly 25,000 years before the founding of modern industry. In the Ukraine, archaeologists have unearthed Paleolithic palaces of the wealthy, tents with a framework of mammoth skulls and tusks and a rich covering of fur. The researchers have also dug up the much more modest hovels in which the poor were sheltered. The brutal fact is that the more we opt out of competition, the lower our position is likely to be. That holds true in our lives as individuals, and it holds even more true in our life as a nation. As the popular expression puts it, if you snooze, you lose. Many of the dire consequences supposedly beaten into our lives by stress are the product of pecking order slippage, otherwise known as defeat. Studies show that one of the greatest causes of high blood pressure in humans, for example, is low position in a social order. Raise a human's status, and you reduce his hypertension. Primatologist Robert Sapolsky of Stanford University studied the level of glucocorticoids, stress hormones, among baboons in Kenya's Maasai Game Preserve. He discovered that the hormone level was low in males who had a high social position, but stress hormones were alarmingly high in males who were low in the pecking order. The bottom-ranking males stooped when they walked, had bedraggled fur, showed signs of emotional misery, and were in abysmal health. These baboon lackeys were suffering from a pecking order slump, like the one that is overtaking America. Stress is not a product of the desire to achieve the extraordinary. From 1979 to 1982, researchers at the University of Chicago attempted to discover the differences between high-pressure executives who become sick and those who do not. The low-illness executives turned out to be strong in 3 areas: commitment, control, and challenge. In other words, humans need to vigorously pursue goals, to wrestle with problems, and to master them. They need much of what has been popularly interpreted as stress. No wonder Dr. Hans Selye, the pioneering scientist who almost single-handedly put stress on the map, says, "Stress is not something to be avoided. Complete freedom from stress is death." Excessive relaxation is a slow form of suicide. Take the most primitive physical level. If you fail to use your organs, your body begins to dispose of them. The phenomenon shows up clearly among women who don't exercise. Internal mechanisms slow the deposit of fresh calcium in the skeletal structure. The result is that women who haven't made demands on their skeletal frame begin to lose it. In their 60s, these women actually begin to shrink. As we saw earlier, unused muscles also atrophy and shrivel away. The consequences of inactivity are worst for infants. When babies, be they chimps, mice, or humans, do not receive sufficient sensory stimulation, their neural circuitry fails to develop. Their brains should be thickly meshed with nerve cells, microscopically resembling a densely tangled underbrush. Instead, some cerebral areas in the creatures without sensory exercise look more like a desert punctuated only occasionally by the straggle of a plant. But infants and adults can actually increase the density of connections in their cerebral tissue, adding as many as 2,000 new synapses per neuron by mastering new experiences and seeing and doing new things. To both body and brain, taking it easy is death. Vigorous activity, on the other hand, is life itself. The author of Ecclesiastes showed just how painful the deprivation of anything stimulating can be. The man who penned these biblical passages was apparently one of the most wealthy and powerful in Jerusalem. He had reached the pinnacle of society and had achieved what should have been a delicious leisure, but suddenly all life bored him. Now that there were no new obstacles to overcome, there was nothing new, he sighed, under the sun. The ennui that struck the writer of Ecclesiastes can erode and defeat entire civilizations. It is doing that to ours. In 1921, British author G.K. Chesterton traveled the United States by train. He noted that Americans were obsessed with discussing their work, while Englishmen talked only about their leisure. That may be one reason America was thriving, while England was on the wane. Today, thanks to the popular misunderstanding of stress, it is we who chatter for hours about sports, fishing, or meditation. It is we who are slipping. The Japanese know what we have forgotten, that work and challenge are the keys to a vigorous life. They have kept alive the essence of 2 American buzzwords that disappeared from our vocabulary in the early 60s, American ingenuity and American workmanship. The Japanese outstudy and outwork us. Mid-level Japanese executives start the business day at 9 a.m. and are frequently still at their desks by 8 at night, usually putting in 6 days a week. Many of them even volunteer to work straight through their annual vacations. Contrary to a spate of news stories about working to death that appeared in the newspapers of Tokyo and the U.S. in 1993, the salaryman's dedication seldom maims him with stress. Far from it. The Japanese spend a staggering 66% less on medical care per unit of population than we do, yet they consistently outlive us. Like the Japanese, we have to restore our sense that stimulation can be exhilarating. We have to realize that challenge is not our enemy, but our salvation, and that the dangers we have interpreted as stress come from something far different than what we've imagined. They do not spring from ambition or the drive of the dedicated. They come from isolation, separation from the social beast, removal from the superorganismic unit that gives our life its meaning. Our pains do not proceed from overactivity, but from the loss of control and the feeling that we are allowing ourselves to be shuffled from the pecking order's peak. The solution to our problem is not a good vacation. Our hope and our pleasure lie in rolling up our sleeves and going to work. Tennis time and the mental clock. I long for an experiment that would examine, by means of electrodes attached to a human head, exactly how much of one's life a person devotes to the present, how much to memories, and how much to the future. This would let us know who a man really is in relation to his time, what human time really is, and we could surely define 3 basic types of human being, depending on which variety of time was dominant. Milan Kundera. A turning of our states of consciousness toward the future makes our ideas and sensations succeed one another with greater rapidity. Our movements no longer cost us the same effort. Henri Bergson. A man's reach should exceed his grasp, or what's a heaven for? Robert Browning. Many chapters ago, we visited a peculiar creature, the spadefoot toad of Arizona. During long dry spells, the toad nursed the stores of moisture and food packed away in its cellular structure by crawling under the sand, shutting down its metabolic systems, and slipping into slumber. Lethargy was the lifesaver that allowed the snoozing beast to go for months, perhaps even years, without a sip of water. On the other hand, when an infrequent shower soaked the desert floor, the toad shook off its torpor, wriggled to the surface, cried out for company, listened for the croaked sounds of a gathering crowd, then headed for the nearest puddle. There it leaped into a frenzy of action, wooing females at a rapid rate, then grappled with them in sexual ecstasy. Its manic eroticism was as much a survival mechanism as its former inertia, for only by coupling quickly could the toad sire a new generation that might grow to maturity before the pools of moisture could be sucked away by the desert sun. The habits of the toad show up in one form or another over and over again. They appear in the hibernation of squirrels and bears, the seasonally fluctuating fat deposits of woodchucks, and in a wide variety of human annual rhythms. They even show up in the mood swings of societies. When there's little to be gained, nature slows an organism down. When opportunity arrives, she speeds it up. One consequence is the strange gyration of your mental clock. See if this sounds at all familiar. On a workday when I'm under extreme pressure, I rush through one task, hurry on to the next, then move quickly from that job to the one after it. I see my allotted hours as time in which I can easily accomplish a lot. But on a day when I have less work than usual, my mental clock readjusts. Suddenly, instead of seeing the day as a period in which I can easily perform a plethora of tasks, I get the sense that it'll be a struggle to finish anything at all. My mind has grown sluggish. It's the phenomenon behind the common-sense expression, work expands to fit the time available to it. In a person with little to do, the mental clock slows down. In a person with a great deal to accomplish, or a person excited about what he's doing, it speeds up. Take, for example, the athlete who sees every 18th of a second of a tennis ball's motion and calculates in a wink exactly where the ball is going to be when he attempts to swat it. For him, every micro-instant is filled with meaning. But for the person lying on a beach catching some rays, a whole morning can go by without a single meaningful moment. For the athlete under high stimulation, there is more time. His world is richer, and far more data is processed by his brain. One difference between a society on the rise and a society in decline may be that the rising society is on the fast clock. It sees each impediment as a challenge, absorbs information quickly, and finds new ways to overcome its obstacles. It operates on tennis time. But the society that has peaked has moved to the slow clock. It has ceased to absorb data rapidly. It is on beach time. Tennis time is the clock of the newly emerged toad, spending energy in a frenzied burst. Beach time is the clock of the dormant toad, hoarding every gram of substance on his bones. Superorganisms on the trail of growth gravitate toward chemicals that speed the system up to tennis time. The British, when their empire was enthusiastically seizing new possibilities, were fueled by a new import called coffee. The English commercial conquest of the world was planned in the coffee houses of London in the late 1600s and early 1700s. The Chinese, during the roaringly successful years of the Tang Dynasty, AD 618 to 907, filled their lives with another beverage that set their mental clock to fast. They expanded their empire under the influence of tea. The modern Japanese have shown the same predilection for chemicals that turbocharge the system. The leading drug problem in Tokyo's nightlife neighborhood during the late 80s was not heroin or marijuana, the drugs that slow you down. It was amphetamine. With perceptual shutdown, we put on our eye protectors and crawl into the stupor of beach time. But exploding societies like those in Japan and Korea today may well be racing on tennis time, a clock that allows them to outrun us, as we sit in front of our television sets, cradling a can of beer in our hands, cozy in the low-stimulus, low-challenge life. How can America put itself back on tennis time? By focusing on the trigger that moves the toad from torpor into overdrive. Opportunity. Close to 100 years ago, the historian Frederick Jackson Turner proposed his highly regarded frontier thesis. The existence of the American frontier, he said, had invigorated the American mind. The possibility of unending resources just over the horizon had filled Americans with zest, imagination, and exuberance. America was not the only nation thrown into high gear by the presence of a new frontier. England was a puny and somewhat pathetic power up to the time of Henry VIII. Nonetheless, the country had its dreams of glory, and those dreams were associated with the notion of expansion. The single form of expansion the English could imagine, however, was conquering some of the only world they knew, Europe. The British vainly bumped their heads against a brick wall, attempting to saw off pieces of France in the futile bloodbath known as the 100 Years' War. They had their share of victories, suffered humiliations at the hands of folks like Joan of Arc, and were utterly thwarted in their efforts, eventually losing even the one scrap of territory they'd managed to cut out for themselves, Calais. Meanwhile, they mauled 5 generations of French peasants, innocently trying to plant the next year's crops. Historian A. L. Rouse, a leading British expert on the Elizabethan age, considers Henry VIII's final failure to conquer the French one of the luckiest embarrassments England ever endured. It forced the English to turn their attentions away from the continent and made them focus on a sphere in which England would eventually make a fortune, the New World. The Old World England reluctantly turned its back on was a land of little opportunity. Hungry Italians were reduced to eating songbirds off the trees. Tourists in southern Europe 200 years later would be puzzled by the eerie silence of the countryside. Melodious warblers like robins, titmice, and wrens had disappeared into the cooking pots of the area's humbler citizens. Meanwhile, the average French peasant was living so close to starvation that in the fairy tales he recited to his children, the hero was rewarded not with a pot of gold, but with a decent meal. At first, the New World looked equally unrewarding. Christopher Columbus was bitterly disappointed by this hulking mass of landscape. He had set off to find the riches of China and ended up in a territory no one ever heard of. The poor sailor insisted for years that this had to be some previously unreported part of the Chinese Empire. But Columbus's disappointment became England's new frontier. The British missed the easy pickings. The Spanish beat them to the Aztec and Inca lands, where a few hundred Europeans armed with steel swords, muskets, and cannon could overwhelm 10,000 Indians wielding wooden paddles and make off with a king's ransom in gold. But Englishmen settled the North American continent, planted cotton in its southern regions, and set up sugar plantations in the Caribbean islands, bringing back a bounty that boggled the mind. The new economic horizons utterly transformed England. In the 1400s, the country had been a barbaric backwater, producing almost nothing in the way of literature, art, or science. But charged with the energy unleashed by a whiff of fresh resources, Britain became a cultural dynamo. The era in which she awoke was the age of Elizabeth, and it gave us, among many other things, the plays of Shakespeare. America has a host of new challenges available to it: biotechnology, nanotechnology, the construction of microscopic machinery from units a few hundred molecules in size, expansion of the cybersphere, and the construction of intelligent self-replicating devices among them. But in the long run, another, more daunting frontier awaits us, one that looks as bleak at first glance as our land once seemed to Columbus. Like Britain under Henry VIII, the country that sucks its energy from that next frontier will not necessarily be the one that manages to conquer some small swatch of the world we know. Instead, it may be the one that first finds a way to mine mineral-rich asteroids the size of Manhattan. It may be the country that first terraforms another planet, turning its atmosphere into breathable gas and its surface into a place where humans unencumbered by pressurized suits can take a pleasant stroll. It may be the country that relinquishes dreams of conquest in lands where the birds no longer sing, and that turns its eyes toward space. Space could provide a new rain of resources, or it could bankrupt us. But its habitation does offer two other advantages. The first, international cooperation. No single nation can afford the price of extraterrestrial development. To turn the wastelands of asteroids and planets into lands of plenty would involve consortia including Russia, Europe, and Japan. Those partnerships are already under development, though too often we are not involved in them. The second, and perhaps more important advantage of following in the footsteps of Captain Kirk, man has yet invented no way to prevent war. We have found no method for shaking the consequences of our biological curse, our animal brain's addiction to violence. We cannot free ourselves from our nature as cells in a superorganismic beast, constantly driven to pecking order tournaments with its neighbors. We have found no technique for evading the fact that those competitions are all too often deadly. Carl Sagan, Werner Erhard, and the followers of Buckminster Fuller feel that the mere threat of nuclear annihilation will weld us together as one world society. If only the great communicators, they say, can shrill at us loudly enough about the threat of Holocaust, all nations will see themselves as brothers, realizing their common stake in the survival of the species. Unfortunately, Sagan, Erhard, and Fuller, much like you and me, have been known to quibble harshly with others who share their goals but differ in beliefs. Even the peacemakers cannot entirely restrain the urge for battle. Nor can human beings as a species stop their inexorable itch for war. We're like a teenager in the days before the sexual revolution who has been told that masturbation will drive him insane. His guilt makes him feel nearly suicidal, but he still can't stop himself from the unspeakable act. We've found ways to halt illnesses, we've invented means to leapfrog continents in hours, and someday we will find a way to stop war, but only if we survive long enough. Until then, our task is to outlast our own impulses. Our task is to outwit the Lucifer principle. You could think of us as a species trapped in a car hurtling out of control toward a tree, the steering locked, the brakes frozen. We could sit behind the wheel and pretend that if we felt enough guilt, the tree would disappear, or we could throw ourselves out of the auto's door and live. For us, the equivalent of hurling ourselves to safety is moving a few humans off this planet, putting enough of our kind into colonies in space so that if the rest of us down here on Earth disappear, those left in the rotating habitations above could keep the species going. Hopefully the survivors could carry on the knowledge we've acquired so far, and with that wisdom and their own fresh discoveries, someday learn to overcome what we could not. We need a new horizon, a new sense of purpose, a new set of goals, a new frontier to move once again with might and majesty, with a sense of zest that makes life worth living through the world in which we live. One of the few frontiers left to us hangs above our heads. The Luciferian Paradox. The Lucifer Principle. Over 200 billion red blood cells a day die in the interests of keeping you alive. Do you anguish over their demise? Like those red corpuscles, you and I are cells in a social superorganism whose maintenance and growth sometimes requires our pain or elimination, suppresses our individuality, and restricts our freedom. Why, then, is it of any value to us? Because the superorganism nourishes every cell within it, allowing a robustness none of its individual components could achieve on its own. Take, for example, the Mediterranean superbeast known as the Roman Empire. Rome was an evil creature with a despicable lust for cruelty. Julius Caesar, according to Plutarch, took by storm more than 800 cities, subdued 300 nations, and fought pitched battles at various times with 3 million men, of whom he destroyed 1 million in the actual fighting and took another 1 million prisoners. Caesar did not carry out these deeds with kindliness. When he leveled enemy cities, he occasionally killed off every man, woman, and child just to teach would-be resistors a lesson. The governors sent to rule the Roman provinces periodically lost their tolerance for nonconformists and punished them brutally. They crucified a backcountry preacher of peace and humility named Jesus because his views differed from the standard-issue dogmas approved by imperial authority. But the former carpenter was only one of thousands who twisted for hours, hanging by nails from a crude wooden beam. Even the affluent folks back in the home city of Rome were hungry for the sight of blood. Their favorite recreation was an afternoon at the Colosseum watching desperate captives disembowel each other in the arena. Roman sports fans took bets on which contestant would manage to live until nightfall. Rome stamped out or swallowed entire rival civilizations. She even reduced the land she most revered, Greece, to a sleepy, sycophantic, occupied territory. Rome, in short, was a vicious society, one whose habits could make anyone with the slightest scrap of moral sensitivity physically ill. Yet Rome's rise was part of the world's inexorable march to higher levels of form. By force, sometimes sadistic force, she brought an unprecedented mass of squabbling city-states and tribes together. In the process, she allowed an exchange of ideas and goods that radically quickened the pace of progress. What's more, during the 300 years between Augustus and the imposition of Christianity under Constantine, she made an additional contribution. She introduced pluralism, an easygoing attitude that allowed wildly diverse cultures to live peacefully side by side. Just how much the empire had contributed to her sometimes oppressed citizens could be seen when Rome fell. A set of heroes impelled by ideals of ethnic conquest led their rebel bands against the colonialist power. The Mavericks toppled the hegemonic tyrants forever and turned the city of Rome into a ruin. In the process, they brought despair to Europe. During the next 200 years, half of the continent's population would die. Plague ran rampant. Multitudes starved to death, denied the food that had once been transported on Roman ships and roads. Without a stable organizing force, the paved highways on which provisions had traveled sank into disrepair. On land, bandits and warrior chiefs ended the lives of any who might contemplate a trip along the old paths to carry desperately needed supplies. At sea, pirates destroyed the former Mediterranean lanes of trade. The grain that had once sailed from Egypt in fleets of bulging transport hulls no longer came across with the tides. In the Gallic town of Barbagal, the complex of Roman-run mills that had turned the imported wheat into flour for 80,000 consumers fell into disrepair, and the Gallic citizens who had been freed of the Roman yoke perished by the millions. Those who survived learned to live as prisoners in self-contained fortress communities, cut off from the ideas and the delicacies that had once made life sweet. The barbarian freedom fighters had loosed the chains, not of life, but of death. For Rome had been an oppressor, but Rome had also been the source of nourishment and peace. In her absence came pestilence and war. The superorganism is often a vile and loathsome beast, but like the body nourishing her constituent cells, the social beast grants us life. Without her, each of us would perish. That knowledge is woven into our biology. It is the reason that the rigidly individualistic Clint Eastwood does not exist. The internal self-destruct devices with which we come equipped at birth ensure that we will live as components of a larger organism, or we simply will not live at all. Behind these superorganismic imperatives is nature's latest wrinkle in the research and development racket. Despite the claims of individual selectionists, human evolution is propelled not only by competition between single souls, but by the forms of their cooperation. It is driven by the games that superorganisms play. All this lies behind the mystery with which we began, the pattern of violence in Mao's Cultural Revolution. When China lapsed into chaos during the cultural upheaval of the 60s, society did not fragment into 700 million individuals, each fighting for his right to survive. The social fabric ripped, then re-knit in a strange new way. Individuals clustered in collaborative clumps. Stitching each gang together was a force with no physical substance, the idea, the meme. In their battles, the Red Guard wolf packs obeyed a basic commandment of the animal brain, the law of the pecking order, and they drew their energy from emotions that remain repressed in everyday life. The hatreds, frustrations, and hidden cruelty of students who, just a month or two before, had seemed models of polite obedience. Behind the writhing of evil is a competition between organizational devices, each trying to harness the universe to its own peculiar pattern, each attempting to hoist the cosmos one step higher on a ladder of increasing complexity. First, there is the molecular replicator, the gene. Then there is its successor, the meme, and working hand in hand with each is the social beast. Hegel said the ultimate tragedy is not the struggle of an easily recognized good against a clearly loathsome evil. Tragedy, he said, is the battle between two forces, both of which are good, a battle in which only one can win. Nature has woven that struggle into the superorganism. Superorganism, ideas, and the pecking order, these are the primary forces behind much of human creativity and earthly good. They are the holy trinity of the Lucifer principle. Epilogue. 17th-century thinkers describe the universe as a decaying creation, a remnant of a paradise corrupted by sin. The world, they said, had been crafted as a perfect and unblemished sphere. Then Adam and Eve stole fruit from the tree of knowledge. A roaring, wrathful God threw the primal pair out of Eden and visited his anger upon the newly conceived planet. He smashed the surface of this perfect place, leaving the wound-like gashes of valleys and the upturned pustules of mountains as eternal signs of his displeasure. Ever since that time, said the philosophers, the earth has been decaying like an ancient ruin, showing only the faintest signs of a beauty that is no more. 19th-century physicists expressed the old view in a new way. They created the concept of entropy. All matter, said the second law of thermodynamics, tends toward chaos. Leave the most carefully contrived bit of complex form alone, and it will slowly be devoured by decay. The universe, said these scientists, is like a sugar cube. Drop the highly structured block of sweetness into a glass of water, and it will dissolve in a random swarm of glucose molecules, a liquid swirl of chaos. So too, said the physicists, will the world we know someday disappear, eaten away by entropy. The Renaissance thinkers and the 19th-century scientists were both wrong. The universe has not been drifting from order into chaos. It has instead been marching in the opposite direction. Since its first second of being, the cosmos has coughed up fresh forms of creation. From an explosion of energy, it spun one of its first great leaps forward, the atom. Then came another extraordinary innovation, the molecule. Billions of years later, the universe spat forth another brilliant twist, a molecule that could produce copies of itself, the molecule responsible for life. And over 3 billion years beyond that, the universe conceived an even more revolutionary upward step: intelligence. But there is a dark side to this movement toward the light. Like a sculptor carving a figure from stone, nature creates by destroying. Her hammer and chisel strike over and over again. Each time, there is a shower of chips. As the splinters pile up on the floor, a new form emerges where the blade has been at work. The sculptor at the end of his day simply sweeps away the heaps of useless dust and shards of stone. So does nature. But those discarded scraps from the natural workshop are the bodies of creatures who moments before were alive, creatures like you and me. Nature creates by placing her inventions in competition with each other. In the world of humans, the bloodiest of these contests is between social groups. The voice of our meme's ambition tells us to pound our rivals into submission and force them into servitude. Servitude to the cluster of ideas that sits at our culture's core. The hunger of the superorganism and the ambition of the meme trap us in a moral dilemma. Violence is the most appalling of human expressions, yet we cannot wish our way to peace. We cannot lash each other with lectures, pound our chests with guilt, and voluntarily throw away our arms. We live in a threatening world, a world of other human beings very much like ourselves, and, like us, our fellow humans are dangerous. There is one small consolation in this grim picture. Snapping and snarling at each other may be automatic, but holding, caring, and collaborating are built into us too. In one Harvard study, a group of experimental subjects was shown a film. Watching the footage actually boosted immune system activity. The nature of the healing cinematic piece? A documentary on Mother Teresa, who has centered her life on helping others. The mere sight of a work focused on kindness triggered a deeply buried response in the human brain. We desperately need each other, and in that need is hope. We must invent a way in which memes and their superorganismic carriers, nations and subcultures, can compete without carnage. We may find a clue to that path in science. A scientific system is one in which small groups of men and women cohere around an idea, then use the powers of persuasion and politics to establish that idea's dominance in their field, and to drive rival hypotheses, along with those who propound them, to the periphery. In the struggle for control over scientific journals, over the committees that determine what lecturers will be allowed to speak at scientific symposia, over who will get tenure, grants, prizes, and over all the various other PowerPoints that determine which ideas and researchers will be admired and which will be shunned, battles can become intense, insults snide and biting. Occasionally, a pitcher of water is even dumped on someone's head. But there is no violence. In geopolitics, the closest equivalent is pluralistic democracy, a system within which subcultures and the ideas that ride them compete without bloodshed. During the early 90s, it became popular to declare that democracies, unlike more ideologically rigid forms of government, do not make war against each other. The statement was an exaggeration. The War of 1812 pitted democratic England against the equally democratic United States, but it carried a powerful element of validity. According to Yale University political scientist Bruce Russett, since 1946, pairs of democratic states have been only 1/8 as likely as other kinds of states to threaten to use force against each other, and only 1/10 as likely to do so. In addition, the Carnegie Commission for Science, Technology, and Government commissioned a 1992 task force that concluded that pluralism is one of the most potentially effective forces for promoting global development. These findings imply strongly that the human race will take a long step forward if it eliminates intolerant autocracies driven by a passion for doctrinal or ethnic cleansing and replaces them with pluralistic democracies. Even without this step, like the universe itself, the world of Homo sapiens has not been marching from utopia toward chaos. The truth, in fact, is quite the opposite. Margaret Mead said that once upon a time men viewed all brothers as people whose lives they should cherish and all outsiders as fair game. In early human groups, said Mead, the number of those whose lives were sacred was 50 to 75. The rest of the Earth's population was a target for murder. But today, Mead pointed out, the number a single society prohibits killing extends to 250 million or more. As we saw earlier, William DeValley and Marvin Harris scrutinized data from 561 primitive tribes and discovered that within this sample, 21% of the males were killed off violently before they ended adolescence. The percentage of the slaughtered skyrockets if you include the women and children wiped out by indigenous peoples like the South American Taulapang, who burned dozens of families in their huts when trying to eradicate an enemy tribe, then marched home shouting a joyous, "Hi, hi, 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 hi." Our techno-capitalist civilization comes nowhere near the resulting grim proportion of butchery. If it did, roughly 720 million modern humans would be blasted to smithereens in wars or homicides every generation. Compare this with the 55 million who died in the Second World War, and the bloodlettings of the current century, appalling as they've been, are less than 1/10 of what they would amount to under aboriginal conditions. That reduction in violence is a blessing of the superorganism's evolution. It is a result of the growth of social agglomerations from tiny clusters of men and women huddled in jungles and plains to massive nations sprawled across entire continents. Ironically, however, the partial spread of peace is a product of past battles between superbeasts, the colossal atrocities that accompanied the building of the empires of Alexander, Caesar, and the ancient Chinese, the gore that oozed from the consolidation of the modern European, American, and Russian states. The movement of humans into social groups, the tendency of one social organism to swallow another, the rise of the meme, the increase in cooperation, all are ways in which the universe has ratcheted upward in degrees of order. But under the natural urge toward more intricate structures, higher planes of wonder, and startlingly new and effective forms of complexity, there is no moral sense. There is no motherly nature who loves her offspring and protects them from harm. Harm, in fact, is a fundamental tool nature has used to refine her creations. No, we are not Clint Eastwoods, nor were we meant to be. We are incidental microbits of a far larger beast, cells in the superorganism. Like the cells of skin that peel in clustered communities from our arms after a sunburn, we make our contributions to the whole of which we are a part. Sometimes we make that contribution with our life, sometimes we make it with our death. Superorganisms, ideas, and the pecking order, the triad of human evil, are not recent inventions programmed into us by Western society, consumerism, capitalism, television violence, blood and guts films, or rock and roll. They are built into our physiology. They have been with us since the dawn of the human race. But there is hope that we may someday free ourselves of savagery. To our species, evolution has given something new, the imagination. With that gift, we have dreamed of peace. Our task, perhaps the only one that will save us, is to turn what we have dreamed into reality, to fashion a world where violence ceases to be. If we can accomplish this goal, we may yet escape our fate as highly precocious offspring, as fitting inheritors of nature's highest gift and foulest curse, as the ultimate children of the Lucifer principle. This concludes the reading of The Lucifer Principle, A Scientific Expedition into the Forces of History by Howard Bloom. Copyright 1995 by Howard Bloom. Forward copyright 1997 by David Sloan Wilson. This book was read by Malcolm Hilgartner. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Waterside Productions, Incorporated, and was produced in 2015 by Blackstone Audio, Inc., which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio, Inc. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you. Thank you.